format, I think, yeah, they've carried in that momentum that we had from the championship.
Well, Pete, firstly, you look well rested, important to recharge after that hectic start. How have you spent your past few weeks?
Yeah, it's been nice to get away from the game. Playing back-to-back seasons, obviously with Australia and England, it can get quite tiring. So to have that little break at the start of the T20 Blast was really refreshing, and I've been able to get away with the family and have a nice holiday, get a little bit of sun. And just have a few days where not worrying about being anywhere, not worrying about facing a ball or changing fields or doing anything like that. So nice to have that mental reset, but back into it now and ready to go.
I'm sure you were casting an eye on the T20 stuff and seeing the momentum that's again snowballed from what we did in the 4-day stuff.
Yeah, it's been great to watch the boys in the T20 format. I think, yeah, they've carried in that momentum that we had from the championship block, but they've also done it in their way. They've been sticking to their processes and not getting too worried when things haven't gone right. From outside looking in, it looks like they've stayed really calm during those pressure situations and have been able to make those important calls, important decisions at the right time during a high pressure game.
And now, of course, switching back to 4-day cricket, the mental battle that comes with that, obviously contrasting to T20. What is that challenge like for the modern cricketer? Yeah,
it is very tough to go from format to format, especially so quickly over here in the county season. We've just had a little conversation this morning about what it felt like when we were playing championship cricket and trying our hardest to switch our mind back to our processes, because they are slightly different to T20 cricket, and then just that challenge of just being better and better for longer and longer. The game is allowed to be slower in championship cricket, so we'll just try and build as much pressure as we possibly can and stick to what we know. And if the result takes care of itself, hopefully, but if it doesn't go our way, as long as we play the way we want to play, we'll still be happy when we're out there.
It was a relentless start to the season in those 7 weeks, but a highly successful one. You must be very proud of your team in that time. What was the standout elements for you?
Obviously incredibly proud of how this squad has played together. But I think the standout as a group has just been our buy-in to our process. We've had conversations throughout the off-season and the pre-season about how we wanted to play our cricket and what our brand of cricket was going to be. And it's all good and well having those conversations, but if you don't buy into it and you don't do that, then they're pointless. So the way the squad has been happy to work hard so that their mate up the other end can get the rewards, how we're celebrating each other's success and how we want to do well for our mates, I think has been incredible, and something that we'll obviously try and continue throughout this block as well. But it can be tough, and we're in the middle of the season at the moment, and there's fatigue starts to set in and stuff like that. So it can be a tough time of the season.
And one change we'll see in this round of fixtures is the Kookaburra ball being introduced again. It's always getting conversation sparked in England. What are the differences presented with that make of ball?
Yeah, it is an interesting one with the Kookaburra coming in, and especially this time of the season as well, when there's a bit more sunshine and it's been a bit hotter and a little bit drier. So potentially there's a spin element that comes into it. It may not seem around for as long as a Duke ball, but there also may be a little bit of a reverse swing with the Kookaburra. So there's just a few challenges out there that hopefully we're ready for, but we're just going to stick to our processes, what we've been doing with the Duke ball, and hopefully that puts us in good stead with the Kookaburra.
And will that sort of influence your thinking perhaps with sort of squad? I know that Ian Holland's away in America at the moment, Josh Hull not quite fit. The 5-seamers approach has worked so well, but spin could come into it, as you say.
Yeah, that's why we've got Trev in the squad. Spin can obviously play a part this time of year anyway, with it being so hot and dry. But yeah, the Kookaburra ball not seeming around for as long, we may need to look to spin. So we'll assess that. We'll have a look at the wicket tomorrow morning and get a feel for what we want to do. But yeah, I feel like with the squad that we've got at the moment, we've got the options to go both ways, whether we want to stick with the seamers or bring in that option of a spinner.
And just finally, another chance to play here at Uptonsteel County Ground, where we've won 6 games now in a row across all competitions. We've really made that a fortress this year, haven't we, with our fans and the formulas in place here?
Yeah, it's been really nice. I think the feeling around the ground at the moment is pretty special. The fans have obviously been incredible. The way they're coming down and supporting and cheering and getting around us has been amazing. And they don't just do it here at Grace Road. They also still do it travelling around the whole country for us. So yeah, we're really lucky with the fan base that we've got here and how much support we're getting, and then just an understanding of what we're trying to do here at the ground and how we want to play our cricket. So yeah, it's been really nice, and if we can just continue playing the way we want to play here, then hopefully those results take care of themselves.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
What a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
What a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
something of a surprise perhaps to Leicestershire supporters. Peter Hanscom is keeping wicket. Ben Cox is not playing. Chris Wright, Sam Wood and Liam Travaskis are the three who are playing in their place. Right then in from the pavilion end, round the wicket and bowls. Forward goes Zainul Hassan. Just turns his wrists on the defensive, push inside part of the bat, and it runs out towards a sort of square leg. The pitch is one of the relayed ones here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, cut on the sort of western side, the meat side for those who know the ground of the outfield, which means we're at fine leg, I think we have to say, or mid on to Ul Hassan even. Try and get that one out. Right bowls to him. He defends that one on the back foot, out into the offside. Right pushes his hair back as he picks it up on the off stump. This is only his second appearance of the season. Chris Wright, the first also against Glamorgan back in the mists of time. It feels that way, doesn't it?
I prefer not to think about the first 3 weeks of the season from a Glamorgan point of view.
Well, since then, however, it has been all sweetness and light as far as the county championship is concerned. Anyway, in goes Wright and bowls. Ul Hassan leaves outside off stump, and Peter Hanscom doesn't take the ball cleanly. It runs 10 yards behind him, and I assume we wait for the signal from the umpire. It will be a bye. It will indeed. So not a great start to proceeding as far as Hanscom is concerned. Now then, Nick, tell us about these umpires and what they're wearing today.
Yes, the long-awaited, apparently, white official flat caps, more baseball style than the hats which they usually wear, and Mr. White said they'll be much better in breezy conditions like today, or words to that effect.
I have to say they are not remotely as stylish as the Panamas, which really did lend something to proceedings. These are big sort of white baseballs, as Nick said, style caps, and well, okay, they might stay on the heads a bit more, but I don't like them. Right then, he's going to be into Asa Tribe, the right-hander, so of course he's going over the wicket. Tribe leaves, and it's judging by Rishi Patel's reaction, although that isn't necessarily the best of guides. That was quite close to his off stump. It possibly wasn't too far away, as in inches rather than feet, but it was far enough. It died again rather into the gloves of Hanscom. Had a chat to Alfonso Thomas, Leicestershire's head coach, beforehand. They were sort of hoping for a little bit of bounce, but early delivery is not too promising. Right is in, goes for the slashing cut. Not too much foot movement there from Tribe. It swings away, he misses it, and got away with it.
Yeah, Tribe's been doing some useful work in the middle order for Glamorgan in the T20 blast, but of course for players and commentators alike, we have to reaccustom ourselves to the rather different pace of 4-day cricket as opposed to the hit and run of T20.
Right is in, bowls. Tribe defends a straight delivery, just pushing it out into the onside, picked up by Sam Wood, running in from mid-wicket, and there is no run. We should say that the players of both sides obviously are wearing black armbands and held a minute's silence. And a little tribute to David Sid Lawrence, the former Gloucestershire and England fast bowler, who news came through today, sadly passed away yesterday at a ridiculously young age. In goes Right and bowls outside off stump, swings away. Tribe leaves. I think he was just 61. Sid Lawrence, and unfortunately was suffering from motor neurone disease, wasn't he?
Yes, Gloucestershire held a fundraiser on Friday night in support of the charity combating that terrible disease, and I'd like to think that David Lawrence might have been aware of that before his sad passing. So 3 for no wicket, all extras so far, the bye and the no ball, and it will be Logan van Beek. How are we going for it?
Bake.
Thank you. It's a while since he played for Derbyshire against Glamorgan, I think the last time I saw him. The Netherlands all-rounder.
He's had a great season so far, proving a very willing sort of workhorse, but more than that really. Missed the first game, didn't he, at Glamorgan, because
Yes.
he was still in New Zealand at the time, or on his way anyway.
Ben Green, who's lining up in red ball cricket against Glamorgan for Leicestershire on Sunday, lined up in white ball cricket for Somerset against Glamorgan on Friday. Here's Van Beek bowls, and Ul Hassan
Hit on the pad.
is playing no shot. Wasn't quite sure whether they're appealing for LBW or
Must
a
be.
catch.
Must be LB, because he wasn't playing his shot, was he? He just
Yes.
lifted his bat out of the way
No
of the
shot
ball.
played. As he thrust the pad forward, he got a good stride in, so the umpire had a lot to consider really.
May just have swung enough to have clipped him on the back pad, but it was still quite a long way outside off stump.
It did carry through to Hanscom, so I wasn't entirely sure what they were appealing for. Well, you don't have to appeal for anything in specifically, do you? And just say, how was that? Van Beek is in to Ul Hassan, who works it on the leg side and will get the first run off the bat as it trickles down towards the square leg umpire. It's fielded by Ahmed, and Glamorgan move on to 4 without loss. The weather, well, I should imagine it's considerably more pleasant for playing cricket in today than it was in many parts of the UK yesterday, when it was pretty hot and sultry.
You weren't keeping yesterday then?
I did a brief spell behind the stumps. In my first official appearance of the season in League Division 11.
No buys?
One. Actually, I don't think it was signalled. I might have got away with it.
Right, okay.
It really was one, but here's Van Beek bowling to Asa Tribe.
Look in the scorebook, mate, as they say.
Van Beek is in to bowl, and Tribe shoulders arms. Well, there's another question, Richard. Look in the scorebook. For some games, even at our grassroots level, as yesterday, there was no scorebook. There was a tablet.
Ah. Yes.
Which I have yet to get to grips with on a scoring front. I'm quite happy to do my turn with pen and ink, and indeed quite often do more scoring than most with pen and ink. But I'm going to have to learn, I think, the skills of the tablet.
It does sort of give you a lot more information, but yes.
As Tribe drives into the offside, and we'll get 4 runs. There is no sweeper on the cover side of the ground, and that was sweetly timed by Asa Tribe to get him up and running, and Glamorgan up to 8 without loss. It is quite frightening that anyone logging into the internet anywhere in the world can find out a ball-by-ball score from Division 11 of South East Wales League. But then we won, so quite happy for people to log in. As Van Beek bowls to Tribe, who's pushing forward gently up to mid-off, and there is no run. 3 slips, a third man in front of the meet away to our right, and most things are away to our right in this particular pitch. I'm at a point. There is a mid-off. There is a gigantic gap in the cover area through which Tribe just placed his first boundary. There's mid-on, squarish mid-wicket and fine leg. Van Beek is in bowls, and Tribe is playing this one with a modicum of discomfort out on the leg side. No run. Fielded at mid-wicket by Budinger, who these days is sporting 11 rather than the 1 of previous years. 8 for naught Glamorgan after 2 overs here on BBC Sport Online. And in terms of contacting us, these days we've been asked to use the official channels rather than a personal ones
Well,
at
you
BBC Wales. I have anyway. Yes.
Round the wicket goes Chris Wright, and bowls forward goes Zainul Hassan. Nice defensive push out into the offside.
So if you want to message on X, it is BBC Sport Wales, which is a fine channel anyway, and email, it's glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk if you want to contact us. I remain NickWebb2017 on X and Blue Sky if you want to follow me.
Right is in and bowls, swings in but from a long way outside off stump. Hassan forward and leaves, lots of oohs and ahs from behind the stumps of course, but it was pretty wide when it went past the stumps.
But the powers that be have judged that it's unsuitable for you, dear listener, to send X messages to me on the basis that I might, who knows, do unsuitable things with your data if only I knew how to find it.
In goes right and bowls. Zainul Hassan again is solidly forward, defending it back down the pitch to the veteran seamer. I can give you my Blue Sky address should you want it, at richr23. Will find me if you wish to skeet, which I believe
what?
is skeet. That is the official verb for
Is it?
using Blue Sky. Yes.
Oh, I never knew that.
There you go.
Live
It's
and
skeeting. Right is in, bowls. Oh, Hassan forward again, getting almost to the pitch of it as he blocks that out into the offside. Budinger bounces in to field, throws the ball to Scriven.
learn. Sounds like a winter sport.
Skeeting.
It's halfway
Oh,
between
ducks.
skiing and skating.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. It was sort of almost duck shooting as well, isn't there? Something like.
Oh yes.
There's a verb something similar around that
Yeah.
sort of
Rings a
area as well.
bell.
However, apparently it's skeeting on Blue Sky. Right is in and bowls, and again coming forward, and again just this time he wasn't at the pitch of it, but the fact the batters are prepared to get forward, an indication I think already that if Alfonso Thomas was hoping for a bit of bounce in this relayed pitch. I say relayed as though it was sort of done a few months ago. It was relayed a few years ago. Some of the pitches to try and get a bit more pace into them. It has to be said there doesn't look to be a huge amount of pace or bounce in it at the moment. Early days. Right goes back over to bowl to Asa Tribe. Bowls. Tribe is playing him very sweetly off his legs through square leg for 4. That was for a top class batsman, as these guys are. Meat and drink, pitched up on the legs, no real square leg, and obviously an outfield that it is like glass at the moment. They're so hard and bare. Over the last couple of weeks, there's a few green patches around. You can see sort of the way they've cut it, the ground staff, but there isn't much grass out there, and that fairly whistled to a fairly short square leg boundary for 4. Lovely shot. Tribe on to 8-13 without loss. Glamorgan after 3 overs.
Did you have any rain in this part of the world yesterday?
The odd dribbly bit, but no, essentially.
Van Beek then in towards us. Bowls. Ulazan looks to work on the leg side. We'll get a single of some sort. I suspect a leg by as it trickles down towards fine leg. Indeed, it is a leg by.
I think the heaviest thunderstorms are to the south and, of course, the west.
Yes, we had some quite heavy showers in the morning and then some light ones early afternoon, which we ignored and played through.
Of course. I don't like these caps. These umpires' caps. I'm sorry, folks. I don't know what you think.
As Van Beek is into bowl to Tribe, who leg glances for 4 down towards fine leg, and that one raced down the hill towards the pavilion. Genuine shot played, managed to get it wide of Hanscom and fine of fine leg. Tribe picks up another boundary and moves to 12. Glamorgan on to 18 without loss. Richard Ray, they're plain white caps after the fun and nonsense of the last few weeks, where the umpires are clad in luminous pink. What's that bird?
It's a kite.
Thank you.
Beautiful, isn't it?
It is circling above the arena. as Tribe drives again, this time to mid-on. There's no run.
Beautiful thing.
We've had umpires looking like
Yes.
dystopian traffic wardens for the last 3 weeks. And it gets even worse in August with the franchise competition, the 100, when they're not sure whether they're going to shoot you or give you a parking ticket. Van Beek to Tribe, who drives into the offside, this time straight to Ahmed at point, no run. And we're not expecting Ahmed to bowl, you mentioned.
I understand that he might have a little bit of an issue in that respect, so I think he's been picked very much primarily as a batsman, which is why Travascus is playing. So they have a fully fit spinning option.
Yes, he was standing at the crease visualising things just before the toss, Rehan Ahmed. As Van Beek bowls and Tribe turns him powerfully off his legs, and that one will race away, this time to the left of fine leg, and go away for 4 more. Tribe on to 16. He's made a flying start. Glamorgan on to 22 without loss.
I believe all 4 of his scoring shots have been boundaries, haven't they? Ace at Tribe?
Yes. So he's still in T20 mode, 16 off 13 balls.
And umpire messages.
In comes Van Beek and bowls, and Tribe drives, but this time it's intercepted at cover and there's no run.
As a current umpire who has the choice of a Panama-style hat or a baseball cap, I choose the baseball cap every time. It is so much more comfortable. I do not question that, or indeed its practicality, purely on aesthetic grounds. I don't like it. That is all.
Yes, I don't see first-class umpires putting the bowler's cap on top of their own, which I tend to do, I must admit, which makes me look even dafter when I'm umpiring.
Chris Wright is waving to the Leicestershire balcony. Maybe a drink to the boundary when he is not bowling. But he is bowling at the moment. 22 without loss after 4. A flying start for Glamorgan. As Wright is in, Zain Hossain is again solidly forward. There's a little bit of in-swing to him, so again comes off the inside edge of the bat. But a big stride from the relatively diminutive left-handed opener. A polite young man. He's a big hello this morning when he walked out of the pavilion.
Absolutely. Nice young chap, battling hard for his place in the first team.
2 off 12 for him, as Wright is in, bowls to him outside off stump, trying to tempt him into an indiscretion. He steps forward but leaves his bat raised.
Been playing second team cricket during the course of the T20 blast. Sam Northeast, the championship captain, has not been playing cricket at all for the last few weeks.
Question for you, you may or may not be able to answer. Can you ask if Tribe is from the family of tribes for Jersey or Guernsey?
He's a Jersey man.
There you go. In goes Wright and bowls, and again there's a little bit of carry, and it's taken high to his right by Hanscom, but from bowled outside the off stump. Maybe a little bit of green on that side of the pitch. It looks from here, and it just lifted a little bit. It wasn't a threatening delivery because it was so far wide.
He's played international cricket for Jersey and has a one-day international century to his credit. His highest score in the T20 is also for Jersey rather than Glamorgan.
Right, bowls, and that swings back in and beats Ul Hassan as he tries to defend. A little bit on the walk, no appeal for leg before.
Good morning to Edward Cooper. Important fixture for Glamorgan. He's very much a lover of the championship rather than the T20. Morning to Garantius. Hope you got the decision right whether to watch us on YouTube or the test match on whatever channel that might be on. England 232 for 4.
5 Sports Extra is in, goes right, bowls. Al-Hassan almost on the walk as he defends that one out into the offside.
Yes, quite. Good morning to Garantius, good morning to Neil G.O. and indeed to the Glamorgan Travellers, as well as Emir Evans, but please gents, the official ex-account in future, thank you.
Right is in and bowls again, just a little bit of movement back in, swing back into Al-Hassan, he's equal to it, defends it out into the onside, picked up by Rehan Ahmed. That was a good over. I think it was a maiden over, the first maiden over of the game. Chris Wright settling into his rhythm, even and a bowler as experienced as Wright, just needed an over or two to get into his stride, so to speak. 22 without loss after 5.
Emir Evans says, great to have the championship back. He's listening in from Lampeter before setting off for a Sunday run out away at Llechryd.
Sunday run out.
I presume he means presume he means an excursion on the cricketing arena.
Good morning to you, sir. There's quite a lot of wind around at the moment. It's a lovely warm wind, it's sort of westerly.
As Van Beek starts a new over and Tribe defends out on the offside. And you'll have to excuse me if I'm a little slower occasionally getting to your contributions on social media or email.
Van Beek 26 wickets in the championship in the 6 games in which he's played for Leicestershire at an average of 23.73. He's also got plenty of runs.
As on his way in is Van Beek, and Tribe clips it on the leg side, and there is no run. Morgan's wicket taking, led by Van der Hoogten and Gorvin with 20 apiece, but Gorvin not included today, and I've had a few messages about that, queries about Gorvin. They seem to see him primarily as a Cardiff operator, because he's been picked for every home match but only one away match, which I think is something of a definite pattern. Van Beek is in, bowls to Tribe, who turns it off his legs again, and this time it will be picked up by Hill at deep backward square, and they'll go through for 2 runs, 24 for naught.
First time Tribe hasn't proceeded with a boundary in terms of adding to his score.
So a busy day awaits Richard and myself. We'll be joined by Nikesh Rugani tomorrow, which will be very welcome from our point of view, and no doubt yours, dear listener. As Tribe up on his toes defends this one out on the leg side. The ball trickles towards mid-on and comes to a halt before it's picked up by Chris Wright. So yeah, it's bright, it's breezy, temperatures are down maybe 5 degrees on yesterday, I'd guess. As more pleasant conditions for players and probably for spectators, I think. As Van Beek bowls and Tribe is forward, defending up to mid-on. And there is no run.
Well, as we were saying beforehand, something has got to give in this game. Glamorgan 3 consecutive victories, Leicestershire 4 consecutive victories. All in 3 days. I'd be a bit surprised if this is a 3-day finish from what we've seen so far.
Leicestershire's have been 3 days as
Yes.
well.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yes, no, that's what I meant. Have all yours been 3 days as well?
The 3 last ones, yeah.
A development of which I'm completely in favour. A win in 3 days.
As Van Beek bowls and Tribe pushing forward, defending to mid-off. No run, 24 without loss. Tribe has 18. Al-Hassan has 2, Sundries have 4. Morgan having won the toss and chosen to bat first. In the test match, England 237 for 4, Brook on 27 Stokes on 2. And by a process of elimination, that means that Pope has gone this morning.
I wonder who to Bumrah.
Let's
It was
check.
a different game when he was bowling yesterday, wasn't it?
No, he was caught behind off Krishna
Huh?
for 106.
In goes right, round the wicket to Zainul Hassan, who again is solidly forward. Nice high right elbow as he blocks the ball out to mid-off, where lurks Tom Scriven. 3 slips alongside Peter Hanscom. Rishi Patel back in the slips, obviously with Hanscom keeping wicket. Looks like Liam Travaskis at second, and Ben Green standing pretty close at third. He's a big chap, so he kind of looks closer, but he does look quite close. Right is in and bowls. Ul Hassan blocks it back down the pitch. Right roots across. Might have brushed his fingers before it rolls against the foot of Tribe.
Yeah, Ul Hassan in need of a score really. Started fairly powerfully with decent performances at Gloucester, Middlesex and a home to Derby. Has been a bit short of runs in the last 3 games. He's averaging 28, 2 half-centuries.
Right, bowls to him. He leaves. Again, there's a little bit of bounce and carry, but again it's from quite wide as it bounces and swings back in, and it's taken round about head high by Hanscom, reaching to his right.
But Ul Hassan has brought useful balance to the side as the 4th or on occasion the 5th seamer. He's 4th seamer today, I would have thought, behind Van der Hoogten, Harris and Leonard.
Right, bowls to him. He's forward and he's going to pick up a run there. He immediately sees it's going a few feet wide of Tom Scriven, who has to run to his right from that sort of wide-ish mid-off position. And it was a perfectly safe single. He moves on to 3 off 21 balls faced, proceeding at a rather different pace to Asa Tribe, who's on 18 off 20. With 4 fours to his name already. Sweetly timed, all of them. He looks around him. Still a fairly conventional field, including a wide third man and indeed a long leg rather than a fine leg. Right, over the wicket, bowls to the Channel Islander, who is forward, defending. Out towards mid-on, Scriven picks up.
Yeah, Tribe has been doing well in the middle order for Glamorgan in T20, but many people have suggested, and I tend to agree with them, that Tribe and Callaway might be the wrong way round in T20. Tribe might be better off at 3 and Callaway at 6 rather than the way they have been operating.
Right, bowls, Tribe on the back foot, punches it away. Beautiful piece of timing again, and that is bouncing to the boundary. Ahmed jogging in pursuit. Once you've beaten the infield, then you're almost certainly going to pick up 4, but there was nothing really violent about that little punch through the offside. Just stood up tall, played it firmly, guided it wide of Ahmed, and watched it run away to the deep extra cover boundary for 4. He moves on to 22, a runner ball 22, and Glamorgan's good start continues. They are 29 without loss after 7.
It's watching shots like that that make you realise why he's a professional cricketer and we are not. Didn't seem to be any effort in that shot at all. Beautifully timed. And as Richard said, it really raced away. So it'll be the rather more sedate Ul Hassan on strike. To face Logan van Beek running towards us. And round the wicket bowls the left-hander, who's forcing into the offside. Good scrambling stop at point by Budinger. And there is no run.
Wasn't very happy about that, was he? Dived onto the... He was on the mat. A mat. There's 2 mats,
yes,
actually.
there's 2 mats of varying hues, which might be a bit of a problem, really, for infielders, which are on the offside for the left-handed Ul Hassan at the moment. as Ul Hassan leaves through to Hanscom. No run. It's not the easiest to field in that area, I wouldn't imagine. And you have to be wondering about where your feet are and what you're treading on and what you're diving on and what the ball's going to do. The possibility of taking a bobble off not just one map but the two of them towards the centre of the square. 29 for no wicket. Still the 3 slips in place as Ul Hassan is defending on the back foot, back to the bowler. No run. So this a fixture that's ended in a draw. The last couple of encounters here after the North East Spectacular of 2022, when he got Glamorgan's highest ever score, 410. But subsequent matches have been slightly less fascinating. As Ul Hassan nudges one down towards backward point, and will come back for a second. Slight misfield from Hill, make sure it's absolutely safe, and then a rather over-enthusiastic throw as well. Yes, as you say, it's bobbling a bit in that area of the ground, isn't it?
It is terribly bare. Parched.
Looking at the forecast, might be a few showers around on day 3 was the last version that I saw. 31 for naught. Ul Hassan pushing defensively to point, no run.
I suspect the grounds staff would not be entirely unhappy to see the outfield get a good soaking. It has markedly changed colour over the last 2 weeks, and sort of the start of the T20s. It was still pretty green. We'd had a fair bit of rain, but not much at all over the last fortnight.
Van Beek continuing around the wicket to Ul Hassan, who cuts but straight to point. Budinger has a throw in case Tribe was meandering out of his ground at the non-striker's end. It was well backed up, and it's 31 without loss at the end of the 8th over of the day. Ul Hassan has 5, Tribe has 22. If you are just joining us, Glamorgan making 4 changes for this match, with Labuschagne, Kuhnemann, Bevan and Gorvin all dropping out. Labuschagne and Kuhnemann, of course, not with the county at the moment. Ingram, Callaway, Crane and Leonard coming in, and 3 changes for Leicestershire: Holland, Hull and Cox out. Travaskis, Wood and Wright come in as we see the first bowling change of the day after just 4 overs sent down by Chris Wright.
I'm not entirely surprised. I think it does feel as though one of those days when the seamers can expect to bowl perhaps 3 or 4 spells apiece. And Wright is not quite the stripling he was once. Despite the fact he hasn't played much cricket this year. In goes Green and bowls. Tribe walks down and flicks him off his legs with an exquisite piece of timing, as again that fairly whistles through mid-wicket for 4. That was a shot of a man who's got quite a lot of confidence at the moment. That was a super shot, it really was. Bold, as Kenneth Williams would no doubt say as well, walking down. Would have said. In goes Green, bowls to him outside off stump. Again he's walking forward. It may be that, I suppose these two faced each other on Friday, did they? I would imagine.
Quite possibly.
Would Green have bowled to Try? Possibly, but anyway. Again he walked down the wicket.
I wasn't
go on.
officially working on Friday,
No,
so I
don't
have precise notes.
Yeah, no, don't worry.
Tribe made 38, so there's a fair chance that Green bowled to him. Green bowled 3 overs.
In he goes and bowls. Tribe waits for that one. It's slightly short, and he is working it away again through that mid-wicket area. Again, the ball just seems to gather pace. It just worked it nicely away. There was a little bit of a flourish. It wasn't an entirely defensive shot, but once you're wide of the infield, it just got quicker as it ran down towards the meat, and that is another 4 to Tribe, who's on 30 of 25 deliveries. And Glamorgan on to 39 without loss after 8.5 overs.
Yeah, we get this sort of knock-on effect, I suppose, that players who've been doing reasonably well in T20 can sometimes take this form into the championship.
Green wanders in, bowls to him. Again, he's playing through mid-wicket, and again, that's going to be 4. Well, that one was a little bit of a gimme from Ben Green. He sat up nicely on his sort of middle and leg stumps. And one thing Leicestershire have done in making their excellent start to the championship season is keep things tight. And not today. Green has conceded 3 boundaries in his first 4 balls, 43 of that loss after 8.4. They haven't gone, they've been going at sort of 2s, 2.5s and over. Green is in, bowls. Tribe is solidly forward to that one. He's found his length and line at last. Blocks it out into the offside.
Yes, I mean, it can be players undoing it, or it can be their making when they transfer some of the attitude, if not necessarily the precise skills, from T20 back into championship.
Green is in, bowls. Tribe leaves a little bit of a risk in a way, because it did seem back a touch, and it was taken by Hanscom leaning to his left, certainly not diving to his left. And Green, slightly unhappily, understandably enough, takes his cap from the umpire, who standing at the pavilion end is Naeem Ashraf, the start of the game, and at t'other end, Rob White. The match referee, incidentally, is Jason Swift.
So, still 3 slips for the left-handed Ul Hassan, who's been much less aggressive. And as if to prove me wrong, plays it fairly aggressively down to wide third man with a firm cut shot. Single taken as Hill does the fielding. The former skipper lurking out in the deep now.
Spends a fair bit of his time grazing down there these days, Lewis Hill.
Peter Hanscom directing affairs from behind the stumps, with the omission of Ben Cox from the side to try and balance things up. 44 without loss. Van Beek to Tribe, who's forced to play that one respectfully and defensively to mid-on, and there is no run. Yes, it's not the worst crowd, but there's certainly plenty of room.
Yes.
And those who want more championship cricket in midsummer might bless us with their presence over the next few days, as Tribe works on the leg side to mid-wicket, no run. Because there is a passionate following for county championship cricket, but you have to admit that it is the short form stuff what pays the bills. Right, vital decisions are to be made. Which I shall have a full perusal of Richard's question during the next over. As Tribe is beaten by that one, but it's not cleanly taken by Hanscom, and it's a dot ball. But talking about potentially a bit of bounce on this pitch, well, Van Beek is getting a bit. Oohs and ahs from behind the stumps, anyway.
Again, I think he was, as you say, he's in a slightly aggressive T20 mode. It's working for him, but he could have left that one fairly comfortably.
Van Beek in, bowls. Tribe pushes on the leg side, calls for a quick single and gets it to the right of right. 45 for naught.
Yeah, a good call. I think most batters know that Chris Wright isn't quite as quickly down to the ball as he may have been in the past, and he had a bit of work to do there to get to it in the first place. But I think the delivery that beat Tribe there, it's the second time the batter's been genuinely beaten, no more than that.
Van Beek to Ul Hassan, falls over, does the bowler, and Ul Hassan is not distracted because he is going to pick up his first boundary. Nice little punch through the covers, and the ball has rolled away another 20 metres after reaching the ropes. So Ul Hassan is into double figures, and Glamorgan are 49 without loss at the end of 10 overs. You're listening to BBC Sport Online, BBC Leicester and BBC Sport Wales, with Richard Ray and myself, Nick Webb, to be joined tomorrow by Nikesh Rugani.
So have you made your decision?
All right, no, I'll have a little look while you're doing most of the talking.
Okay. Down to 2 slips now. 49 without losses. Green is in 2 Tribe. That's a line and length, probably just a fraction short of a good length, and Tribe stays on the back foot but treats the delivery with respect.
Is it just the middle order choice we have to make?
It is, please.
Okay. I shall go for the pork then, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Shall send that request through to the powers that be.
Don't eat pork very often.
Green, sun behind cloud at the moment, bowls outside off stump, and Tribe is walking all over the pitch. Absolutely on the move there as he leaves outside off stump, but did almost a little dance there as he walked forward, lifted his bat, turned and sort of walked back, almost in the same fluid movement. 35 off 34 for him. It's working at the moment.
One of the infuriating things about X these days, or one of the many.
Green is in Tribe back foot defensive force. It's again slightly short of a length. Punches it away. It doesn't time it though for once, and it rolls quite nicely to Chris Wright at mid-on.
And I don't see the point of it, is that you get replies to posts from things that are obviously bots, AI generated, and just make some bland anodyne comment about whatever the subject is.
Green is in, bowls, and that is a full delivery. Tribe was on the back foot, however, staying on the back foot, and he was beaten on the outside edge. He walks away to square leg. He's just a little bit, at the moment, there's too much movement from Ace Tribe, who started so well, timed some glorious shots, but all of a sudden he's just become a little bit jumpy at the crease. He needs to just settle back down a little bit as Green is in, bowls 2 in, and he just steps forward. That is better from his point of view. It's outside off stump and perhaps just shaping away a touch, and he lets it go through. Tom Scriven starting to warm up at mid-off, so maybe that he's going to replace Logan Van Beek at the Bennett end as Green is in, bowls, and again on the back foot. Tribe, no great movement on that occasion. It was slightly short of a length and he blocked it out into the offside. Green, the expression is, it's always slightly lugubrious with Ben Green. He just calmly reaches out, takes his cap from umpire Ashraf and wanders back towards the slips. Having bowled a maiden, it wasn't probably the greatest maiden he's ever bowled, but it was a maiden, and having conceded 12 from his first, he'll be a little happier about that. Ben Mike's out there at the moment with a Leicestershire gilet on, taking a drink to Chris Wright.
It's not that hot, but there we are. Wright's bowled 4 overs, so 49 for naught.
Oh, it's not Ben, I beg your pardon.
No.
Mind you, he's reaching for his left hamstring, so it probably is. Yes, it is, Ben. Beg your pardon.
49 for North, the identity of the 12th person having been duly confirmed by my learned colleague. Ul Hassan on strike. And Scriven sees Ul Hassan on the defensive. So we had 4 overs from Wright and 5 from Van Beek.
Email from Robert Coe. Good morning to you. Did I see Rehan Ahmed doing 12th man duties at the Test yesterday? I don't know. I watched a fair bit of it. I didn't
Thought
catch
it's
him.
slightly unlikely if he's going to be playing today. As that is driven by Ul Hassan, but fielded by Scriven in his follow through, and there's no run.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm with you.
I'm not going to
surprised if it was, but
dispute the evidence of your eyes, but his brother, does he look like him?
Farhan, no, he doesn't really.
Okay.
Farhan bowled to Rehan in the T20 last week, which was entertaining.
A drive and a miss from Ul Hassan. One of the few front foot attacking shots that Ul Hassan has tried so far. And he missed.
Either way, says Robert, it's good to see him back for this crucial game. We need his runs, wickets and enthusiasm. Well, his runs and enthusiasm, certainly. Wickets might be more of an issue because I'm not entirely sure he'll be bowling. And another RIP Sid from me. He says, such an amazing trailblazer taken far too early.
Scriven bowls. Ul Hassan plays it past the umpire. Will pick up at least a single. And they decide at this early stage in proceedings not to risk a second. Ul Hassan did look quite interested in coming back, but Tribe virtually turned his back on him. So that's a 50 up for Glamorgan to barely more than a ripple of...
where are the Glamorgan travelling faithful?
Perhaps they haven't got here yet. 50 without loss. Tribe has 35. Ul Hassan has 11. The scoring rate has slowed slightly, as I slur slightly. And Scriven is in to bowl to Tribe, who comes down the wicket, pushes on the leg side and takes a single. 51 without loss. I can assure you that nothing alcoholic passed my lips yesterday on the grounds that I didn't leave Cardiff till half eight, so I had to actually it was closer to 9 o'clock, so some late night motorway fun or not. Actually, it was a good run up from Cardiff last night. It was one of the clearest motorway drives I've had for a while. We battled to Birmingham and back in the previous 2 days. Scriven is in to bowl. Ul Hassan runs it down to third man for a single. 52 without loss. That for purely leisure purposes. Watching Pulp in action in Birmingham on Thursday night. Jolly good they were too.
Were you transported back to your...
Oh yes. Well, I don't think it was hugely youthful, even when they were first famous. But I suppose Jarvis wasn't indeed hugely youthful, so they had about 10 years of music making before they actually made a commercial breakthrough.
I understand he is, however, as fit and firing as ever.
Yes, kept the jacket on throughout the 2.5 hour show. It's been quite warm doing that, throwing his many shapes.
Green round the wicket to Zain Ul Hassan, bowls on off stump. Ul Hassan, that big stride, blocks it out into the offside. Rehan Ahmed, who I'm told, Robert, you didn't see at the Test yesterday, it was, and I quote, a Yorkie squad player running the drinks. And perhaps, who knows, occasionally doing the odd little bit of fielding. Green turns. Runs in past umpire Ashraf, bowls outside off stump, and an elaborate leave from Zain Ul Hassan, lifting the bat over the line of the ball, wandering off to short leg. 12 off 36 for him. Tribe 36 off 39. So having, I was going to say, let Glamorgan get off to something of a flyer, but it's been imposed upon them to a certain extent by Asa Tribe. Leicestershire just beginning to look more like their usual selves as Green bowls outside off stump and Ul Hassan leaves. Usual selves in terms of economy, anyway, keeping some control of the scoreboard, but to a certain extent, quite a lot of the damage already done. The run rate has dropped from just over 5s to 4.2. as Green is in. Ul Hassan's using his feet, and whether Green saw him coming and pushed it further wide on the offside as a consequence, or whether he was bowling there anyway, who knows. Either way, that was what happened. Foot or so outside off stump and allowed to go through.
Good morning to Duncan in Sevenoaks, and happy birthday to you, sir. What better birthday treat than can be watching Leicestershire against Glamorgan and listening to us on YouTube.
Green is in and bowls on off stump. Ul Hassan again is solidly forward. Plays it out into the offside. Good Greener. Liking that Greener. Is the comments from the slips. Rishi Patel alongside Liam Travaskis there at the moment. Wright is at mid-on. Scriven at mid-off. Ahmed at extra cover. Buttinger at point as Green is in. Bowls again. Ul Hassan is using his feet, and again Green is bowling well wide of off stump. So much so that Zain Ul Hassan lets it go through. So again, having conceded 12 off his first over, Green has followed up with a couple of maidens. 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12, 52 without loss after 13. Glamorgan.
Good morning to Ben Bonney, who says, sadly I can't make this week's game against Leicestershire, but he'll be running 18 miles from his house to Leicestershire a week today in fundraising efforts for Prostate UK charity. So good luck with that, Ben. And hope you raise lots of money.
From which direction, Ben, are you running to Grace's Middlesex, the visitors, next week? Or Gracie, as Rahan Ahmed referred to it to me the other day. That's the way things are at Gracie, he said.
Scriven is bowling to Ace Tribe, who is defending. Ball trickling back towards the stumps, and it's not going to hit them. Just trickles wide of them and right. Gracie. 52 without loss. One of the other things of having benefits of having a third voice, of course, is that one of us might have time to do some cake duty in the next couple of days. 52 without loss. Scriven bowls, Tribe forward, defending. The game's just settled down a little bit into a rather more sedate pattern, hasn't it, after the excitement of Tribe's flying start. Now down to 2 slips. Patel and Travaskis, as the skipper is keeping wicket for this game. Ben Cox omitted to allow Travaskis to come into the middle order. Possible non-bowling situation of Rayan Ahmed. Tribe driving back past the stumps, has hit that one firmly. It's going to run away up to the boundary in front of the sight screen for 4 runs. 56 without loss. Tribe to 40 of them.
You cannot miss your, well, anything really, length or line in any way with the Kookaburra on this pitch, it seems to me, and the outfield the way it is.
You get the feeling there might be quite a few batting points. Scriven bowls and Tribe working to mid-wicket. No run as Ben Green, who has vacated third slip, is now at mid-wicket. Has he still got the extravagant tash?
Yes. Yeah, bandito.
Yes. 56 without loss.
Hair's been shorn a little bit though, I think.
Oh, thank goodness for that. Scriven in to bowl. Tribe pushes it to cover point. No run. Buttinger, the fielder. It is my message that mullets weren't good in the 80s and still aren't good in the 2020s. Trust me, kids.
Were there a few at Pulp?
Not too many mullets. No. The audience was slightly younger than I expected, actually. As Scriven bowls. Ooh, Tribe gets in a bit of a mess there and ends up pushing it rather unconvincingly out into the gully. 56 without loss. Yeah, Pulp have clearly picked up a few younger followers along the way, or people who were nought but kids when they were first big in the 90s. But I would recommend it, but I think the tour might have finished by now. I went a vast number of dates. 56 for naught.
Green to continue from the pavilion end. Round the wicket, bowls, or Hassan looking to shuffle forwards, and Green dragged his length back a little bit so his weight was on the back foot when the left-hander played the defensive shot out into the offside. Ahmed, the fielder.
Ben says he's running from Ashby de la Zouche to Grace Road next weekend, and also has routes from Ashby to Trent Bridge and to Derby planned as well for future runs.
Green is in, bowled, a little bit short, punched off the back foot, but not quite timed, and Budinger, moving smartly to his left, makes the stop tolerably flat, in as much as 18 miles through the countryside can be, from that side of the county. But well done, nonetheless.
Yes, it's more than I'd be able to run, certainly.
You'd just done a sort of walk-run long thing, hadn't you? In April, in goes Green and bowls, and he's going to pick up a run on that occasion. Zain Hossain steering it just wide of Budinger out towards wideish third man and taking a single.
Yeah, we did a pre-season tromp around the valleys basically for raising money along with about a dozen clubs for their junior sections, and I did I think it was a 10-11 mile trek one day, and the last day was a nice little stroll.
Green is in, bowls. Tribe is wristily working it again, not too much foot movement, very straight, and one or two slightly tongue-in-cheek calls of encouragement to Lewis Hill as he scrambled across from mid-on there to make the stop.
Yes, fundraising effort organised by the former Glamorgan player Mike Cann, now a leading light at Cardiff Cricket Club.
Green in, bowls outside off stump, a little bit of swing perhaps, but Tribe perfectly safe in leaving, and did 40 or 47 to him.
England 259 for 4 in the test.
Green into finishes over, bowls on off stump, and Tribe respectfully leans forward and blocks it out towards Scriven at mid off. So Green just the single conceded off the over. The single, that is all he's conceded from his last 3 overs overall. It's just the 12 off the first that have rather skewed his figures. 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 13. 57 with that loss after 15, coming towards the top of the hour. 16, well, Leicestershire, that's another thing they've done well this season, actually. They've got their overs in, by and large, in good time. The fact seam-dominated attack notwithstanding, and doing so here again.
Scriven running towards us, bowling to Ul Hassan, who's driving nicely through the offside for 4 runs between cover and point. And the ball racing away towards the old scoreboard, and indeed clunking into the advertising hoardings in front of it, away to our left by the bar that's no doubt been well populated during T20 in recent weeks.
I believe it's dispensed 1 or 2 pints of a famous stout.
Of a blackened Irish nature. 61 without loss, Glamorgan, Ul Hassan to 17 not out. And on the defensive to the next ball, on the back foot. Pushing to mid-off. It's not an area of the ground that's going to be hugely populated. Well, there's a couple of folks in the stand down to our left, but they must have very good eyesight is all I can say.
Yes.
because they're about 40 metres away from the boundary ropes, and then another 60 or 70 to the middle. That is outside off stump from Scriven, and no shot played by Ul Hassan. 61 for naught. Glamorgan's batting to come will be presumably northeast in next, hopefully well rested after his non-requirement for the T20 Blast squad. Again, a decision that raised a few eyebrows among Glamorgan's supporters. As Ul Hassan drives and nicks this one down safely to third man for 4, wide of slip, but the delivery from Scriven earned a round of applause from Travaskis at slip, even though he wasn't in a position to do anything about it. It was an outside edge, but it wouldn't have been at catching height, even had there been a third slip. 21 to Ul Hassan, 65 for naught. The point has been made that there might have been times when Glamorgan could have used a bit of Northeast's relative stability in T20. The strike rate of 140 odd last year, and top the averages. He certainly wasn't a slouch, even if he wasn't as attacking as some of his colleagues. So that's no shot from Ul Hassan through to Hanscom. But I suppose there might be a rethink in tactics for the second block of T20, or a rethink of personnel, because Glamorgan's record so far has been not predictable, but a rhythmic 1 lost, 1 lost, 1 lost, 1 lost. So 4 wins each, followed by a loss. Leicestershire slightly better off in the North Group. There's Ul Hassan taking a step forward, drives into covers. There is now a cover sweeper, and so it's just the single. 66 for no wicket Glamorgan, as some of the panels above our head get lifted and flapped around in the breezy commentary box.
It's like one has disappeared completely. I don't know where that one is.
No, it's sort of half stuck.
Is it? Oh, don't worry.
It is there.
Is
sort of half stuck up towards the roof.
I'm inclined to think we'd be better off without them altogether, to be honest.
Yes,
they are purely decorative. Whether there's any insulating qualities, I've no idea.
Sound, improve the quality of the sound, possibly?
Possibly, yes, this is true. 16 overs have gone by and no wickets have fallen as in goes off. I nearly talked one into happening there as Green bowled outside off stump, and Ul Hassan rather sparred away uncharacteristically on the back foot and missed it. It went through to Hanscom.
Slightly more sophisticated than the days of university radio when we used to tape large egg boxes all over the studio walls, which are quite effective in improving sound, if not hugely aesthetic.
It's something to do with the shapes, isn't it? As in goes Green and bowls, Ul Hassan is forward and blocking that one back down the pitch towards Green, because the sort of the material that some of the insulating panels or whatever are made of these days, the same sort of shapes, aren't they? Those sort of egg box shapes, but it's foam of some kind these days in a roll in some places. Green, shirt billowing, runs in and bowls. It swings in a bit, and Ul Hassan again on the walk manages to get his bat down in front of his pad and block it back down the pitch. Now Hamish has been calling for a spinner, and Liam Travaskis, well, he could be just stretching his back, but he's sort of rolled over on his shoulders at second slip, as though in semi-preparation. He may not be far away from getting a bowl. Green is in and bowls, swings in. Ul Hassan blocks it out towards extra cover. Scriven picks up. When Hamish says try a spinner, the spinner who is tried will be Travaskis, I'm sure. Still, third man and long leg. 2 men out for Green, and also he too has the sweeper Rehan Ahmed out there on the extra cover boundary. Green is in and bowls. Hassan is working it towards mid-wicket. He could have been under a little bit of pressure there, but Sam Wood running in fumbled. Had he picked up on the run one-handed, he didn't even try to do that. He tried to pick up on the run two-handed and burst through his hands, and Hill tied it up behind him, but as a consequence it was a straightforward enough single for Zainul Hassan, who's quietly moved nicely on in the last few overs and isn't too far from catching up with Asa Tribe, who was a long way ahead of him for a while. 23 to Ul Hassan now. Green is in to Tribe, who is forward, blocking it back down the pitch. Green fields in his follow through, end of his 5th over, none for 14. His figure 67 without loss after 17 Glamorgans.
What news of Jofra Archer, I hear you cry? The England paceman playing his first red ball match since the invention of the telegraph or something. Anyway, he is not, well, he's probably sitting with his feet up in the dressing room at the moment because Sussex are batting first at Durham, but Archer is playing in that match. He's down to bat around number 10, so Sussex will be hoping he isn't required for some time at Chestler Street, and probably a few national media journalists are twiddling their thumbs. Ul Hassan cuts the first ball of the Scriven over, down to third man. Hill fields. Hanscom goes back paddling, takes the return. 68 without loss. England are on the verge of avoiding the possibility of following on in the first test. They're 268 for 4, 203 runs behind India. Down to 1 slip for Tribe now.
I think it's
Scriven in, bowls, Tribe pushing forward defensively. No run. Tribe is now 40 off 50, having been a runner ball for the opening overs of the game. When there was a more attacking field, of course. We started with 3 slips at either end. Now just down to the 1.
wickets are falling in some other places, not at Edgbaston, where Somerset has 67 without loss against Warwickshire.
Scriven in towards us. Tribe leaves through to Hanscom.
Or indeed at Trent Bridge, where Notts are 38 without loss against Yorkshire. Essex, though, are 48 for 3 against Hampshire. Worcesters are 41 for 1 against Surrey. It's raining at Gloucester.
It ends.
35 without loss after 12.2 against Derbyshire.
As Scriven is in to bowl and Tribe slashes it away on the offside. There's a leap from Budinger. Was the ball jammed down into the pitch?
Well, one or two of the Leicestershire players sort of jumped.
Lost track of it for a moment there. They've gone through for a single anyway. Yes, there's a bit of jumping around, a bit of excitement. It was just the single. 69 for naught. Richard peering at the screen, which tells you it's still pretty bright. There's Scriven into Ul Hassan. No shot played. Through outside off stump. Down to 1 slip for Ul Hassan as well.
Middlesex, who, as I say, are coming here next week, are 76 for 3 against Northamptonshire.
2 home games in a row. In this block out. Yes, Glamorgan had them in May, so not quite sure why we can't alternate home and away. Scriven bowls, Ul Hassan stepping forward, squeezing it on the bounce to point. Crowd catch on a Friday night. There would have been many throats raised in approbation, but it was jammed down into ground. 69 for naught, end the over.
Kent has 62 for 1 against Lancashire. So it does rather sound as though, for the most part, and to nobody's great surprise, bat is dominating ball. Certainly that is the case here. Green still has 2 slips. Now pretty cloudy skies at Grace Road as in goes Green and bowls on off stump. Tribe, who seems to have been at 40-41 for quite a long time now, just blocks it out to mid off. 41 off 52 to him, which, given he was, I think, 36 off 32 at once, he was 35 off 32, so 6 off subsequent 21 deliveries. He's settled down, but Leicestershire have bowled better at him. Green is in, bowls to him. He's walking down the pitch and leaving outside off stump and just hopping back. So it's almost as though they've sort of settled for a policy of trying to frustrate the batsman out. The Foxes. Travaskis continues just to do a few stretches at second slip alongside Rishi Patel. Green, short run in bowls outside off stump and left again by Tribe, taken very low down by Peter Hanscom.
Yes, and Tribe, relatively new to first class game, came into the side at the back end of last season. Didn't play in the first 3 games of this season, but then took over that opening role from Eddie Byram, who hadn't done too badly, but Tribe had scored quite heavily for the 2s.
Green bowls to him, just leans forward again. Too much foot movement, not too much movement from the ball either. And, comfortably played by Tribe back down the pitch.
Yes, it'll be one that I have to remember to ask tonight in the post-day interview. What about the effects of the Kookaburra ball?
Green is in and bowls outside off stump, taken by Hanscom, leaning to his left. Elicits a cry of frustration, if you like, from Rishi Patel, but so much does from when Rishi's in at the
chap,
slips.
is he?
Yes. You'd think every delivery is shaving the stumps.
You could have someone like that in every side, really, haven't you?
You do. Encourage the bowlers. In goes Green and bowls nice and straight on off stump. Tribe solidly forward.
Oh! If he hadn't defended that off the middle of the bat, he might have been out.
69 without loss after 19. Tribe 41 off 58, or Hassan 24 off 57. So the openers dividing the work nicely between them.
Yes, it's the encouragement when the bowler's just been whacked for a boundary that go on, you've got him playing his shots, chances will come.
Green, as I say, his first over went for 12, has conceded only 2 from his subsequent 5.
And yes, another bowling change.
Indeed, young Sam Wood. He's going to get his first bowling of the season with the red ball.
So, 5th seamer used. And in he comes down the slope. Bowls. Hassan drives the first delivery. Might have been a single there, but they opt against as it's fielded at mid-off. No run. Just a little more cloud, which has filled in really. It's remained fairly bright, but as far as we can see, 100% cloud cover at the moment. As Hassan leg glances and will get 4 runs. I think there was bat involved. Yes, there was. This is umpire White as he waves the horizontal sign to the scorers. Hassan to 28. Glamorgan to 73 without loss, having won the toss and elected to bat first. As Wood is back at his task, bowling to Ul Hassan, who is forward defending gently back to the bowler. Sam Northeast was a few seconds late emerging for the toss, so scorer Dr. Andrew Hignell decided that if he was forced to make a decision, it would be Glamorgan to bat first, and indeed it came about. Very impressed with the coin that Leicestershire have.
It's one that was minted, is that the right word?
Yes.
Specifically for...
As Ullison plays that one to mid-wicket into a bit of a gap, will take the single. It's a tumbling stop by the man running round from mid-on, 74 for naught. It's a fairly chunky affair.
There's a fox head on one side, isn't there?
Yes,
is the other side a fox tail? I haven't seen the other side, I don't know.
Yeah, Pete Hanscom had to explain to the umpires and Sam Northeast which was the head, I think.
Okay.
And indeed it came down heads, as which was what Sam Northeast caught. I think that's only the second time off the top of my head that he's won the toss in 8 championship games. As Ul Hassan pushes gently into the covers and jogs through for a single, having steered it into a gap, tried to 42, 75 for naught.
It's certainly looking like a very good toss to have won.
Quite. 5 seamers used so far in fairly brief spells, and Travaskis will presumably get his hands on the ball at 12:57 as Ul Hassan up on his toes, steering it through the offside for a single, 76 for naught.
Well, good afternoon to Mike on Blue Sky. He's already calling a draw, he says, though not with the same certainty as in Bristol, where a certain Derbyshire commentator, fresh off Friday's heavy defeat, has just declared, "What have I done to deserve a trip to Bristol with the Kookaburra?" And is settling down for the long haul. Well, there's worse places to be stuck for 4 days than the Gloucester Road. Splendid array of eateries of just about any worldwide cuisine you want down there.
Good afternoon to Sammy Hunt, who has emailed me on glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. Well done.
Conformist.
76 for naught. I'll read it during the course of this over.
Which will be bowled by Chris Wright, replacing Ben Green. Round the wicket goes Wright and bowls and beats Zainul Hassan, I think, on the outside edge. He could just have withdrawn the bat at the last moment, but I don't think so. Let's just have a quick look again at that one. It's worth remarking on because it happening so rarely this morning. He did have a little play at it as the camera wobbles in the breeze. Go on then. Wright is already turning and running in and bowling, and Ul Hassan is solidly behind that one on the front foot.
Sam, who describes himself as London by way of Abu Vale, says, listening on his way to Milton Keynes for a festival with some acts I'm sure you'll know. Kraftwerk, what's left of them? There, Johnny Marr, Jesus and Mary Train, Psychedelic Furs, Happy Mondays, The Damned, Public Image and the Chameleons.
Wow.
Stokes has gone in the test.
Are they all the originals? In goes Wright and bowls. Back foot defensive shot from Zainul Hassan out towards point.
Sam is hoping for not too many wicket notifications coming through during the course of his musical entertainment, and he thanks us for our service. Thank you very much indeed, Sam.
I think you're safe, Sam.
I would have thought there'd been a few team changes in some of those. Not sure how much of Kraftwerk is left these days.
Yeah, when I say the originals, it goes right and bowls outside off stump, and Ul Hassan lets it go through.
There is basically just Matt Johnson, isn't it? I believe.
But as in not tribute bands as such.
Yes. But Johnny Marr, there can't be any changes there. He's Johnny Marr or not. Johnny Marr is replaced in the Johnny Marr Act by Jesus and Mary Chain. Well, I think the brothers are still together, as much as the Gallagher brothers are, the Reed brothers of Jesus and Mary Jane.
Right is in, and bowls, swings back in a touch towards Zain Hussain. He defends it neatly off the back foot this time, dropping it out towards point. No run again.
Not sure about psychedelic furs. Happy Mondays, aren't they? Bezless these days.
Absolutely, hugely impressed by your knowledge of 80s, 90s popular beat combos. Right turns, elbows jutting, runs in and bowls on off stump. Leaning forward, he's going to have to hurry back there, Zain Hussain, as Rishi Patel ran to his left. That slip to field, the only slip that's left, and we didn't really have to hurry back. He hadn't gone as far as I thought he had in the end. Took a couple of steps down the wicket. Could almost reach back in and put his bat back down, and the throw from Patel missed anyway, but a respectable over, more than respectable over really, from Chris Wright, keeping the batsman honest. A maiden, in fact, 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12 for Wright. 76 though, without loss, Glamorgan after 21.
England at 278 for 5, which is still 193 runs behind India. Wood into his second over, bowling to Tribe, who drives firmly through the offside for 4 up towards the new scoreboard. Bisected the man at cover and mid-off, and Tribe moves to 46 out of 80 without loss. Stokes was caught behind off Siraj for 20 off 52 balls, so he obviously wasn't playing Baz ball today. Jamie Smith on 1 has joined Harry Brook on 42. Pope out early today for 106. Wood in to bowl. Tribe drives again. This time he's found the sweeper on the cover. Oh, he's made a hash of that.
Did he step over then?
It looked for a moment as though he had no signal.
He did step over, but it's whether it had...
Yes, managed to parry the ball back inside. Well, Rehan Ahmed almost made the ultimate dog's dinner of a... You know, it's firmly hit, but it was...
He didn't, yeah. He just got his hand down.
Pretty much towards him. And I think he'd been given a rollicking in most standards of cricket if he'd let that one go. Anyway, he didn't. Ul Hassan turns the wrists on that one and whips it down towards fine leg. It's well picked up by said fine leg in front of the meat. And it's a single to Ul Hassan.
Yeah, Ben Green down there.
So, yeah, it doesn't look as though the crowds for the meet will be too huge today. There's a few, I think, watching from there already. Just about make out the shapes from the cafe as Tribe plays that into the leg side, gently jog through for a single since he'd found quite a large gap. 83 for Norton. Glamorgan just starting to accumulate nicely in singles again.
Yeah, the Wood has gone for a few already. 14 off his first 10 deliveries.
Ul Hassan, one slip lurking behind him as Wood is in round the wicket bowls, and Ul Hassan just jabs it down to point. It's picked up by Van Beek and there's no run.
Yeah, Hamish is sort of asking about the Kookaburra. Chris Wright did an interesting podcast about the Kookaburra and its use in England.
I think this is a better time to trial it than their early season trial, as Ul Hassan defends towards mid-wicket, no run. I suppose it's not so much a trial as a permanent occasional feature of the UK county season these days. How many, is it 2 or 4 rounds this season?
4, I think. So there's 2 in September, are there not, as well?
You may well be
or
right.
Are they the 2 in...
We'll get to that in due course.
So I think there are 2 more after these 2.
Yes, right. The early season start was horrendous because the Kookaburra clearly wasn't designed to cope with British conditions in April.
Now, the point Wright well, one of the points Wright was making was that it's a factory-produced ball, more he says, but he reckons it goes softer much more quickly after about sort of 20 odd overs, about now in fact, as Wright is in to Tribe, squared up slightly there is Ace of Tribe. He blocks it on the walk, but a little bit French cricket style, both feet facing forward, pointing forward as he blocked that one out into the offside. Could still play French cricket. Possibly not.
Has it been outlawed by Britain's exit from the European Union then?
Wright is in and bowls a little bit short-armed pull attempted by Ace of Tribe but not timed. Came off the bottom part of the bat and bounced fairly kindly towards Ahmed at mid-wicket. Tribe on 48 now, off 64 deliveries. Approaching a little landmark. Meaningful at this stage.
2 half-centuries already this season. Top score 94 against Kent at Canterbury.
He waits with bat raised as Wright is in, bowls to him, who attempts to work one off his legs, doesn't get anything on it, thumps into the top part of the pad, bottom part of the thigh pad, drops out into the onside, indicates with his right hand that there's something a little bit extra there for Wright.
Yes, an innings that was rather overshadowed by Ben Kellaway making 181 not out. Fellow 21-year-old. And for a county that has, to be honest, struggled to produce youthful talents, 2 21-year-olds being first-team regulars is highly welcome.
Wright is in and bowls outside off stump, not too far away from his off stump, but nonetheless Tribe leaves and leaves safely. Roman Walker, one of the many acting 12th men for Leicestershire we've already seen in this game. He has the proper tabard on though, a red tabard, jogs round with a drink for presumably Sam Wood out there at third man. Right, turns, runs in and bowls. That one comes back in just a touch towards Tribe, who was I think initially looking to work it out into the, or punch it out into the offside, has to adjust and plays it back down the pitch on the onside in the end, and green fields. Not much blue around at all.
No, it's
at the moment. It's
quite
there's a
well
lot of high light grey cloud and a few darker ones beginning to gather away where the weather tends to come from. In goes Wright and bowls. That's looked like a decent shout for leg before, but Wright didn't go up straight away. Hanscom gave it everything. Patel helped him, but Wright didn't appeal at all, which, as it ran out into the offside, suggests it might have been inside edge onto the pad. Let's have a look. See, it must have been, because otherwise Wright would have gone up big time there, you'd have thought.
Yes, there was a vociferous arms apart, raised the heavens, legs apart, Aussie bellow from behind the stumps. It did not pay dividends for Peter Hanscom. 83 for naught. As Van Beek will be back for his second spell. Wood given the old shepherd's crook after just 2 overs for 14. No doubt he will have plenty of time to do his work later in the day.
Tough, isn't it? That?
Yeah, 2 overs is a bit harsh for a youngster.
He has given away a few runs. They were starting to sort of get moving again. You remarked upon it.
Here comes Van Beek then to try and put a break on proceedings. Bowls to Ul Hassan, who cuts down into the ground, hits it hard down, and Budinja with a little bit of showboating pretends to be poised to throw, but there was no need.
Friends of Grace Road have wandered up in the hope of selling a few boxes on there. I don't know what you call those. You know, when you don't know what the actual raffle is, of some kind.
As that's through outside off stump. No shot played. David Harrison, Glamorgan's assistant coach.
He's unlikely to be interested in buying a square or two. And as there is just one spectator.
It's not exactly big business.
It isn't. On the Morris Burrows terrace alongside us.
Stick us down for some slices of cake tomorrow, when we'll actually have time to go and get them. Today it's just Richard and I labouring away as Van Beek bowls. Al-Hassan drives pleasantly through the offside. He'll pick up a single. It's a long chase for the cover sweeper fielder, and they're able to jog back very comfortably for 2. Al-Hassan moves to 33 not out, 85 for no wicket. 24th over of the day. Decent rate.
Yes, it's something they have done well this season.
As Van Beek bowls, Al-Hassan plays to mid-on. There's no run. Morgan got in horrible early trouble with over rates and have pulled themselves together in the last couple of matches. I suspect there's been some sort of company directive to hustle around a bit more and not get down to -4, -5 as they were at one point. Al-Hassan pushes into the offside, thinks about a single, then thinks twice.
It's helped a bit that Holland has bowled his many overs at a ridiculously low economy rate, a sort of tune a little bit. Ditto Green for the most part.
England may have lost a 6th wicket. It's currently being reviewed. Being an LBW shout as Al-Hassan defends on the offside, and there is no run.
It's not going over, that's for sure.
England may or may not be 290 for 6, so it's a full toss. It may be going down leg side, I think. Yeah, it's down leg side as the pictures make their way through to us. England are now 290 for 5, having been 290 for 6 a moment ago. 85 for naught. Here, Glamorgan in the land free of television reviews.
Thriving in that land as well. And Mike's been out there with a drink for Chris Wright, who's going to continue from the pavilion end, bowling to Ace the Tribe on 48. He's working that one nicely off his legs to the boundary for 4. Will it be stopped? Van Beek is very good running along the ropes, but all he can do is prevent it crossing them. Tribe picks up 2 and moves for the 3rd time this season in the county championship to a half century. Very nicely played indeed. Got off to a flyer. Has had to rein it in a little bit since, but 50 off 69 deliveries.
10 boundaries.
With, as Nick has kindly pointed out, 10 boundaries to his name, but he'll have eyes on a much bigger score, I'm sure, than that. Conditions very much in his favour. 50 out of 87 for the Channel Islander. As in goes Wright, well, I feel he maybe missed out a little bit there. It was very full and a little bit leg side and clipped quickly but straight along the ground to mid wicket where Rahan Ahmed made the stop.
Yes, he's really looked the part so far in first class cricket. Tribe having come into the team at the back end of last season and finished with a couple of half centuries.
Right, bowls to him. He stands up tall, forces it out into the off side, and extra cover running across, put his right hand down, Travaskis, and knocked it past Scriven, who was covering behind him, and as a result Scriven has to turn and chase the ball down to the long off boundary. Almost gets there, an indication of how quick the outfield is. Scriven picks up, but Tribe picks up 2 when he probably wasn't thinking he was going to pick up any.
Nice to see someone wearing glasses flourishing in the professional game as well.
Right in bowls. Tribe wristily works it away off the back foot through towards mid-wicket, but doesn't quite time it as well as he would have liked, and Ahmed makes a comfortable stop. Does he wear contacts in the...
Tribe wears glasses all the time.
I was going to say, it's hard to tell under the...
Yeah, no, you
under
can't
the
see from
helmet,
this
isn't
distance,
it?
but he does play in glasses.
It really is a rare thing now, that, isn't it? In fact, I can't think of anybody else. As in goes right, and bowl slashed away, but a good diving or falling stop away to his left by Budden just saves a couple. The third man would have probably prevented it going to the ropes, but would have certainly been two. Think of the New Zealand spinner, but who is now retired and is coaching.
Yeah, not many around, are there? But I suppose with the advent of such strong helmets these days, you're less at risk, aren't you?
Indeed. Right. Bowls. Again, a little bit short. Tribe goes back and works it out towards square leg. Van Beek can't get there this time, and Tribe picks up 4. I actually thought that was a little bit closer to him than the one he ran down earlier in the over. It saw Tribe past his 50. But the New Zealander, Netherlands international, might be a little bit weary after that chase, and in the middle of his bowling, his second spell, and he couldn't put his left hand down past the ropes. It went. Tribe on to 56, and the sort of pick up in the run rate continues. 93 with that loss of 25, Glamorgan.
So what's that, about 3.6? Or oh, don't tell me it's on the board. Yes, there it is, 3.7. Van Beek in his second spell. Bowls to Ul Hassan, who firmly plays that down past backward point. Sliding stop by Lewis Hill. 2 runs. Well done, Hill. Brave man. Thankfully he's wearing a long sleeve shirt, otherwise he might have skinned something. I don't know why anyone would. I mean, there are a few around, but I really can't understand people playing, particularly in these arid conditions, in short sleeve shirts. And most of the Leicestershire side are. There's Van Beek into bowl, and he's beaten the batters. Ul Hassan prods forward. Didn't know much about that one.
Genuinely beaten.
Six of the Leicestershire side are making a quick survey and wearing short sleeve shirts. Everyone with black armbands, following the death announced this morning of David Sid Lawrence, the legendary Gloucestershire and England fast bowler. Ul Hassan dabs into the offside, thinks about a quick single and executes that quick single as Budinger had some ground to make to his left and couldn't do anything about it. Ul Hassan 36, Glamorgan 96 without loss, having won the toss. And with relatively little hesitation, I would suspect, chosen to bat first. The pitch is much more normal coloured than last year's here, which was a bright green, but didn't play up at all. Van Beek bowls a short delivery that Tribe ducks underneath through to Hanscom.
That really tennis ball bounced as well. That it's the first sort of real bouncer we've seen today, I think, and we can see why now. Banged it in and just looped gently, apologetically, almost. Yes, I see. I've seen some photos of Asa Tribe now. He splendidly bespectacled.
He's gone in for a fairly drastic young person's haircut on the sides these days. as Tribe turns the wrists, works it to mid-wicket for a single. 97 without loss. Not much hair left on the sides, which is the only place some of us have left hair left.
It's just 21. And it's just his 8th or 9th first-class game.
Somewhere around there. What did he play? 4 last season, I think.
Well, I'm never quite sure whether they immediately update it on the various record things.
There's Van Beek. Bowls as appeal for LBW. It's sounding a little bit desperate. Ul Hassan had got a little bit of a stride in, and there was a lot happening. 97 without loss, answered in the negative by Mr. White at the end of the over. This is Tribe's 5th game of this season in the Championship, and last year he played 4, so 9th. I don't think he's played. Jersey wouldn't play first class, would they? No. Plenty of one-day and T20 appearances for the island.
I think that was slipping down, as they say.
Some of them alongside his brother Zach.
Well, he looks in good order today. In goes right and bowls to him, short and outside off stump. He stands up tall, guides it down towards third man. It bounces high off, having hit the ground wide of Budinger at point, and runs down to Wood at third man, who'll be feeling it a little bit at the moment. Sam Wood, just a couple of overs from him, and then ruthlessly whipped out of the attack by the ruthless Peter Hanscom. He's been bowling a little bit too expensively for Hanscom's liking. Right is in, bowls outside off stump, just comes in a bit, but Ul Hassan on the back foot, content to guide it out to Budinger at point.
Yeah, I mean, Leicestershire have got plenty of seam options, so Hanscom can afford to do that, but one would hope that there's a consoling word to the young man when he got the hook.
Ul Hassan, also born abroad, in goes right and bowls to him. He's forward, defence pushing it out into the offside. If Jersey counts as abroad, which I suppose it doesn't in a way, it does in another.
Yeah, Ul Hassan, Pakistan born, but came over to Britain as a young age, and very much the Midlands twang to his accent. Briefly in the Worcestershire setup, had to work his way into first-class cricket via a number of second-team trials, as many do.
Right is in, bowls to him, he's forward. Again, playing the ball out towards the effervescent Sol Budinger, bouncing around out there. Blue reflective shades perched on top of his cap. No need for shades. It's warmish in Leicester, but nothing like the temperatures we've had over recent days.
Clouds just come down a little bit, hasn't it?
It has. And if it's coming up from Bristol, where they had a delay for rain, then maybe we will get a few drops. In goes right and bowls down the leg side. There's an appeal for a catch behind. He's gone. Strangled down the leg side. Zain Ul Hassan. Well, fortunate indeed for the bowler, but it was a good catch diving away to his right by Peter Hanscom. You could hear the noise, just wasn't sure whether it had come off the bat or the pad, and there was little doubt from the Leicestershire players, and certainly not from the umpire, Naeem Ashraf, at this end. And Zain Ul Hassan's innings comes to an unfortunate end. He goes caught behind for 36 and Glamorgan a 98 for 1.
Yeah, Ul Hassan looked a little bit guilty there. He turned away as if he didn't really want to look at the umpire, but I think he knew that it had been diverted down leg side. So he's got 36 in an opening stand of 98. Job done to some extent, but he would of course have wanted to go on and have the option to prosper in the afternoon. Very much the less aggressive partner in that stand. He hit 4 boundaries and faced 85 balls in all. There's Sam Northeast returning to the scene of his 2022 triumph.
As it gets markedly darker now. Nick described that that cloud coming over, but it's beginning to really take effect now.
And as a reminder, the light situation, which I didn't think we'd be talking about, is that you're allowed to use the floodlights until 7 p.m. here, in contrast to Cardiff, where lights are not available for championship games because of council restrictions.
Forecast not brilliant for the next 3 days, actually.
So it's gone downhill a bit, has it?
A little bit.
It's mostly dry last time I looked at it.
So they would dearly love Leicestershire to pick up another one before lunch at least, especially if it's northeast. Right is in and bowls, and that's a decent shout, but it looked high to me. Right is appealing, and it looked straight, but as it came back in, it looked to have bounced a little bit as well. So that appeal from umpire Ashraf is turned down, and Right unable to make it 2 from 2. Wasn't the worst shout you've ever seen, but he was a little bit on the walk, Sam Northeast, and entirely unruffled Northeast. No guilty looks up at the umpire. I suppose you learn not to do that, but he didn't look like a man who thought that might be close.
I presume there's a professional equivalent of the amateur shuffle as well, that you always move your leg after it has been struck by the ball. Tribe on 58 is on strike for Van Beek, running towards us and bowling, and Tribe cutting into the offside, and good tumbling stop by the bouncy Budinger at point, who seems, from my limited knowledge of him, to have the personality of a point fielder. Often get people who are among the more extrovert fielding in that area, among the better fielders sometimes. As Van Beek bowls, Tribe plays a horrible cut shot without much foot movement, and is probably thankful not to see that one take the edge. 28th over, so we're going to get 31 maybe by lunch. Good effort. No Travaskis as yet into the attack. As Tribe up on his toes, deflecting it down to gully, and Budinger can do nothing to prevent the single there. 59 to Tribe. 101 for 1, and there must therefore have been a no ball at some point. The fall of the wicket was 98. I didn't notice a signal, but the 100 went up unobtrusively. 101 for 1. Van Beek bowls to northeast, who gets up on his toes and defends on the offside. We've seen a lot of batters having to play fairly high on their toes, so there must be a little bit of bounce around there. Yeah, the second delivery was a no ball from Van Beek. Hence the 100 going up with no applause. Northeast waits. A second slip has been brought in for the new batter. Northeast turns it to mid-wicket. Thinks about the possibility of scampering a single. Decides that it would be a bad idea to attempt same. As the breeze has got up a little bit as well.
Yes, 35 mph gusts apparently, making a temperature of 21 feel like 16, says the weather map.
Van Beek bowls northeast, will get off the mark here as they do scamper the single 2 square leg. Tribe was willing to help his captain out there. Northeast initially seemed as though he wasn't necessarily expecting it, but Tribe calling him through, and Northeast is off the mark, 102 for 1. As Van Beek bowls, Tribe defends towards cover, no run. Something I've noticed, particularly in Glamorgan in recent weeks, is the sort of gesture to say, do you want to run? There's just a sort of little opening of the arms from the batter, just to invite an early call from the non-striker. Not sure that's peculiar to Glamorgan. It's just something I've noticed in recent weeks.
It's a passing of responsibility, isn't it?
Yeah.
Your call.
You coming? You coming? You coming? I'm game if you are.
Right. Turns. Charges in and bowls. Nice and straight on off stump to northeast, to his forward, blocking the ball out into the covers. There's no run. As I mentioned, Chris Wright, it's just his second appearance of the season. He is, because of the 74 he scored at Glamorgan in his 1 innings, he's top of the Leicestershire batting averages at the moment. Not quite the same when it comes to bowling. He picked up just 1 wicket in that game down in Glamorgan as he runs in and bowls. Northeast plays it firmly off the back foot, but to the same effect into the covers to the fielder, who is Lewis Hill, and there is no run. 1 for 12 in the second innings, I think it was. 1 for 63 overall, so that just his second first-class wicket of the season. Chris Wright. Turns, runs in and bowls, and Northeast is stroking that one out. 3 times he's played it to the same fielder, Lewis Hill, in the covers, but in 3 very different ways. Exactly the same effect each time.
In the test, England 309 for 5. Brooke has reached his half century.
New ball is being called for there as Wright is in and bowls, and again it is blocked out to Lewis Hill. This time sort of off on the back foot, but leaning slightly forward is Northeast as he pushes it out to Hill. Those old balls being examined at the test. Interesting to see into the case. They have a large choice. Must have been about 12 or 14 in there. In goes Wright and bowls. This time comes off the inside part of Northeast bat as he goes forward and defends. A little bit of a follow through, which is why then the ball squirts out rather towards green at mid-on.
Yeah, not sure whether they have quite so many available in the county game. I think last time I was aware of it, it's a ball roughly every 10 overs from 0 to 80.
Case is about the same size. You can see it down there. The long off as Wright is in and bowls to Northeast, who leaves outside off stump. End of the over. Why is Van Beek up there already? But that was a very quick change of the scoreboard. Not sure that's correct. Maybe it's... maybe they thought it was Van Beek bowling from this end. Either way it wasn't, but it was a mate. Was it one off the first ball, or was that a maiden from Wright? We shall see in due course. 102 for 1 is the correct score, however. 59 to Asa Tribe, and just the single to Sam North East. 6 minutes until lunch, so yeah, it should be at least 2 more overs.
As here is Van Beek bowling to Tribe, who hits it down, bounces up to Budinger at gully, and there is no run. I'm trying to look at so many screens at the moment, I'm confusing myself. It's better check the emails as well, in case anyone has emailed Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and indeed they have. Chris Drew.
Hello, Chris.
As Tribe defending on the leg side, no run. Very pleased to see Mason Crane in the Glamorgan lineup, hoping that Mason and Ben Kellaway will enjoy bowling in the 4th innings. The 2 spinners, that is. Kellaway, the ambidextrous spinner. Mostly right arm off spin, but occasionally a delivery or 2 or 3 with the left arm as well. There's Van Beek bowls, and Tribe turns it past the umpire. Mr. Ashraf to square leg for a single, with his white baseball hat, new ECB issue to umpires, firmly in place on this breezy day. Halfway through the 30th over of the day. 2 slips in for new batter, North East, who's faced 10 deliveries, but just has the single to his credit. Van Beek in bowls, defends. There's North East to cover. Ahmed Fields, no run. 3rd man is in place. Edward Bevan will be delighted to know. Good afternoon, Edward, if you're listening. 2 slips, point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket and fine leg. Van Beek bowls, North East flicks at it, going down leg side, makes no contact. 2 caught behind down leg side in one session would be too much to hope for the Foxes. You suspect Ul Hassan having fallen that way, the only wicket that they've gained so far. So, final ball off the Van Beek over, after which I shall leave Richard to steer you through till lunch while I update radio listeners in Wales. Van Beek is in to bowl to North East, who pushes it into the offside. Good tumbling stop at point. There is no run. It's 103 for 1 with Tribe on 60. North East is 1, and I'll speak to you the other side of luncheon.
Thank you, Nick. If they hurry, they might just get the full allocation of overs in here. Well, they've gone to Travaskis for the over before lunch. So, well, he does usually get through his overs pretty quickly, the left arm spinner. But there's so much changing of the field, etc. going on, that it may well be that they do only have time for 6 deliveries from the former Durham man. Tribe 60 North East, a single, but that single means that it's Tribe who'll be on strike for the first of those Travaskis deliveries. He's got a slip in the person of Rishi Patel. Hanscom strengthens his leg side field. He's got a backward square, shortish, straightish mid wicket. Long off and long on are a few feet deeper than they might otherwise be. Hanscom is still changing the field here. He's telling right to go a little bit deeper at the sort of backward point position as Travaskis is in. Bowls down the leg side. Nice stumping work by Hanscom, but Tribe had actually sort of stepped back and tried to whip it around the corner. Hanscom really demolished the stumps with his right hand. Puts everything back together quickly, or Patel does. So not too much time wasted. Travaskis is in and bowls. Back goes Tribe. Patel's ooh and ah, an inclination that it might have turned a bit, but the length was too short, and off the back foot Tribe punched it away into the onside. Ahmed Fields on the mid-wicket-ish boundary, heading towards square leg by the time he made the stop. Tribe on to 61, leaves it to Northeast, who checks his guard just to make sure that there's no chance of going past 12:59, which the clock shows at the moment. Travaskis is in, bowls. That's a decent shout for a leg before. Travaskis is convinced as it bounced on, but umpire Ashraf is not. Travaskis remains down on one knee for quite a long time there. Hanscom, who's a usually very enthusiastic appealer, didn't make too much of an appeal of that one. Oh, he did actually. He did jazz hands, Peter Hanscom, in the end. But again, the appeal turned down. Travaskis is in, bowls, and Northeast is forward, taking his back foot off. It comes off the ground as he just pokes that one out to mid-wicket. Travaskis is in. There's another shout for leg before that sounded a bit woody, and even Hanscom didn't really give that one. Certainly not the jazz hands on that occasion. He's just taking his time to have a good look here. And as there's only one ball to go, and it will be lunch after it, Hanscom brings Van Beek in from square leg, 2-leg slip. Pottinger goes from mid-wicket to square leg. Travaskis steps in and bowls, gives it some air, drifts on towards leg stump, and inevitably Northeast pushes it exactly where Pottinger had been fielding at mid-wicket. Takes the one, and that will be lunch. And we can say, I think without fear of real contradiction, that it has been Glamorgan's morning. Northeast won the toss, chose to bat first, and leaves the field on 2 not out, having seen his side progress to 105 for 1 from 31 overs. Pitch hasn't really offered the bowlers too much. The only man to fall, Zainul Hassan, somewhat unfortunately caught down the leg side, a strangle, as they sometimes say in cricket. Nice catch by Hanscom, diving to his right off the bowling of Chris Wright for 36, but Asa Tribe has thrived in the conditions. He's 61 not out of 86 balls, with the prospect of 3 figures, I'm sure, already in the back of his mind. Nick and I will be back with you on BBC Radio's Wales and Leicester in around about 35 minutes' time. Look forward to your company then, whether Leicestershire can have a more successful post-lunch session than they had beforehand. Well, that is in doubt, given that the Kookaburra will have already softened somewhat. Glamorgan looking to continue to build. 105 for 1, Northeast 2, Tribe 61, back with you in due course.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
North East very much so, 2 off 18 for him now on a ground which was the scene of his magnum opus 2 years ago. And it was magnum as well, wasn't it? 400 odd. Blimey.
It was as magnum as Glamorgan have ever got.
He waits, just a little bob of the knees as Scriven is in, bowls to him. He works it nicely, clips it off his legs, but only as far as mid-wicket, where Sam Wood, who only 2 overs from Leicestershire's 5th seamer this morning, he makes the stop there. He'll be hoping for more work this afternoon, I'm sure, but he knows already that if he didn't beforehand, he's going to have to bowl rather better to impress his captain enough to keep him on. Scriven is in, bowls. North East is pushing it away, outside off stump. He's a sort of unfussy batsman, is North East. Everything is reasonably neat. He's not a particularly elegant player, but on his day, as Leicestershire know all too well, wonderfully effective.
It's got a nice straight drive when he gets going.
Yeah, I didn't mean to sort of suggest he wasn't a very good technical player. He is, but there's no great sort of flamboyance or gestures about him, is there? He just does reduces risk, if you like, which all good batsmen do. In goes Scriven and bowls to him. There is that straight drive, and it will be just the one. Rehan Ahmed is out there sweeping on the offside boundary. Fields and North East goes on to 3. 106 for 1.
Yes, he's averaging 39 coming into this game this season. The one century against Middlesex in the last home game, and he was quite relieved to get a century at Cardiff, I think, because most of his runs last season came away from home. Scriven
is into Asa Tribe, who leaves, and that was tolerably close, judging by the action. We expect it from Rishi Patel, but Hanscom also raised his eyes to the heavens, and Scriven paused at the end of his follow-through and looked askance at Tribe. Let's just see how close that one was. Ooh, it wasn't far away. It's got to. So good judgment being shown by Asa Tribe. 17 and 0. North East against Leicestershire at Cardiff, and the first game of the season. That 0 being a first baller. In goes Scriven and bowls. Tribe is up and running post lunch as the sun comes out as he works that one away to deep mid-wicket. Wood out there sweeping fields, and Tribe keeps the strike. He moves on to 62, 2 off the over, those 2 singles, 107 for 1.
Yes, and it may well be useful for Tribe to have North East at the crease with him to whisper words of experience and encouragement into his ear, that now that Tribe has got a decent start, that he needs to think about building for the long term. Let's see. Is it Sunny's weather? And Mr. Ray thinks it is Sunny's weather.
Got bright for a moment, didn't it? But it was very temporary.
107 for 1, as Ben Green will bowl the first over after lunch from this pavilion end, and Tribe is forwards, deflecting it away onto the mid-wicket area, and they go through for a single. We are perched on, it's probably about the 3rd floor here, up the stairs, which seem to get steeper and more numerous as the years go past. Or maybe it's just my knees being less efficient as the years go past. 108 for 1. There's Green, shortish run in bowls, and North East drives gently to Travaskis at cover. There's no run. So we're watching from a fairly wide-ish long off as things stand, with the bowling from the pavilion end. And I should imagine that there aren't that many usable first-class strips to the right of the one that they're using, as North East defends to cover again. Is that about as far over as they get? Maybe one or two more.
It does. It is really. You can see
short boundary otherwise.
That pitch. The furthest one is a practice pitch. Maybe one at the, or two at the very most.
As keeper crouches, one slip, and Northeast meeting it with a dead bat. Travels back to green.
As I say, it is one of the sort of relayed ones a few years ago. I think 4 were dug right up, and they go pretty deep. And I was surprised how much it cost. It was tens of thousands per pitch to get it all done. And I'm not sure that they're particularly delighted with the results.
Green trying to provide some results. Northeast driving, but straight to point. And there's no run.
The point being that they wanted to get a few pitches with a bit more pace in. But I don't think this is particularly, obviously, one of those that is any quicker than the rest of the square.
Yeah, Glamorgan tends to get quicker the more central you get. It's Green bowls, and Northeast defends this time to mid-off. Scriven the field there. No run, 108 for 2, 108 for 1 rather. Tribe 63, Northeast 3. Al Hassan caught behind off right for 36, the only wicket to fall today. Yes, we did have the benefit of Glamorgan moving towards the centre for a T20 encounter, which was on television and TV, of course. So always get the best wickets in the middle of the square.
Well, I was about to say we sometimes feel the best pitches are reserved for T20s these days, especially if our colleagues from the TV people, from the TV companies are present. Scriven is in 2. Tribe, nice flick off the legs, stylishly done. Should pick up 2, and Northeast turns, although Wood got his throw away reasonably quickly to Hanscom. It was a comfortable enough couple. Tribe on to 63. They were here the other day for the who were we playing? Worcester? The Rapids game?
It does tend to go into a bit of a blur, doesn't it?
Blaze were playing beforehand against Lancashire. Scriven bowls. Just to come back in a little bit to Northeast, who was on the walk as he defended that one down into the ground, bounced high.
Yes, a Blaze accepted as having roots in this part of the world as well as
completely not. No.
No.
It's just regarded as a completely a Trent Bridge organisation, really, Nottinghamshire organisation, unfortunately.
So the only side, aren't they, that's got a non-geographic branding, I believe.
Scriven bowls and forced into the ground. It bounces up in towards the sort of chest of Logan van Beek, running across from mid-on.
It's been a bouncy day for fielders, hasn't it? There's been quite a lot hit down into ground that's been fielded head high or chest high.
It is very hard outfield out there. It should be really. There should be really, because of the sort of Loughborough connections, really, which is closer to Leicester than it is to Nottingham. But unfortunately, it doesn't feel that way. Scriven bowls, and have I nicked your over? No, I haven't.
No,
we had swapped, hadn't
we? Swapped at the interval, yes.
Indeed, just to, like the umpires, to give us a different perspective.
So or rather, because you were rather more alert at the resumption than I was.
Pushed a mid-off where right fields, and there's no run. Oh, it's looking a bit dark over there now to the southwest.
That's nasty low dark stuff, isn't it?
Maybe that's the Bristol stuff. Made its way up motorway. In goes Scriven and bowls. Again, nicely turned off his legs by Tribe, who takes the first run. Quickly stumbles, but so too does Wood as he tries to run on to the ball and doesn't pick up cleanly. Hill, who had wisely covered behind his young colleague, completes the fielding, and Tribe makes an easy 2 in the end. Ticking over the scoreboard nicely. He's a Tribe post lunch, 6 runs added to his score. 7 to the Glamorgan score as the fair-haired Scriven bustles in and bowls again onto the legs. Again, Tribe whips him away very nicely, but Lewis Hill can't stop it this time. Really nice piece of timing, and that will disappoint Scriven, obviously, who whacks his thigh with his cap as he having taken it obviously from umpire White. It displeased Hanscom as well.
Let's hope Hill's whites are made of stern stuff, because that'd be a nasty slide that he made there. But showing no ill effects as he slid round the boundary on this virtually parched turf in parts of the outfield. 116 for 1, so North East is very much still feeling his way into the innings. 3 of 26 deliveries, but the way Tribe has played has taken the pressure off first Ul Hassan, now his captain. There's Green bowls, and North East again on the defensive to mid-on.
Green, 7 overs or 7.1 overs, 3 maidens, none for 15, was 12 off his first over, so he's bowled his next 6 overs for just 3 runs, which is exactly what his captain wants him to do, obviously. But
yeah, it's the haircut that does it. In he comes, wearing number 6, and driven back down the ground. Is there a run? No, there isn't. There's a scrambling stop by Hill at mid-on.
Holland has the best economy rate, 2.11, but Green has bowled 187 overs at 2.33.
That is really effective, isn't it? Keeps the brakes on, and benefits your colleagues as well if the batters aren't scoring from one end. Here is Green into bowl. There are runs there from North East. Leg glancing, and there is no fine leg. Or if there is, he's extremely square. And it's 120 for 1 as North East picks up his first boundary. Green just straying in direction a little.
When will I learn?
England are 349 for 5 in the test, with Brooks 68, Smith on 40.
I might go 5 days. Beginning to feel that way.
As India ponder a possible review. And North East pushes that one into the offside. He wanted a single straight away. Tribe was a little reluctant, waiting to see whether the ball had passed the infielder. And it had, so they're through for that run. 121 for 1. India have called for a review of a possible caught behind. Which I don't think they're going to get on the first replay. As Green is away from us and bowling to Tribe, who's defending. And no, India have just blown a review. 121 for 1. We're probably about a minute behind that action as we see it, as I'm watching via a tablet rather than a live television broadcast. By the time it's been up and bounced off some clouds somewhere, I tend to get a little in arrears. Green in bowls. Tribe gets a little tucked up. Pushes to mid-on. 121 for 1. Green has bowled 8 overs for just 20 runs. Tribe has 71. North East has 8. And North East pondering the value of calling correctly for only the second time in 8 games.
Oh, bespectacled cricketers. Well, missed one obvious one. It was pointed out to me during the lunch interval in Leach of Somerset in England.
Not all the time though. Smith has just gone caught on the boundary.
Leach doesn't work, does he not?
Does he? I'm not sure whether he wears them all the time, does he?
Scriven is in bowl straight to North East, who works it to mid-wicket, and we've seen this once already. Wood, who's not having a happy day out there, sort of sprawled across to his left, Mid-on was going behind him to cover. He got enough on the ball to divert it well past Mid-on. Van Beek had to put on the brakes and reverse and chase it down, and so North East picked up a run that, strictly speaking, he shouldn't have done. 122 for 1.
So we're just after lunch on the first day and there's no slip.
Scriven bowls, and again it's very straight, and this time Tribe playing slightly across the line works it out to one of those former slips, Rishi Patel.
The delights of the Kookaburra ball.
Yeah, they've slipped into containing mode, Leicestershire, really, already, unsurprisingly. And there were a lot of comments I heard from the spectators in the restaurant and elsewhere as Scriven bowls and forward goes Tribe, pushing that straight delivery out towards mid-on. That would take a draw from here. And, good relay work by the Indian fielders to see the end of Jamie Smith. Van Beek and Patel exchange words at mid-on, mid-wicket, and retreat to their respective positions. Very much a containing field as Scriven bowls to Tribe width, and it's cut away, but hasn't got it past the now sun-hatted Budinger. He's always the first to go to a sun hat among the Leicestershire players, and so it proves today. Perhaps he's heard a different forecast. He had his cap on this morning. Now he's got a wide white brimmed job on. Scriven bowls, inviting the drive. He gets the drive, and it is three-quarters stopped by right, falling to his right. Got two hands to it, shouldered it rather 10 feet or so past to his right, and picked himself up and made the stop, but Tribe picks up one, moves on to 72. His job is he's got to stay patient, hasn't he, because there's a real chance from here to go to three figures. North East, as you say, will probably be advising him accordingly. Scriven bowls to North East, who cuts stylishly for 4. Good diving attempt by Budinger, away to his left, flung himself away but couldn't get there, and no chance for Green at third man. You heard the ball probably thump into the advertising hoardings in front of the meet. The wind has dropped a little bit, although it's not coming up here. Maybe it's directionally has just changed a little bit. Nick's off to update BBC Wales, BBC Radio Wales, BBC Wales. With the good news is that the Glamorgan have yet to lose another wicket. Just the one so far has fallen today. The unfortunate Zainul Hassan, and he was a little bit unfortunate, little tickle down the leg side. Good take by Hanscom off right shortly before lunch. 98 for 1 at that stage. As Green, this wind gets up again, goes in and bowls edged, dropped by Hanscom to his right. Had to dive, it would have been a simple catch for first slip, but Hanscom got there, and Tribe on 72 gets a life. Hanscom diving away to his right, got a good right hand to it, and should have taken it. It wasn't it was a wicket keeper. It would have been between the keeper and first slip had there been a first slip. There wasn't, but well, chances are going to be hard to create. In goes Green and bowls, and Tribe defends to mid wicket, and there is no run. Well, there will be comment about the unselection of Ben Cox. Hindsight after chance is a wonderful thing, of course, but in goes Green and bowls, and Tribe just leans forward and deflects that one down through about third or fourth slip, perfectly deliberately down towards third man. Takes one. Now there's a slip as Green is in 2 northeast, who's forward on off stump. Patel is in there. As I say, it was probably the keeper's catch anyway, had there been a slip. Hanscom almost sort of overdived slightly. Got a good gauntlet to it. About a foot off the ground, something like that. Green is in northeast, is forward bat. Almost in front of Pad as he blocks that one back down the pitch on the on side. Green turns. Short one, bowls. Again it's straight and on the walk again, on the move again is Sam Northeast. Walking forward and across his stumps rather before blocking that one out. Into the on side, Ahmed the fielder. So Green, unfortunate. Should have had his first wicket. The captain put the chance down. Tribe, will he take full advantage of that? He should. Northeast down the pitch, having a long chat to his young teammate.
Yes, he'd done well, hadn't he, Peter Hanscom, to claim that first catch down the leg side, but that more conventional catch off the outside edge, and he couldn't quite cling on to it at full stretch.
It's a bad miss.
As Wood is in to bowl to Tribe, who plays that one down to deep square for a comfortable single. How much will Leicestershire live to regret it? Tribe is playing more cautiously now, really, after that runner ball start he had when he was finding the boundary ever so regularly in the opening overs, but obviously there's a few more fielders back now, and just the one slip instead of 3, and there wasn't any at all at one stage. As Northeast is pushing forward defensively back to the bowler. Luke Wood, tall and well-built young man, wearing 19 in the green numbers of Leicestershire.
Luke.
Oh, sorry. Wrong fast.
I was wondering. Yeah.
Sam, of course.
Ooh.
The whistle of wind as Wood is in, and Northeast straight drives back past the stumps and will get 4 runs up to the sight screen. Moves on to 17, total to 133 for 1. In terms of the teams, Glamorgan bringing back Ingram, Kellaway and Leonard, and bringing in for the first time in red ball this season Mason Crane, the leg spinner, who was injured at the start of the season and couldn't get in for the next few. Northeast turns one to mid wicket. Comfortable single, and apart from that one drop chance, Leicestershire must be reflecting that things have been a little too comfortable for the Glamorgan batters. There wasn't a huge amount of ball beating bat in the early stages, possibly less than you would usually expect. Can Wood change that? Not this time, as Tribe cuts it away firmly to deep cover point for a single. Ahmed lurking in front of the stands away to our right, and we are peering a long way to our right from the BBC commentary box, because the pitch is well off centre here at Grace Road, towards the western side of the ground. 135 for 1. Northeast is driving this one. This time it's a good stop at mid-on, and there's no run as Northeast look to repeat his straight drive from earlier in the over. England 350 for 6, 121 runs behind, with Chris Wokes having joined Harry Brook, who's 68 not out. 135 for 1 here at Grace Road, Glamorgan. Tribe 75, North East 18.
Off Wood's 3 overs so far. Might only get another one if he keeps staying there, judging by what happened this morning. Green, frustrated but persevering, is in and bowls to Tribe, who defends on the back foot. Looks just a tad unsettled perhaps by that chance. He looked most disappointed with himself at having given the chance. Just to put it behind him and crack on, because there's a real chance of a maiden first-class century for the young man from the Channel Islands. In goes Green, bowls to him. His head is nicely over the ball there as he defends that one back next to front pad.
Yeah, I think he's got the temperament to go on for these longer knocks, from what I've seen of him so far.
Just 21. Green bowls to him outside off stump, and good leave.
Yes, and one of those who is or has been having to deal with university studies as well.
Do you know what he's studying? Any chance?
He did tell me. It's something like sports performance and analysis, so it is linked to the day job, as it were, at Cardiff Met University.
Green bowls to him. He leans forward. I wonder if he ever turns out for Cardiff Met. I suspect they'd be glad to have him, but I suspect not.
Yes, I shouldn't think he's played for the Met side, but he has played for the Cardiff MCCU setup.
Yeah.
Yes. Indeed, he played, I think, against Glamorgan in the opening friendly, if I remember correctly.
Green is in, bowls to him. Strong bottom hand as he, off the back foot, manages to work that one away from outside off stump towards mid-on. Length he was playing that one on. It was by Green standards, fraction short. And because it's northeast now on strike, Hanscom calls Patel back to slip. Quite sure why. He has looked just as unlikely as Tribe to give a chance as Green bowls to him. A little bit of width, he goes back and nicely guides it away. Doesn't really cut it, just a sort of cut glide, guide down towards backward point. It's actually third man who gets there first. So that both fielders converge on the ball and the single is taken, which means that Northeast will keep the strike. 137 for 1 after 39. Northeast has 19. Tribe 76.
Reminder, you can email on us on Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk. It is working, we've had a few through. Rather than my own personal one, which I used to give out. And X account is BBC Sport Wales, at BBC Sport Wales. As Wood is into bowl, and Northeast turns that one away onto the leg side. They'll run one, think about a second, decide otherwise. And Rich is on Blue Sky. Rich R23, is it?
Correct, yes.
On Blue Sky, where I'm Nick Webb 2017. 138 for 1. I try and monitor everything, but you'll understand if we don't read stuff out immediately. Lots of balls to keep in the air, so to speak, as Tribe drives nicely, but finds mid-on, And there is no run.
Notifications are not what they were, I find, as well. I just had a WhatsApp that the office sent to me at 10:50. just arrived.
Coughing and spluttering. Pigeon post. I've had a few WhatsApp messages through, but largely relating to my club. As North East almost plays on. To turn and try and jab the ball away from the stumps. I'm not sure if he made contact the second time around, but it was trickling dangerously close to his timbers, his try-brother, playing defensively. Apologies if I said North East there for a moment. It looked to be heading back towards the stumps, and I think Tribe did manage to knock it away. I think he made contact. Wood in to bowl, and Tribe plays this one to mid-wicket, and there is no run, so a drop chance behind the wicket and a near play on, and Ace of Tribe is just looking a little bit not as composed as he was in the nervous 70s. Has reached 94 down at Canterbury. As Wood bowls, Tribe drives, doesn't time it. To mid on. Perhaps the ball is starting to become a bit softer.
Definitely.
And difficult to work with for the bowlers, and more difficult to put away decisively for the batters. This one of a couple of games in this little block being played with the Kookaburra ball rather than the Dukes. Tribe does get this one away with a turn of the wrists, dispatches it towards Travaskis at deep mid-wicket for a single. 139 for one, Tribe to 77.
Roman Walker runs out, which means that somebody has run off, and I think it might have been Lewis Hill,
Wrexham's finest,
the team's veteran. So, and the Friends of Grace Road are now open, purveying their range of delicious cakes.
But sadly not today to us.
Not that we're hoping somebody's listening and appealing in any way, shape or form. Green is in and bowls, and we've swapped ends again because obviously Nick went out to do the update, which is why I'm easily confused. And forward goes Tribe, and that blocks the ball back down the pitch. As you say, it just looks just a tad unsettled at the moment. Just needs to. Sometimes it happens after the batter has given a chance. Green is in and bowls. He's advancing down the wicket and on driving 4-4.
Unsettled, you say, Mr. Ray? I'll show you.
Well, in a way, that was a symptom of it, though. I feel really, and I just need something to happen here. I just need to take the initiative a little bit, and played it very nicely, no question about it. And maybe that was what he needed to do, just to sort of get himself back into his groove, so to speak. He moves into the 80s. 81 for only the second time in his first-class career. Not sure he's got into the 80s other than the time he went on to get his 90, and he punches that one off the back foot, but no, he raps out as he sees it running straight to Walker at mid-on. Green has the demeanour of a man who knows it's going to be a long, hard day. Just walks very slowly back to his mark. Slightly lugubrious expression on his face. Before turning, running in and bowling very full, inviting the drive. The invitation is accepted, but isn't really timed by Tribe. It bounces up nicely for Travaskis. It's a shortish extra cover position to make the stop. Green turns, runs in and bowls, line and length. Drive is forward, just blocking that one down. The pitch on the onside. Walker picks up end of Green's 11th over, none for 27. No, not quite. He's got one to come, sorry. None for 27. His figures, though, that hasn't changed. Just looking at Wood having a drink on the extra cover boundary there, talking to Ben Mike, the outfield that where he is as Green is in and bowls, line and length, and Tribe is forward defending on off stump. Really does look like he was standing in the middle of a desert out there, very white. It feels as though it's almost changed colour markedly even today.
Next Sunday, by the way, County Cricket Day, where the followers of the game try to promote all things county related. And it's apparently free kids in Cardiff next Sunday. So if you want to take your youngster along.
I haven't heard. Maybe, is that a county-wide thing, do you think?
It's a number of counties. As North East drives into the leg side, and we'll pick up a single to wide made on. So free youngsters admission next Sunday at Cardiff, day one of Glamorgan against Gloucestershire.
I'm sure somebody from Leicestershire will confirm shortly whether that initiative applies at the Uptonsteel as well. Middlesex, the visitors.
Wood on his way. Bowls. Tribe turns that one to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 144 for 1. Just popped up on my timeline there. A fan-driven campaign created to celebrate county championship cricket. Men's next Sunday, women's the following Sunday on the 6th of July. Tribe is forward, nurdling this one towards Budinger at point. No run. Glamorgan, women are not in action this weekend. I don't think Leicestershire are either, he says. I didn't notice that fixture. Confirm that for you in a moment. Scrolling through the fixture list as Wood bowls to Tribe. No run. Pushes on the leg side. Just a couple of women's games in the Blast League 2 South Group today. Middlesex, Gloucestershire and Sussex against Kent. So no Leicestershire action today. No Glamorgan action either. There was one match in the women's North Group yesterday where Yorkshire beat Derbyshire. Wood bowls and Tribe is forward defending. No run. Glamorgan are playing on Friday afternoon, which is an interesting time of the week to play, against Sussex at Newport, should you want to go and watch them. Friday next week. Actually, that doesn't clash with the men's game. I might get over there. Not many chances to watch the women that aren't double headers. Wood bowls, Tribe drives, but it's intercepted at cover, and North East has to turn and make his ground promptly at the non-striker's end. 144 for 1, Tribe 81. North East has 21. Ul Hassan, the only man to have gone so far, caught Hanscom bowled right for 36 when the score was on 98 just before luncheon.
Wood has been better in his last 2 overs, settled down a little bit now. 5 overs for 24. But after that over, he just got a little pat on the back from Hanscom of encouragement. Good to see. Patel stays in at slippers. Green runs in and bowls to Sam North East, who is forward on off stump. Ball is back down the pitch to Green, who lobs it to Scriven to do the polishing. Green bowls. North East is looking to be a little bit more aggressive this time. Strokes rather than pummels a drive out into the offside. Straight to Travaskis.
Elsewhere in Division 2 of the County Championship, Gloucestershire 80 for 1 against Derbyshire. They did have rain interruption there. Phillips the man gone for 27. Bancroft 43 not out.
Green bowls and slightly falls over himself there, North East, as he blocks that one out down the pitch on the onside.
Joe Phillips being a student in Cardiff. Rain has delayed affairs at Blackpool, where Kendra 105 for 2 against
That's the
Lancashire.
lunch score, I think, wasn't it? It's
Jimmy Anderson 5 overs 0 for 13.
Green is ready to bowl and runs in, but decides he's not going to deliver. Runs through the crease.
At Northampton, Middlesex are 160 for 6. Duploy made 66. 4 wickets there for Liam Guthrie for the home side.
Green does deliver this on this occasion. North East defends on the front foot, thick inside part of the bat out towards mid-wicket.
Still first innings supremacy being fought over in the test match. England's deficit is now 102 against India, with 4 wickets still in hand, and Harry Brook still at the crease at Headingley.
Green to North East. Half forward this time. Ball still back down the pitch this time. Green picks it up in his follow through and for once doesn't throw it to Scriven to do the polishing. He hangs on to it. Green is in and bowls nice and straight again, and again he quickly has the ball back in his hand as North East leans forward and blocks it back down the pitch too. A Somerset Loney, 12 overs, none for 27 for him, 144 for 1. The partnership 46 now between Asa Tribe and Sam North East, and Glamorgan continue to build towards what they'll already be hoping and perhaps now anticipating will be a substantial first innings.
So how permanent is the Green arrangement that he plays Championship for Leicestershire and white ball for Somerset?
Initially it was for the first 7
Mm-hmm.
games of the season. They've extended it by these 2.
Okay. There's Tribe drives, finds mid on, no run. It is Wood bowling. The board still has Green up for some reason. It's rather frozen at the end of the previous over, I think.
They are obviously hoping that Somerset will be amenable to extending it for the 2 games that we played end of July.
Wood bowls. Tribe pushes to mid wickets, no run.
And certainly for the September block.
What about Mr. Holland? Is he back in the ranks? He's in America at the moment.
He is in America, yes, and he won't be back next week, but hopefully will be back and fully fit and available for the, what will it be after these 2 are played? 5 games that remain.
5
Just
championship
5
games,
champions, yes.
As Tribe drives nicely through the offside, but Ahmed is out there doing sweeper duty, and therefore it's just a single. Yes, Holland off playing Major League Cricket.
Indeed.
Where I understand a couple of the Glamorgan hierarchy have been out visiting
Talent spotting.
visiting their
Disneyland.
co-owner of the Welsh Fire.
Okay. All right.
Not sure. Not sure if they got to Disneyland as well. I doubt it. As Northeast hooks and is caught behind.
I heard the edge, or I heard a noise.
There was a definite noise there. Northeast seemed very displeased with the decision. There was a noise, there was a deflection, and there was a catch taken.
What if he thinks it kicked the
Helmet?
helmet? Because there was a clear noise, wasn't there?
It's a fairly
But he's most miffed.
clunk. Oh yeah. Oh, the replay might suggest that was the helmet. As
Heck of a click.
Hanscom took a
Well,
catch. It did seem unlikely that it sounded different from an edge, which
it did.
and anything more would have produced more of a deflection, you suspect. I'm not sure whether we will see another replay on our screens, but Northeast is decidedly disgruntled. 145 for 2.
Well, Leicestershire got lucky there. We rather think they might have done.
Yeah, I don't think it was off the bat. There was a noise, certainly, but I think that's more likely to have been the helmet. 145 for 2. Northeast has to go, and he is replaced by Kieran Carlson. Well, Hanscom has been busy behind the stumps. That was another leg side catch, I suppose, of sorts, though very different to the one that dismissed Al Hassan. And he shelled one outside off stump, off the outside edge of Mesa Tribe. So Wood has his first success of the day and of the season.
And of the season.
In the championship.
He's just played a couple of the T20s. He got a good bounce on it, which hasn't been easy on this pitch.
So it's a stand of 47 for the second wicket, which Northeast contributed 21. Wood is into the new bat. Kieran Carlson, who's forward defensively. No run. Northeast faced 49 balls and hit 3 fours. Looked as though he was just building gently. Carlson less inclined to build gently. As Wood is into him, and Carlson pushes into the covers, and there's no run. End of a successful over for Wood. It's 145 for 2.
25 and a very fine century. 113 in the game between these two sides at Cardiff. Back at the beginning of April for Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, he's top run scorer with 483 at 43.9. Ingram just behind him, having played 2 games fewer. And Callaway just 2 runs behind him, having played 1 game fewer. So it is a Glamorgan middle order that's been in decent nick, which is probably the kiss of death, and they'll fold like a pack of cards.
Well, Travaskis, who bowled an interesting first over, the one just before lunch, a couple of leg before shouts in it. There was no obvious turn for him, but he did a couple of the batters with flight. Can he do so now against the new batsman, against whom he's not going to be bowling initially, because Asa Tribe is on strike as Travaskis steps in and bowls. Tribe forward, defending out towards cover, and there's no run. Travaskis bowls, a bit fuller, and stepping forward. Tribe looks to work it into the onside. Hits it along the ground towards Budinger at a straightish, shortish mid-wicket. Travaskis is in a little bit, flicking with a bottom hand as he push that one back down the pitch. Tribe. Travaskis is in to him. Forward he goes, not getting to the pitch of it. Looking for a little bit of turn that didn't really come. Might just have straightened a fraction. Ball 44 and a half overs or so old. Travaskis gives that a little bit more air, jammed out rather by Tribe to extra cover. Told that spinners like the Kookaburra better, it's a better grip or something. But I haven't had that from Travaskis, who is in and bowls back, playing it nicely off the top of the stumps. Is Tribe out in the gap through the gap even at point to the sweeper on the offside and taking one and keeping the strike again. 83 to him, 146 for 2 after 45.
Will, who lives in Cardiff, messages to say that he's listening while pushing his son in the pram. His great-grandfather was Roy Barrett, who played for Leicestershire, says Will. But young Louis Roy will be supporting the Daffs. 146 for 2 here at Grace Road today.
Roy Barrett. I shall do some research.
As Wood is in, bowling to Tribe, who turns on the leg side. Tribe has become rather becalmed. Unusual, really, an innings that slows down as it goes forward in length. But maybe the ball not going quite so firmly off the bat. Who found him?
Barrett RJ.
Wood in bowls. Tribe drives into the offside, well intercepted at cover, and there's no run. Richard is pouring through the
That old-fashioned thing, a book.
A book! Good heavens! Isn't it online? Everything's online.
It no doubt is, but
146 for 2. Sometimes it's easier to find things in a physical record than frantically searching. As Tribe is playing this one to Budinger at point, no run.
if it is this Mr. Barrett, Roy James Barrett, born in Leicester, excuse me, on the 3rd of May 1942, graduated to the Young Amateurs to join the staff in 58, a useful slow left-arm bowler with rather a low action and hard-hitting left-hand lower-order batsman. Although he left the county in after 62, he reappeared in 64 and 65 and again from 68 to 70.
As Tribe looking to play to mid-wicket, but gets an edge onto his pad and the ball just trickles out with no velocity whatsoever.
His best performance was 7 for 39 here in 1969 against Gloucestershire.
As Wood is on his way in again, bowling to Tribe, who drives on the bounce to cover, no run.
I find it slightly disconcerting he's somebody's great-grandfather. When you talk about the 60s.
Yes, the D'Oliveira's always disconcert me, having watched Basil play as a young boy, me not him, to commentate on his grandson. Tribe is pulling this one short of a length and getting it away nicely through mid-wicket. Travaskis is giving it a heck of a charge around the mid-wicket boundary, but doesn't get there, and Wood rather scuffs at the ground in self-disgust as he allows Tribe to pick up a boundary off the last ball of the over. 87 to Tribe, 150 for 2. The men out, Ul Hassan 36, North East 21, a wicket apiece for Wright and Wood.
Picture of the 1965 Leicestershire side featuring R.J. Barrett standing next to Jack van Geloven, who went on to become a famous umpire, didn't he? So, judging by the picture of the man, 2 people on, DJ Constant.
Oh, right.
David Constant. And yeah, he's recognisably the umpire who had his run-ins with Ian Botham, didn't he, David Constant, from time to time. In goes Travaskis, gives that one some air. Forward goes Carlson, blocks it out to extra cover, getting to the pitch of the ball. Wind gets up again. Travaskis is in almost full weight though, says Carlson, who's still yet to get off the mark. He's only faced 4 balls. Squeeze that one out to Scriven. That shortish extra cover position.
Harry Brook on 97 test.
Travaskis, quicker delivery. It was whipped away off the back foot. Nice turn of the wrist from Carlson. Again, he's picked out the fielder. This time it's Budinger. So he remains scoreless. 150 for 2. Travaskis is in and he is off the mark now. That was nicely flighted, and the sort of shout wasn't from Travaskis, it was from Budinger at short mid-wicket position. It drew Carlson forward, didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, but it didn't really turn, so he was able to sort of get on top of the bounce and steer it into the gap, take his single. Tribe awaits as down the wicket he goes and thumps it back over Travaskis' head to the boundary for 6. Well, I was just thinking he'd just got himself a fraction becalmed, but not any longer. That's probably the best approach from Asa Tribe's point of view, and he moves on to 93 with it. Did you say it was 94
Yes,
his first class best? So
I did.
He is now within touching distance of a couple of major landmarks, his first class best and his maiden first class century. Travaskis is in, he's forward and just turning it through mid-wicket out to the sweeper to equal that first class best and keep the strike. 158 now for 2. Tribe on to 94. Can Nick see him over over the line?
We shall see. Wood, no doubt, would have other thoughts if it's to be Wood, and I don't think it is. There is a consultation, and it looks like Van Beek is going to take over for his 3rd spell of the day. That is confirmed by the public address. He's 9 overs, 0 for 34 at the moment. Tribe 94 not out of 144 balls. Had to soak up plenty of dot balls, plenty of pressure, and there is another dot ball to add to his collection. So Tribe's previous 94 at Canterbury came off 135 balls and included 16 fours. So it's a few more balls for this 94, 14 fours and a 6, so similar sort of percentage in boundaries. Van Beek bowls. Tribe pushes that one to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Big queue at the Friends of Grace Road.
Top cakes today, is it?
Certainly fresh cakes, I suppose. First day. No, they're always good.
As, on his way in is Logan Van Beek, running from the penalty end. Bowls and falls over as Tribe pushes to mid-wicket, to cover rather, and there's no run. Must have been rather distracting for the batter there, because my eye was immediately down, drawn to Van Beek falling over rather than what Tribe was doing. Crashes to earth with no apparent ill effects. 3 dot balls in the over. Van Beek bowls a short pitch delivery that is a decent one actually. Tribe just swayed gently away from and allowed it to go through to Peter Hanscom, who has taken 2 catches, second of which may or may not have been off the bat of Sam Northeast, and shelled 1. Van Beek bowls, Tribe runs it off an angled bat down to third man where Ben Green picks up. Single taken. Moves on to 95 therefore, and a new first class best, which the board is slow to acknowledge. England have lost a wicket in the test. Is that Brooke gone for 99?
Oh.
By the look of the display in front of us. Carlson driving into the offside but not really timing it. There's no run. 159 for 2.
Top edge took.
To fine leg. Oh, Harry, Harry, what have you done? 99 in front of his home crowd in Yorkshire land, acknowledging the applause. 398 for 7 England.
Why should that one run make such a difference? But it does. Travaskis then to Tribe on 95. I think you better keep going, given what happened in his previous over.
Just hit him for 6, yes. Travaskis is in to bowl to Tribe, who drives up to deep mid on. I'll just take the single, and Green had noticeably gone back for that delivery and is forward for this one.
Travaskis then, while Tribe looks on, tosses that one up to Kieran Carlson, outside off stump, steered cleverly away by Carlson to deepish extra. Wood feels though gets his throw away sufficiently quickly to keep Carlson and Tribe to a single. Tribe on strike now on 96.
Yes. What will his approach be towards trying to get to 3 figures? Will he want to get there in one blow? Not that one, as it's a firm forward defensive push from Tribe to Budinger, lurking in close on the leg side. Travaskis in, bowls. Tribe dropping the bat on that one, watching it maybe turn a little. Travaskis left arm spin, so getting through his overs pretty quickly. As in to bowl to Tribe, who works that one on the leg side but finds the fielder at backward square. No run. So long on is back in the ropes. There's also a cover sweeper and a mid wicket on the boundary. Travaskis in, bowls to Tribe, drives into the offside but will just pick up the single, because although it eludes Scriven at cover, it does not elude Hill at mid-off, and therefore he's nicked the strike again as Ace of Tribe.
Josh Hull walking back from the gym, showing absolutely no signs of any issues with his bruised heel.
Yes, it was a fairly vague fitness update from Leicestershire, and explaining his non-appearance in this squad.
I think we'll be hopeful for next week, or obviously back for the T20s. They've missed him in the power play in the T20s.
Van Beek is in to bowl to Tribe, who whips the wrists on this one. Carlson set off as if he was interested in a second. Tribe palpably wasn't. Oh, almost an overthrow, as it's well backed up by Budinger. Tribe to 98, 163 for 2. So no pressure at all on run rate, but it has dropped during the course of the day. Now 3.3. as Carlson forces into the offside. Budinger makes the scrambling stop, and then, as he has done on several occasions, threatens to have a throw at any wickets that are available. Any batters thinking of straying out of their crease. 163 for 2. And the cloudy skies. As Carlson plays that one down into the gully, and it's more business for Budinger. Not looking easy outfielding at the moment because the ball is bouncing quite hard off this parched turf. Lewis Hill having a... Is that the match referee down there?
It is.
Jason Swift. Having a natter with Mr. Swift on the boundary. Carlson faces up and drives Van Beek to mid-on. There's no run. 163 for 2 it remains. Thankfully we're well protected out here, otherwise I could be regretting my accidental omission of a pair of long trousers this week. Thought I'd backed them, but I haven't.
At all? Oh, right.
No, I've got 2 pairs of shorts with me. I meant to pack a longer pair, but I didn't. Van Beek is in. Bowls. Carlson shoulders arms through outside off stump.
Famous place for manufacture of clothing, Leicestershire. You might be able to find a shop that sells them. should it become necessary.
I hope it won't be that chilly over the next 3 days, even if it is a bit breezier and less sunny than recent days. Van Beek finishing his over, bowls to Carlson, who looks to set off for a run, but then decides very quickly otherwise, since he's played it straight to mid-on. 163 for 2. Carlson has 2. Tribe has 98. And I'll have to continue to hog the commentary, as Tribe will be on strike for the start of presumably a new over from Travaskis, left arm spinner, with outfielders at long on, deep mid wicket and cover to try and stifle Tribe's ambitions. 98 not out. First class best. Can he turn it into a century? Travaskis fires one in, and Tribe is forward very watchfully defending. There's a slip. There are 5 saving the single. Cover is almost on the drive, as Tribe is forward defending as well. Back to the bowler, who just has to lean down and pick it up without having to move. 157 balls faced so far. Travaskis in. Bowls. Tribe hoiks it away on the leg side, and that should be it. Down towards backward square. It's flicked back just inside the ropes, but that is a maiden first-class century for 21-year-old Asa Tribe in only his 9th championship match, as he punches the air with his bat in delight, acknowledges the reaction from the balcony and from all round Grace Road. 165 for 2. Asa Tribe has a maiden century. 158 balls.
14 fours and 1 6.
Back to you, Richard.
Well batted, young man. First, hopefully of many. Travaskis is in, bowls to him, he goes back and steers it past just in front of backward point. Right, scrambles to his knees, can't get there. Wood runs around from the sweeper position to cover. Tribe picks up just one on that occasion. I thought there might have been a couple, but they were waiting to see if it squeezed past right, which it did. 166 for 2. Travaskis steps in and bowls. Carlson is forward, pushing firmly out towards short extra, where Scriven fielding on the brighter green mat. There's a bright green mat, and then a pitch, and then a a matte green mat, really. In goes Travaskis, and Carlson goes back, works the straight one out towards mid-wicket, hence the reaction of the Leicestershire players. He got loads of bat on it though. He stays on 2 because it went straight to Budinger off 14, 166 for 2 off 51 now. Leicestershire, and they've got their over 8 into positive territory, +1 it went up at lunch, and it might be a bit more than that at tea, which is good to see.
Will in Cardiff, thanks you for your mention of RJ Barrett. He also had a construction company and no run. Rather than trying to take the attack to the bowlers straight away. Looks as though it'll be pretty close on first innings at Headingley. England 414 for 7, 57 behind. Wilkes and Carrs now both in double figures after the dismissal of Brook on 99. Van Beek in bowls. Carlson drives nicely into the offside, but has found Ahmed sweeping on the cover boundary. Carlson to 3, 168 for 2. Breeze seems to have dropped a little. Still the trees around Grace Road just moving gently around. The cloud cover remains in place as Van Beek bowls, falls over yet again. Tribe will pick up a single this time to mid-wicket. And although he's picking himself up fairly quickly each time, it can't be hugely good for the body.
Yeah, I was thinking much the same. He's young and fit and flexible, but sooner or later he might do himself a little bit of damage. None for 39 from his 12, and as ever with Van Beek, 100% effort. As you can tell from the fact he's literally throwing himself off his feet at times. Travaskis steps in from the pavilion end and bowls to Asa Tribe, who leans forward, and just for a moment or two the ball is in the air as he turns it out towards Budinger at mid-wicket. Steps in and bowls. Touch short, forced off the back foot past Budinger out towards long on where green fields. Rishi Patel for a moment thought, I don't know what he thought, it was in some way that Tribe was in trouble. He wasn't.
It's half a quarter of a chance, maybe.
Damascus with 80 on his back. Down the wicket goes Carlson, but ends up just pushing the ball back towards Travaskis and quickly retreating, although he wasn't in too much trouble because Travaskis wasn't able to gather in his follow through as the ball came to him. Bowls again. Carlton is down the wicket. This time he bunts it straight back to Travaskis, who picks it up cleanly and threatens to hurl the ball at the stumps, but doesn't bother doing so. Carlson having again quickly retreated back into his ground. Travaskis is in and bowls, defended from the crease this time by Carlson out towards Budinger. Travaskis is in. Nice flight to that one, but no turn, and Carlson defends it. And Travaskis still looks for his first-class wicket of the season. This being his first red ball appearance. He's been a member, obviously, of the white ball side.
Good afternoon to Andy Jahan in Jersey, who was listening to us while gardening, but had to go inside for the last couple of overs to actually watch Asa Tribe getting that century. So his efforts being closely monitored and enjoyed on his home island. 170 for 2.
Well, tell us about him, Andy, if you know. Which club did he play for?
Getting squared up there is Tribe, and the ball off an outside edge just runs gently out into the covers. No run.
They don't call them parishes in Jersey, do they? What do they call them? They're the sort of divisions between the areas. I can't remember. Saint this and Saint that, yes, but I don't think they're called parishes.
As Tribe gets out of the way of a short pitch one from Van Beek. Andy, our correspondent, actually has responsibility for sport in Jersey and the government. 170 for 2 underneath these cloudy skies here at Grace Road. I must adjourn. I'll leave you with the rest of the over.
Well, they do call them parishes. In goes Van Beek and bowls, and Asa Tribe defends down the pitch on the onside off the back foot. The civil and religious administrative districts of Jersey are indeed parishes. There are 12 in total. All have access to the sea, of course, and share a name with their ancient parish churches. No doubt Nick will be talking to Asa Tribe post play as in goes Van Beek, bowls to him. He whips him off his toes down towards deep square and takes one. Moves on to 105 out of 171 for 2. Good news for Andy. I have posters of, or pictures of, young Mr. Tribe with which to be able to inspire more young Channel Island cricketers. Leans on his bat and watches as Van Beek is in. Bowls to Carlson. Back foot, both feet very close together. Kieran Carlson rehearses the defensive shot because wasn't entirely comfortable keeping that one out. Charges in and bowls squares up Carlson. He's absolutely giving everything Logan Van Beek at the moment, but there's just not too much there for him at all. Blocked out off the outside part of the bat by Carlson on the back foot into the offside. 171 for 2. Van Beek none for 40 from 13 now. 54 overs gone. Travaskis to continue from the pavilion end is in, gives it some air, it's driven, it was too full. Tribe drives it out to wide-ish. Long off. Hill is sort of between mid-off and long off, about 2/3 of the way back, and runs across the field. Single is taken. Tribe on to 106. Hill again goes sort of 2/3 of the way back as Travaskis is in. Back goes Carlson. The ball follows him rather, and he jams it out towards shortish extra, where Scriven is the fielder. Hill and Green both in that sort of same position, about 2/3 of the way back at long off and long on respectively, as that one is turned by Carlson to mid-wicket, where Buttinger is the fielder. Run rate, which sort of was over 4s at the start of the innings, understood was 5s at the start of the innings. As Tribe and Zainal, Tribe in particular, got off to a real flyer. In goes Travaskis, bowls, pushed by Carlson out towards that deep mid-on position. Green comes into field and throws to the keeper, so Tribe has to run hard to get to his ground, but he does.
It's been an attritional afternoon session, hasn't it, really?
Yeah, but I think Glamorgan will be very happy with with the way things have gone, obviously with the exception of losing Northeast, unluckily perhaps, as Travaskis is in, driven out by Tribe again towards Hill, and again a single is taken, but from 100 and, or 9, what was it at lunch, 105,
yeah.
so
69 added.
They'll be okay with that, I would think, and good few overs to go before tea. 9 after this. Travaskis is in, pushed out towards Hill again, and the fact that he is halfway or so back means that there's always a single to him, and again there is. So Carlson on to 5, keeps the strike. Tribe 107, 175 now for 2. 70 added then post lunch in 24 overs. It was 31, wasn't it? Now 55.
Yeah, just under 3.
Threes, yeah. And the run rate has dropped as a whole then to 3.2, but with just 2 wickets down, that Glamorgan will be perfect.
Oh yes.
Monkeys about.
No, in batting bonus points you can worry about once you've established a firm base for your innings.
Absolutely.
Van Beek to continue his work. 13 overs, 0 for 40. Bowled to Carlson. Turns this past the umpire down towards backward square, and this time they do fancy a second run. England seem to be laying about them somewhat in the test. Wookes putting bat to ball as England close in on the Indian first innings score, 30 behind.
Well, young Mr. Tribe spent his early career at Farmers Cricket Club.
Okay.
There you go.
.177 for 2. Carlson is on 7. Van Beek falls over yet again. Carlson drives gently on the leg side. No run. Has been honing his career while at Cardiff Met University, a prominent sporting university.
And as you say, he's studying sports performance analysis.
There we are. He'll be able to give technical analysis of his own innings. 177 for 2. He's watching. Carlson, a watchful start, and just angles the bat, runs it down to third man. Go through for a single. Tea's not going to be too late, is it, if Travaskis keeps bowling?
No, I'm saying it should be there or thereabouts.
Gosh, you don't very rarely get to tea at 3:40, which is theoretically what it's meant to be. And the over. A little consultation between umpires. Are they having a look at the ball? 178 for 2, Tribe 107, Carlson is 8. The game comes to a temporary halt. Well, Carlson is getting rid of a jersey by the look of it. I'm a little surprised since the breeze is still blowing round, but he's obviously worked up enough of a head of sweat. And he is going to be jumperless until the tea interval. Now we're ready again. Everyone's ready after a moment of very little happening. Oh, it's mid-over there, so it must have been a ball check, I think. Van Beek is in, bowls a short pitch ball that Mr. Ray thinks could be wided, but it is not.
Just one for the over.
Flew well over Tribe's head.
And he's not a short man.
No, he's around my height, 6'2"-ish.
Yet to feature in the Cricketers' Who's Who, but I'm sure he will next year.
Really? As he drives to that and he's caught behind. Asa Tribe goes for 107. And Van Beek has the breakthrough. And Leicestershire have the first bonus point of the game. An excellent innings from Asa Tribe. But he is on his way back to the pavilion. 178 for 3. And Leicestershire getting a toe hold back in the game.
Van Beek rewarded for his commitment and persistence there. To a slightly loose drive from the Islander, but a great knock. Let's let you hear the applause for him as he leaves the field.
Well, he'd still rather be in Glamorgan's position than Leicestershire's, but with North East and now Tribe going and Carlson taking his time to get going, it's a lot closer than it was in terms of the balance of power in this
Yeah, I mean,
game.
if at 2:10 for 5, something like that, there wouldn't be much in it at the moment, though, as you say. Glamorgan still very much on top, especially with these two at the crease, really.
Hanscom involved in all 3 dismissals so far. Not the first catch out side off stump, the previous 2 gone down leg.
Proper pair of glasses Asa Tribe has got on. Thick, sort of rimmed,
Yes.
almost owlish.
If you wait long enough, things come back into fashion.
Van Beek's 27th wicket of the season. He's now just one behind Ian Holland, who has played a game more, or won't have done after this. There'll be level number of games played. Genuine all-rounders.
As Colin Ingram is the new batter and defending his first ball back to Van Beek. End of his over. 178 for 3. Colin Ingram returning to first class match action after sitting out rounds 6 and 7. Miles Labuschagne playing but not contributing hugely with the bat. Just 27 runs in his 3 innings before the World Championship final, which of course South Africa were victorious. Ingram has a century and 4 half-centuries in those 5 games, so he's been going well.
Travaskis bowls to Ingram. Not too much foot movement as he pushes that one away off stump out towards extra cover. And Labuschagne replaced by a former Leicestershire man for Australia now as well, Josh English. Into the side, in goes Travaskis down the wicket, working it back towards him is Carlson. I beg your pardon, Carlson, it was off the first delivery as well, obviously. For such a busy player, 8 off 32 is rather un-Carlson-like. He's tried to be busy out there. Leicester bowled straight at him, though, as Travaskis is in. He jams that one down the pitch again. He's sort of forward again, trying to be positive, but again can't get it away.
Yeah, Ingram hasn't really matched his championship success rate in the T20.
Travaskis to Carlson, edged, dropped at slip. Well, it was a difficult chance, came off the top edge. It was a sort of attempted cut by Carlson, two-handed above his head, Rishi Patel, and he shakes off his right hand, and whether that sort of came via the glove of the keeper, but it was certainly, I'm sure, off the bat first. Might have to see a replay on that one. Carlson on 8. In he goes, Travaskis, and is driven by Carlson out to deep extra, and 1 is taken.
It was just above the head of the crouching Patel, that one, and got got something on it, but it sort of went between his hands above his head, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
For the benefit of our radio listeners, that is. Our stream viewers will have seen it, of course, for themselves.
Travaskis is going to go over the wicket to the left-handed Colin Ingram, who just blocks that straight delivery out into the offside. Travaskis picks it up, and, well, if Leicestershire had taken the 2 chances that they've missed, Tribe on 72, Carlson on 8. It feels slightly different, but that's cricket, them's the breaks.
Yeah, Glamorgan still just about in the driving seat, but not as firmly positioned as they were. Fall of wickets 98, 145, 178, so there's been no bang bang at any stage for the Foxes. They will try and change that, of course. Hanscom, juggling helmet and cap, goes back to the cap. And Wright, who got the first wicket, and that of Ul Hassan, is back to replace Van Beek for his 3rd spell. Carlson on strike, 1 slip as the veteran Wright hastens in. Balls to Carlson, who squared up by that one, playing it off a leading edge into the covers. Just feels as though it's getting much more difficult to score with the accuracy of the bowlers and maybe a softer ball not coming onto the bat, and certainly not going off the bat as hard as it was in the early stages of today's game. As Wright bowls, Carlson is forward, playing into the covers. No run. Carlson 11 off 35 balls. How much longer will his patience last in this rather painstaking start to his innings? Right in his 10th over, bowls. Carlson is forward, pushing to cover, to mid-off rather. Van Beek does the fielding. There's no run. Tribe eventually faced 173 balls for his 107 runs, 14 fours and a 6. Went off like a rocket. Slowed down later on, but still got those vital 3 figures. Right bowls. Carlson plays that one back to him. And there's no run, or no need for anyone else to get involved, but he slings it to a couple of fielders anyway. And the ball is duly given a token polish before being handed back to him. Leicestershire still with a 3rd man in place, a slipper point, cover mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg and fine leg. Plenty of singles available therefore on the leg side. Should Wright stray, and he bowls a short pitch delivery that Carlson thinks about for a fraction of a second before deciding not to attempt to hook it. With deep backward square back on the ropes, as is fine leg. 181 for 3, so just 76 runs scored in the afternoon session for the loss of a couple of wickets so far. 6 overs remain, and Wright bowls to Carlson. Takes his hand off the bat as he drives gently. Wright tries to flick it towards the non-striker's stumps. Does not succeed. 181 for 3 at the end of the over. Carlson is 11. Ingram yet to score. The men out. Ul Hassan for 36. Northeast for 21. Tribe for 107. and a wicket apiece for Chris Wright, for Sam Wood, and for now Logan van Beek.
Bit more dark cloud around again, plenty of lighter stuff around it though, so I suspect our luck is going to continue. We're going to avoid showers. Travaskis pretty much settled into his bowling now, 8 overs, none for 25. Might have had a wicket in his last over. Continues to Ingram. Foolish. Ingram early in his innings, not looking to drive too hard. Plays it firmly, but only as far as mid-on, straightish mid-on. Hill moves across the field. Buttinshire's gone in quite close at mid-wicket, only 3.5 strips back. Over the wicket goes Travaskis. Bowls. Forward goes Ingram. Thought he was going to get off the mark there, but Patel moved swiftly to his left at slip, chasing the ball back and towards sort of deepish gully. And because he was always fairly proximate to the ball, Ingram decided not to take the single. Buttinshaw goes a bit straighter as Travaskis is in. Ingram goes back and wristily turns the ball to Saul Buttinshaw. Whites that Travaskis wearing fluttering in the wind as forward goes Ingram to that one on off stump. Back down the pitch to Travaskis, bowling in white rimmed shades. Liam Travaskis. Little lift of the left heel before he goes in and bowls. Ingram leaves outside off stump. Lots of oohs and ahs as the ball is taken by Hanscom and he shows the ball to the stumps. Doesn't bother taking the bails off. Travaskis has whipped through this over. In he goes and bowls. Ingram defends thick inside edge, drops at his feet, and just for a second he might have wondered where it had gone, but it stayed there at his feet, sort of down at the bottom of his pad. End of a swift over, as I say, from Liam Travaskis. 9 overs, none for 25 now. Carlson has 11 off 41. Ingram yet to get off the mark, and suddenly it's only, what, 5 overs to go until tea. They've got a decent chance, haven't they?
They might actually. Surely won't get an extra over before tea at 3:40. There we are. Right. To Carlson, who's fencing this one away down towards backward square. Single. 182 for 3. And Colin Ingram given that 2-week break in rounds 6 and 7 when Labuschagne played, but since then regular member of the T20 side, but 3 innings in the high 30s have been his best efforts. He hasn't played a match-defining effort as yet in the T20. And Ingram up on his toes, playing that one to point. And with Chris Cook coming in at 5 short of runs, it may be an area that Glamorgan look at their batting lineup for the remaining 6 games, of which they will have to win at least 4, you would imagine. 8 wins from 14 is usually pretty much a minimum requirement to get through to the quarterfinals. Doesn't guarantee it. Ingram defending to point, and there's no run. Glamorgan 4 wins, each of which has been followed by a defeat, and some demanding away trips to come to Taunton on the Friday night when they resume after the championship block. Also 2 games in 2 days away to Hampshire and Surrey. Wright is in to bowl, and Ingram defends into the offside. Kars has gone for England. 453 for 8 against India at Headingley. 18 runs behind with Those 2 wickets standing. Chris Wokes has been joined by Josh Tongue. If you missed the news earlier, Harry Brook made 99 in front of his home crowd before being caught at fine leg, trying to reach 3 figures in the grand style. Wright bowls, Ingram defends to cover, and there is no run. And the game, which had slowed down during the course of the afternoon, has now gone into almost stasis, with Carlson working hard to try and get going, and Colin Ingram has faced 12 balls without scoring now, as Wright is in and bowls to him, and he's well, run it down rather more fine than he expected, I think, wide of slip, and got off the mark with a single. Ingram's underway then off his 13th delivery, and he's taken the strike because it was the end of the over. Glamorgan 183 for 3. Carlson 12, Ingram 1. Men out Al Hassan 36, North East 21. Tribe 107, 1 apiece for Wright, Van Beek and Wood. But an afternoon where the scoring rate has dropped considerably after being 105 for 1 of 31 at lunch. They've just added 78 so far.
Ice cream van goes down a road nearby as in goes Travaskis, fires one in rather to Colin Ingram, who just turns his wrists on that defensive shot on the back foot out towards Budinger. No run. He's now crouching in a catching position, Budinger, as Travaskis is in. That does bounce a touch on Ingram as he started to come down the pitch. Again, Travaskis pulled his length back and he turned it nicely wide of Budinger and does pick up his single. Leicestershire sensing perhaps a chance to pick up one more before that tea interval. Travaskis back round to Carlson, who goes back, and yes, he calls as he forces it out wide of Scriven, out towards the sweeper, who's Sam Wood out there at deep extra, throwing sort of against the, well, it's more than a breeze, it is most definitely a wind. Trees behind the electronic scoreboard swaying as it gets up again. Travaskis pauses before running in to bowl. Back goes Ingram, looking a little uncertain against the spinner, just still early in his innings. 16 balls faced now as he plays that one out towards Ahmed at extra cover. Ahmed, remember, isn't going to be bowling in this match. In goes Ingram, and that is going to be another single. It's a little bit more width, and he's able to force that through the vacant point area out towards Van Beek on the point, or backward point boundary, and take one. Move on to 3. 186 for 3. Back round, of course, Travaskis to the right-handed Kieran Carlson, who's dancing down and getting to the pitch of it, but all he can do is push it slightly wide of Budinger, who quickly returns it to Hanscom, and there is no run. Carlson remains 13, 186 for 3 off 61, so the run rate now is down to 3. So with the 2 wickets and some sort of control back on the scoreboard, yeah, Leicestershire will feel that they've sort of got into the game for the first time, I suspect, really.
Yeah, there's a bit of momentum with Leicestershire at the moment, isn't there, as Glamorgan struggling to get this scoreboard moving at all in terms of the run rate. Ingram has seen his all before as he waits to receive from Chris Wright. Punches into the offside. There's a single there as Hill rather ran round it and pretends to kick at the ball in frustration as it's mopped up by one of his colleagues. 187 for 3. And It's been tough going, and credit to the Leicestershire bowlers for making it that for Glamorgan. It was from 98 before the first wicket fell. Carlson tries to hook, and that was the way that North East was given out, as Leicestershire are getting a bit of bounce out of this wicket now. Through it went to Hanscom. Carlson have to be careful. As Leicestershire have got square leg drop back on the ropes for that very temptation, as right is in, and Carlson pushes to mid on, no run. A little bit of bounce in the Foxes field then at the moment, having dismissed some North East for 21 and Ace tried for 107 in this session. And with the experienced Ingram and Kieran Carlson, a man in decent form coming into this game, but they're being forced to work hard for it in this afternoon session. 62nd over, so we've already had 31 after minus a couple of balls in this session. Glamorgan not really trying to force the pace at any stage. Strange contrast to the morning, as Carlson does whip this one away on the leg side. Will pick up runs, in fact he'll pick up a boundary. Let's feel the other thing, that's the coach out there, isn't it? Lurking away to our left. Wood couldn't get to it. Alfonso Thomas did, but that is of little use to Leicestershire, other than saving Wood having to run another 20 yards. 191 for 3 then. Carlson has 17 of them. As he's on the defensive there. Ball just trickling towards mid-on, there's no run. 191 for 3, Carlson 17, Ingram 4, 62 overs bowled. Theoretically, just 2 to go till tea, but on time-wise, we could well get 3, I suspect, because it's 3:40 or when 32 overs remain.
Down to our left, Ben Mike is doing some interesting sort of squat exercises on that sort of vast, the prairie-like expanse in front of the what used to be the old Geary stand, as Travaskis is in 2 Ingram fullish delivery, that is jammed back down up the pitch really to Travaskis, who stops the ball, not cleanly, but does stop it. Steps in and bowls. Ingram forward on off stump, getting to the pitch of that one, defending to Ahmed at a shortish extra cover. Not as short as Budinger at mid-wicket, who's now only sort of 2 pitches away, as Travaskis drops a little bit short. Ingram goes back, tries to force it past Ahmed, can't. He gets quickly to his right to stop the ball, and Carlson has to retreat into his ground. Ingram hadn't really gone anywhere. Travaskis bowls, played firmly but essentially defensively by Ingram down towards mid-on, where Hill has got that little bit closer, close enough to prevent the taking of a single anyway on that occasion. Travaskis a little bit more air, big thick attempted drive, thick inside edge, goes down towards backward square, certainly not where Colin Ingram was trying to hit that one. Almost 180 degrees In fact, in the opposite direction. Gets away with it, picks up a rather fortuitous single, moves on to 5 as Chris Wright fields at that backward square position. Round the wicket goes Travaskis to Carlson, just leans forward and a little sort of turn of the wrists pushes the ball to Bodinger at shortish mid-wicket. End of another extremely speedy over, as in getting through it. 11 overs, none for 29 for Travaskis. Did see a chance go down off Kiran, even Carlson on 8.
Be interesting to hear the players' explanations of these contrasting 2 sessions at the close of play tonight. Why Glamorgan were able to gallop gaily along in the first session and then to have to fight virtually for every run in this afternoon session, and must be something to do with the conditions and the ball, because I mean Leicestershire maybe have tightened up their attack a little bit, but you wouldn't have thought that was wholly responsible. Anyway, here comes Wright to bowl to Ingram, who plays and misses outside off stump.
Not wholly, but I do think it is part of it,
Yeah.
for sure. I think they've bowled better post lunch. And you can talk about T20 and different lengths and lines and things like that, but they've gone back to. It just took them a session to go back to doing what they did. They have done well in the county championship. You know, keep control of the scoreboard really.
Here's Wright round the wicket to the left-hander, and Ingram forward defending back to the bowler, who gets a hand to it in his follow-through. Picked up by Hill. 1-9-2-4-3. So it doesn't look as though batting bonus points will be accumulated as easily as we thought they might in the first session, when Glamorgan were, as Richard said initially, going along at 4s. At the moment it's 1-0 to the Foxes on the bonus points front, as Ingram is defending again to cover this time.
Yeah, 49 for none off 10, 93 for none off 25, 105 off 31 at lunch. So yeah.
It's now down to 3 and over. Even these normally free-scoring batters finding it difficult to hit their stride, as Ingram slashes at a wide one and misses. It was there to be hit, but he didn't execute very well. It's very frustrating, this ice cream van tantalising us with its chimes. We're not in a position to be able to indulge today.
Not that warm now.
No, maybe the business won't be as good as it might have been this morning. Right in, balls. No ball is called, and Wright kicks the ball rather grumpily up towards mid-on as it's defended back to him.
Might now not get that extra pre-tee over.
Oh.
Who knows? Should do still. He's only got 2 balls left to bowl.
Maybe Leicestershire. Well, I don't know. They're not leaking runs at the moment, so you'd think they'd want to jam the overs in if they could. Right in, bowls. Ingram pushes forward slightly tentatively to mid-wicket, no run.
I'd still put quite good money on there not being more than 96 overs in the day.
Yes.
But
if they're finished by 6 o'clock, that would be a very welcome development. Spectators get their money in the allotted hours, and commentators don't have to work overtime. Oh, did I say that out loud? 194 for 3. Wright finishing his over by bowling to Ingram, jabs it into the offside for a single. 195 for 3. Board says 1538, and although it'll presumably be Travaskis bowling it. Or will it? Hanscom talking to umpire Ashraf. No, Travaskis is wandering over to give the umpire his cap. 195 for 3, 15:39. Final over of the afternoon session here on BBC Sport Online.
Josh Hull has joined Ben Mike now in a series of testing calisthenics up and down the outfield. Ingram has rather struggled his way to 6 off 30, ready to face now as Travaskis is in, bowls to him, very full. That's comfortably one to be driven square through the huge gap in the point area out towards the sweeper. Take one, get down to the end and just watch what's going on for a while. Around the wicket goes Travaskis. Carlson nibbles it around the corner, might be thinking about 2. Ahmed was sort of inviting him to do so by running next to the ball for a while, but Carlson far too old a hand to be taken in that way. Settles for his single. Travaskis is in. Ingram pushes it firmly back down the pitch on the walk to him.
He's only 27, Carlson, but plenty of miles on the clock, having been in the first class game at the age of 18.
Yes, he always seems to have been in the side that I've watched one way or another.
England lose their 9th wicket, 460 on the board, 11 behind.
Travaskis bowled, and that's blocked back to him by Carlson on the front foot. Blows on his hand, turns, steps in and bowls, brings Ingram forward, just held that back a touch perhaps. Liam Travaskis slightly did Ingram in the flight, but no real turn or bounce, so able to adjust and push it out towards Ahmed in the covers. Final ball before tea. Travaskis steps in and bowls. Ingram steps forward and blocks, and that is tea. 197 for 3 then Glamorgan. They will be the happier, I'm sure, of the two sides with the position they've got themselves in. They've, thanks mainly to Asa Tribe, have laid the foundations for a substantial first innings score. Got plenty of work to do in that respect yet, but the way that Carlson has played himself in suggests he in particular is determined to put another big score against the Foxes on the board. But Foxes bowlers stuck to their task rather better in this session than perhaps they did in the first. Did pick up 2 wickets. Those of Sam Northeast might have been a bit lucky to do that, hooking at a bouncer from Sam Wood, given out caught behind Peter Hanscom. There was a noise, but we think it may have come off the helmet. And Asa Tribe himself, who was caught driving at Logan van Beek, a more straightforward catch and indeed decision for Hanscom as a consequence. There was also a couple of chances created. Tribe on 72 was dropped by Hanscom off the bowling of Ben Green, and Carlson on 8 by Patel off the bowling of Travaskis. 197 for 3 at Nick, and I will be back with you in around about 18 minutes time.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what about that is? They are very much in this. They are fighting hard.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
laying that foundation, young Channel Islander Asa Tribe, who made a maiden first-class century, made his maiden first-class century, 107 before being out, caught behind, driving at the bowling of Logan Van Beek. Kieran Carlson is 18 not out, Colin Ingram 7 not out. Leicestershire bowlers will be a little happier than they were at lunch. They got a little bit of control back on the scoreboard. Those runs have obviously come off 65 overs, so we actually went to tea at the right time, having for once in County Championship cricket bowled more than the required number of overs in the session. So there are 31 overs remaining to be bowled today. The Foxes hoping for further breakthroughs. You're most welcome to join us also on Sports Extra 2, at a slightly grey and windy Grace Road. It's not cold, but it's certainly not as warm as it's been in recent days. Most of the players well, all the players actually in shirt sleeves. The wind from the southwest, you can hear it howling away. It is strong, but it is quite warm, but it's certainly taken the edge off the temperatures. The other men to go this morning, just the one wicket fell Zainul Hassan, who was a little bit unlucky to be caught down the leg side off the bowling of Chris Wright by wicketkeeper Peter Hanscom. And Sam Northeast, who was also perhaps a little bit unlucky to be given out caught behind off the bowling of Sam Wood. Young Wood making his first-class appearance of the season. Northeast hooked at a bouncer, and there was a noise, but general consensus was it might have been off the helmet rather than off the bat. It's going to be Carlson who is on strike, and he's going to be facing the bowling of Tom Scriven from the Bennett end. Scriven is in, bowls to Carlson, who drives, doesn't know where it's gone. It come off a thick inside edge, and it's running down towards square leg. No, says Carlson as Ingram turns and invites him to try a second. He's right, because Wood is quickly onto the ball to deep square and gets his throw away. It wasn't the greatest throw in the world, and not easy for Hanscom to take cleanly. Bounced off his gloves, but he got it away quickly. Hanscom keeping wicket in place of Ben Cox. A little bit of surprise there. Leicestershire have left out one of their more prolific run scorers this season. Cox, he's been in super form with both gloves and bat, but they've left him out essentially to get another spinner into the side as round the wicket goes Scriven and bowls to Ingram, who defends on the back foot out into the offside. Lewis Hill quickly onto the ball. They left out Cox because Rehan Ahmed, although he's playing in the game, is not going to be bowling in the game. He's been picked purely as a batsman by the Foxes, and if they wanted to keep a five-man seam attack, which is what has worked for them this season, then, and they wanted a spinner, which they did, it being a Kookaburra ball, then they had to make a change. In goes Scriven, bowls, Ingram drives, it bounces up horribly for Hill, but off the cover in front of him at extra cover, but he does make the stop and prevents any runs. Then they had to make those changes, so that Hanscom, who kept wicket for them very effectively for the most part 2 seasons ago, has stepped behind the stumps, having had a break during the T20s. Patel has gone out from slip, by the way, to a short straight extra cover as Scriven goes in and bowls to Ingram, bowls on the legs, of course, so he whips it, clips it down towards long leg. Green runs round from fine leg to field, and it's just 1. So changes for both sides, in fact. There were 4 changes for Glamorgan, sort of enforced partly, but not entirely, by changes into their overseas situation, but also a couple of selectorial decisions, and likewise Leicestershire. And this is despite the fact that both sides have come into the game on the back of a series of 3-day wins. Scriven over the wicket, bowls, and is pushed by Carlson wide of mid-on out towards mid-wicket, which means that Van Beek has to run around from mid-on to field, and Carlson picks up 2. That brings up, I was going to say, does that bring up the 200? I thought it did. Was that the first 2 post-tea? Apparently it is. No, it isn't. It does, because the electronic is very slow.
Click.
And there goes the 200. 201 for 3. Carlson on to 21. Manual scoreboard's always quicker. In goes Scriven and bowls, driven by Carlson out to the sweeper on the offside boundary, who is Rahan Ahmed. And one is taken. Carlson on to 22, keeps the strike. 202 for 3 off 67 now? 66 now.
Yes, 64 at tea, wasn't it?
65. We got the extra.
We did get
remember?
the extra one in. Yes. There we are. 202 for 3. Carlson 22. Ingram 8. Leicestershire have, by and large, applied the brakes during the course of the afternoon. Sam Northeast had started quietly anyway, and then was given out caught behind, hooking at Wood, and then Tribe, having worked his way assiduously towards the maiden first-class century, couldn't go on hugely after that. He was out for 107, caught behind, rather less contentiously, driving at Van Beek. So it is going to be Ben Green, who bowled very economically at one point in particular. He's going for less than a runner and over early in his spell, and that first delivery is defended by Carlson out on the offside, and there's no run.
In fact, we actually had 2 extra overs in that afternoon session, because they only bowled 31 in the morning, didn't they? So, remarkably, 34 overs in a session. How about that?
Yep, Travaska's had something to do with it, but only the one spinner used, so we see Carlson pressing forward to Green, and there's no run, but yes, the no-nonsense, get-on-with-it attitude between overs have little in the way of delays, I suppose. I think we had 1 ball check.
It can be done.
It can be done, so well done to Foxes for getting on with things. As Green is in to bowl, Carlson chopping down on that one defensively. Ball trickles towards cover, and there's no run. Test match players, learn your lesson in terms of over rates, that is. All right, I know they have to have ad breaks. I mean, drinks breaks in the middle of each session, but...
Oh, you cynic.
202 for 3. You'd think they could get enough ads in between overs, wouldn't you? Green is in to bowl to Carlson, who again is forward with the utmost watchfulness. And people used to watching Carlson up until this season would not really have expected that he's capable of playing in these lower gears, having previously wanted to get going very quickly. Now he's applying himself very studiously. Will it work today? As he pushes that one on the leg side, and there is no run. Let's give credit to Leicestershire for giving really little away in the course of their afternoon and early evening session efforts.
Yeah, 92 off 34 in the afternoon for 2. Made it a more balanced session at any rate.
Leicestershire fighting to remain in this game. Carlson works one off his legs, but will just pick up the single out towards deep square. In the test match, India are just starting, or about to start their second innings, with an advantage of 6 over England on first innings.
A 1 innings game then.
A 1 innings game in
Day and a half.
Well, yeah, we're on day
No,
3. 2 days in a session, so
yes.
yeah, 7 sessions for England and India to battle it out and get a result in that test match. Harry Brooks 99, the mainstay there. Ace of Tribes 107, the mainstay here.
Scriven. Over the wicket to Carlson. Bowl short, pulled round the corner out towards mid-wicket. Wood chases up the ropes from deep square. Good throw from him, but good running by Carlson, who is quick between the wickets. And he sort of threw it on the distance, really. That is the long side of the ground towards Milligan Road and the manual scoreboard. It is a good, I would say, 15 yards longer than the boundary on the other side. That's for sure. It's the pitch cut right on the west side as Scriven bowls. Carlson works it into the west side, but only as far as Budinger, who has got a sweater on. He's got his long sleeve sweater on. So, having said that, all the players are in shirt sleeves. I've just seen that Budinger feeling the chill of the breeze at backward point. Ben Mike under the watchful eye of Lloyd, the Leicestershire physio, going through his running drills on the outfield as Scriven is in and bowls short, hooked in the air, but it's going to be safe. In fact, it's going to be 4. Certainly wasn't in complete control of that one. Kieran Carlson went for the hook. It was a high bouncer from Scriven, and he had a deep backward square, and he had a fine leg, but it went to long leg. So you might think or claim with some legitimacy that he knew what he was doing, but I'm not completely convinced. Is it raining in Headingley? People sheltering under umbrellas. Just seen glancing at the screen to my left. No sign of rain here at the moment. Fingers crossed as Scriven is in bowls. Carlson is forward, blocking it out into the offside. And there is no run. 209 for 3 now. Carlson, who, as Nick said and made the point, that he was very careful, very cautious. Has been much busier, much more proactive post tee. He was 18 not out off 51 at tee. Now 29 off 64. Has Scriven yet to pick up a wicket. It's been a little bit expensive. Runs in and bowls on off stump, and Carlson just leans forward, blocks it back down to the young Leicestershire all-rounder, who, having picked it up, throws it to his veteran colleague Chris Wright to do the polishing. The sort of red van has arrived, rather a stylish little thing, parked by the electronic scoreboard.
Postman Pat, Postman Pat.
It is a little bit like that, isn't it? As Scriven is in and bowls, Carlson is looking to drive. He's going to have to hurry there, but he puts the fielder under pressure, and Van Beek overruns the ball as a consequence. Good response from Ingram, because he'd have been, I think, the one who might have been under that little bit of pressure, but running in from mid-on, Van Beek reached down and didn't pick up the ball cleanly. End of the over, 210 for 3. Carlson 30, Ingram 8. And one suspects it's a sort of a deliberate thing from Carlson in particular. Let's get the scoreboard moving a little bit. Over 8, plus 5.
Wowzers!
You ever seen that before?
Not unless there's an awful lot of spin bowling going on, and Leicestershire have used 5 seamers and just the one spinner so far. Ben Green back on loan from Somerset after performing against Glamorgan in Cardiff on Friday night for Somerset. Is in to bowl to Carlson down leg side, and Carlson swats it away down towards the tractor parked at fine leg, and picks up a easy 4 runs.
Great from Green.
Yeah, we've been saying that Leicestershire have bowled mostly tight lines in the afternoon. That's a rare exception from Ben Green. And Carlson duly seized onto the proffered gift. 214 for 3. That's better from Green. Forward goes Carlson and defends, and there is no run. 34 to Carlson, 8 to Ingram. Men out today. Zainul Hassan for 36. North East given out for 21. Tribe for 107. And it's worked away by Carlson on the leg side. They'll think about a second run, probably decided wisely against it, even though there was a slight fumble in the outfield. As Richard was saying, that it really is the shorter side of the ground, so there isn't the one for the throw that they might be from the boundary away to our left towards the old scoreboard in the Milligan Road.
It's also sort of against the wind, isn't it, the long throw from there, that side?
Yes, it's funny, isn't it? I'm always talking about the wind effect in rugby commentaries in the winter, and I forget to check for it in the summer when it can affect the play significantly. There's Green bowls, and Ingram drives nicely into the offside, but straight to point, and there is no run. Remember when Darren Stevens got 190 odd for Kent against Glamorgan? Hit quite a lot of sixes. He just said, well, yes, I stuck them up there and let the wind take them. Down the slope at Canterbury. There's Green round the wicket to Ingram, who drives stylishly into the offside. Welcome listeners to Sports Extra as well. 215 for 3 Glamorgan, having won the toss and chosen to bat with a maiden first-class century from Asa Tribe, the centrepiece of the day's play so far. A wicket apiece for the Foxes, seamers Wright, Wood and Van Beek. Green, not in the wickets column as yet, is into bowl to Ingram, who looks to drive and miss times this one, slightly out towards mid-on, and with this Kookaburra ball softening possibly more significantly than the Duke ball does as it gets older, and it has got really difficult for the batters to get it away consistently in the way that they did early in the piece when Tribe led a pretty healthy scoring rate for Glamorgan in the opening session.
Yeah, 5 and over off the first 10, 4 and over off sort of first 25, but since then, as Nick said, it hasn't been quite as easy to get the ball away, partly because the bowlers have bowled a little bit more tightly, but also, as he says, because the ball has softened as Green watches as Scriven continues from the Bennett end, bowls to Carlson, jammed out into the offside, rather. You heard the call of no, as Lewis Hill, for once not lurking deep in the outfield, he's in that extra cover, gets there before Sol Budinger, and there is no run. We'll get a second new ball well before the close here, as Rishi Patel had been at mid-wicket, is sent back to deep mid-wicket, not quite all the way, about 15 yards inside the ropes, as Scriven bustles in, bowls to Carlson, who does pull straight out to Rishi Patel along the ground all the way. Emphasise that.
Yeah, that was a bit of an obvious trap, wasn't it, with 3 back on the leg side.
He does like to take on the short ball, doesn't he, Carlson? But you needed a higher bouncer than that. Just didn't really sort of get up on him too much.
He was out on Friday night against Somerset in that way, holed out to square leg during the power play when he was the only outfielder on that side of the ground. So be cautious not to do so again in this championship match.
He's on to 36 now and beginning to get into his batting. Made a very good century against Leicestershire at Cardiff. In goes Scriven, bowls to Ingram, who drives off the back foot. It's half stopped, well, 3/4 stopped by Budinger, but it does creep a few yards past him as he fell to his right to make the stop two-handed, and Ingram and Carlson pick up another single.
And this has been another theme of the day, hasn't it? The difficulties in fielding on this parched surface, which is very hard, and we've seen a lot of half stops and slight misfields that I'm sure won't be unique to Leicestershire during the course of this game.
No, you beat the infield and you've got every chance of picking up 4. Scriven is in, bowl short, and it is pulled again by Carlson, but again he's got on top of the bounce. This time it's to Wood at a deep backward square. Takes one again.
He's willing to take on that shot, albeit playing it with deliberate caution, as he definitely trying to get on top of everything, hit it down into the ground. There's always the risk of top edge, I suppose, towards fine leg.
First against third here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road, as Scriven goes round the wicket to Colin Ingram and bowls. Ingram on the back foot, forces out into the offside, doesn't time it, but it rolls quite slowly wide of Hill, and immediately he sees the potentiality for a single and takes it.
Yes, as we move towards whatever next season might
Yes.
bring for us in the way of a format, it would be particularly galling if the Foxes were to win or go up, and then we change to some sort of conference system, which is one of the potential structures being chucked around.
Well, lots of rumours flying, of course, as Scriven is in to Carlson, who pulls again, short ball, and this time it is stopped by Wood. A deep backward square, and one is taken, but it does seem fairly, well, whether it's been leaked or whether it's just a consensus of guesswork, but an awful lot of people now are saying it's 12 games instead of 14 in the Championship. What the consequences of that will be in terms of structure is there's less unanimity on.
Yeah, the players have been pushing very hard for a better schedule, and opinions among first-class players have apparently hardened in the last couple of years that the structure isn't right. But getting any sort of consensus on what is right is another question, and getting any sort of approval from supporters for playing fewer days of first class or first team cricket is another matter entirely. As Green is in to bowl, and Carlson drives off the outer part of the bat down towards third man. It goes for a single. Whether that will mean clubs having to at least freeze their admission prices, if not bring them down, or for a season ticket, and maybe in one or two cases a few fringe players being trimmed for squads here and there, if there are fewer first-class matches to play in, and maybe a couple of fewer blast games to play in, and maybe you can afford to carry one fewer player in your squad. We will see how things develop. As Green is into bowl to Ingram, who drives through the offside. Ahmed has been sweeping out there most of the day, as he tosses the ball underarm towards the nearest fielder. Whether that is a symptom of his possible slight fitness niggles.
Yeah, as I've been saying, he won't bowl in this game.
222 for 3, double Nelson on the board. Leicestershire with the only bonus point on the board so far. Keeper Hanscom standing up as Carlson drives again, gets this one off a thickish edge down to third man for a single. 223 for 3. Is it me, or do you just wonder why Ahmed is fielding on the boundary and has done so for most of the day if he can't throw very well?
Issue. Yeah, he's on the short boundary, but yes, he has been in the covers and what have you at various times, but certainly he looks far from his usual bouncy self out there.
As Green bowls, Ingram drives and hits it pretty hard, but straight at short extra cover, which is Patel.
Listeners to Sport Extra 2 won't be aware that Leicester have left out their wicketkeeper Ben Cox, who's been one of the more prolific batters this season in terms of run getting. Hanscom, who is a very decent wicketkeeper standing back, has taken over, and they've done that because
Green bowls to Ingram, who drives backward a square on the offside, racing away for four as it beat the dive of point and bisected the outfielders on that short offside. 227 for 3. A rare show of aggression from Ingram today.
Well, they've done that because Ahmed has been their spinner so far this season, but because he can't bowl, they've brought Travaskis in, and they wanted also to keep the sort of 5-man seam attack that's worked well for them. Not the same 5 men, I hasten to add. They've had to make changes in that respect because of the unavailability of Ian Holland,
who's off working for the Yankee dollar. As that is played away nicely through the offside by Ingram, but this time he'll pick up Ahmed, who whips his underarm throw in. 228 for 3, and that is the half-century partnership between these two, of which Ingram has only 16. Carlson's made 40, 228 for 3. Glamorgan with 25 overs remaining of the day's play, and we may have that great rarity in County Championship cricket, a 6 o'clock finish. England have claimed their first wicket in the Indian second innings. Jaiswal caught Smith bowled Cars for 4, 16 for 1. India led by 6 on first innings.
So there was a certain amount of surprise, not necessarily questioning the decision among the Leicestershire supporters, but with the Kookaburra ball and on a relayed pitch, general feeling is that they might have been inclined to play an extra batter instead of the 5 seamers. In goes Scriven bowls, and Ingram doesn't quite time his attempted drive. It bounces nicely to Patel at shortish, straightish extra cover. But they have so many good all-rounders, Leicestershire, that arguably there's who argue that they haven't really weakened the batting anyway. Although Wood at number 11 would be a genuine number 11. A Scriven bowls and is driven by Ingram, but stopped at a genuine extra cover this time by Lewis Hill.
Well, I thought Wright was a genuine number 11 till he lashed 70 odd in Cardiff in the first game of the season.
I was going to say Glamorgan knows he isn't really. He averages over 20, and he's got over 3,000 first class runs as Chris Wright, and he's made himself into a pretty effective lower order batter. Scriven turns, runs in and bowls, again driven a little bit close to his legs that time by Ingram. It was slightly jammed out, travelled very quickly out towards Van Beek at mid-off. Van Beek made the stop cleanly, no run. So a few changes for both sides. At the moment, it's Glamorgan firmly on top. Sam North East having won the toss earlier and chosen to bat. In goes Scriven bowls, and this time on driven by Ingram, who again didn't quite time it. His time started to time 1 or 2. That cut in the previous over off green was a beauty, but still on the front foot, just searching a little bit. 16 off 51 for him. Carlson beginning to flow, 40 off 75. 2-8 for 3 is a solitary goal. Circles overhead. Scriven is in and bowls. Walking down the pitch is Ingram. Scriven adjusts his length and Ingram just blocks it back up the pitch. But if Glamorgan can go on to a really substantial sort of 450 plus score, they'll be hoping. They only have to bat once, of course. Scriven is in and bowling. Ingram defends back up the pitch to Tom Scriven. I don't know if listeners to Sport Extra 2 are aware, umpires in baseball caps.
Richard's been fretting about this all day.
Well, each time I look at them, I thought, oh, it looks so strange. Odd. Like American sort of baseball referees, white baseball caps instead of... Do they call them umpires, are they, or referees in baseball? I'm sure, I think they might be umpires.
Anyway, they're nice and white in line with the game, just because they're different shape. They're not going to blow off, and the umpires are happy.
The Panamas didn't blow off that often. I mean, Ben anyway.
Umpire White was describing before the toss the concerns of the umpires having to sort of keep their head down a little bit more, and breezy weather and so on and so forth. Of course, they don't have to wear a hat at all, but it's probably advisable since they spend so much time in the outdoors, as Travaskis will come back into proceedings from this pavilion end. The pitch is way away to our right on the western side of the ground.
Josh Hull on his 12th man.
He's a useful man to have fielding on the boundary at long off, isn't it? Put your tallest players in as the straight catchers. Carlson is on 40 as Travaskis floats it up, and it's driven towards Hull, but not very far towards Hull, as it's stopped at short extra. 228 for 3 as the breeze gets up again. We had a little bit of sunshine round this morning, but very little since. We had a high cloud most of the day as Travaskis bowls. Carlson wants a single to mid-on, and Green can't pick up cleanly, and they get through comfortably. Travaskis has just given a little bit more air to those first couple of deliveries, having quite often during the afternoon fired in his deliveries, left arm spin, but darting them in fairly fast for a spinner for parts of the afternoon. 229 for 3. Ingram comes down the wicket and tries to hit over the top, and has hit over the top. Has that one gone all the way? Yes, it has. Umpire Ashraf raises both arms to the heavens, and a rare show of all-out aggression from Colin Ingram, no matter how tall the fielder on the boundary underneath us, Josh Hull. 235 for 3, Ingram to 22. So the ball is thrown back to the umpire to examine. Says that's all right. Get on with it. Hull must know he's potentially in the game now. And Ingram goes on the defensive this time. Just a little bit of lighter sky way to our right towards the southwest. No rain today. That's a quicker delivery from Travaskis, and Ingram just pushes it to Budinger, who was sun-hatted earlier but now is not. Travaskis is left arm spin over the wicket at the moment. Ingram drives back to the bowler, who gets sort of accidentally impeded by Kieran Carlson, half fields. I don't think there was a single there. Anyway, as Budinger picks up the loose ball. 235 for 3, Carlson 41. Ingram, after that strikeout below for 6, is on 22, and we have 23 overs remaining of the day's play.
Van Beek and Hanscom deep in conversation now, although it looks like it's going to be Wood, who bowled a much better second spell than he did his first, although these are tough overs. 7 left until the new ball.
Yes, quick bowlers really don't want to be bowling now, because it means they're not likely to be taking the new ball.
With the old Kookaburra, not easy.
Balconeers have been in touch, the Glamorgan supporters group, to say that they plan in their 50th anniversary year to be running a 5-night trip to Old Trafford at the end of July, a 3-night trip to Derby in mid-September, their 50th anniversary year, so well done to everyone involved in that organisation. Paul Chapman says great to see them still going strong. He remembers travelling them with in the 70s to Gillette Cup game at Edgbaston starring Majid Khan, and John Williams was busy organising back then as well.
Wood is in bowls. It's undriven by Carlson, not entirely convincingly. Runs it out to Scriven, who's at silly mid-on. No close fielders other than Scriven, who's at a fairly conventional mid-on the leg side. So there is a deep backward square, a long leg and a deep mid wicket, as Wood is in and bowls short, but not short enough, because Carlson can get on top of the bounce and just pull it calmly down towards deep backward square, where Van Beek is the fielder, and one is taken.
Yeah, he's been consistent in his approach, Carlson, hasn't he? He's been willing to play the short ball, but he's made very certain of getting on top of it.
He has. Only once has it sort of been in the air for any amount of time, and then he bisected. Fine leg and deep backward square. Bounced away for 4. Round the wicket now goes Wood to the left-handed Ingram. Bowls outside off stump. Ingram lets it run through to Peter Hanscom. Wood 1 for 30 from 7.3. Two, 3, 6 for 3. First batting bonus point now hoving into view. It's hoving, the origin of that particular verb. When you hove into view, anything to do with our colleagues in Sussex? I don't think so, as Wood bowls, and on the back foot Ingram turns it out to deep mid-wicket, where Ahmed Fields jogs the single.
Yes, is it used in any other context besides hove into view?
Perhaps sailors were so glad to see the lights of Hove in the English Channel. Where's Susie Dent when you need her? I'm sure it's nothing to do with the place, but you never know. Wood is in, bowls short, pulled around the corner, bounces once, twice, thrice, before being fielded by Liam Travaskis down at fine leg, and one is taken.
And if you go a couple of miles off course, do you Brighton into view?
Worthing, Lancing, Shoreham. Name yours. I used to stay when covering games at Hove a little bit further down the coast, down towards sort of Littlehampton way, and that was a lovely train ride. I used to get to Hove down the coast. Darn sight better than driving, I promise you. In goes Wood, and Ingram is forward. That's a busy old road, that down the coast road, until you get to, where's the public school, Lancing, isn't it? And then it sort of goes into dual carriageway towards Brighton. It's all right after that. End of the over.
Transport systems of the southeast of England by Richard Ray.
You do get to know them, don't you, after a while, where to stay. Sadly, no visits to Hove for us this year.
Yeah, I was down there a couple of
T20s,
Sundays ago for T20, as Glamorgan do every year. But yes, I stayed in London on that occasion, to be honest, and just made the short hop down on the coast on the Sunday morning. 2:38 for 3. Travaskis to Carlson, who's moved his way under 43. Down the pitch, driving to short mid-wicket, who chucks the ball. Budinger, while diving at the non-striker's end. Ingram was back. Travaskis bowls, and again driven on the leg side, this time back to the bowler, and stopped by Travaskis in his follow through. So it's Hill rather than Hull now down on the boundary in front of us at long off. Josh Hull having done a bit of sub fielding. Oh, he's got one through Travaskis, and he has bowled Carlson for 43. 2:38 for 4, and Carlson getting himself in a bit of a muddle there, coming down the pitch, and I think it was a leg stump that was taken there. Just played all round it seemed.
Almost yorked himself, didn't he? Yes.
So Leicestershire continue to peg away and keep themselves just about in the hunt. Carlson goes for 43. So Tribe's score really is the only headline act of the day so far. Carlson's 43 has been the second best score. The wickets for Leicestershire have been shared round. I suppose Peter Hanscom has got 3 catches behind the stumps. But Carlson, having applied himself for so long and got up to 43, will be regretting the fact that he couldn't take that onwards. Ben Callaway is the new batter for Glamorgan.
Is he too at Cardiff? Where is he doing his exams?
I think he's at Cardiff University rather than Cardiff Met University,
Okay.
I believe. So Callaway actually averaging 68, courtesy of a couple of not outs, but he was only 2 runs behind Carlson at the top of the run chart. He missed round 7 of the championship due to university exams, but hopefully now is free of such requirements by the back half of June. So a reminder of those Balconeers trips to Lancashire and to Derby this year, and you can find details at thebalconeers.co.uk if you want to join those organised trips. Unfortunately there isn't one to this game, which is a bit of a rarity.
They usually have a lot of Glamorgan supporters.
Travaskis' next ball to Callaway is defended up to mid-on. There's no run. In comes the next delivery, driven by Callaway to short cover where Scriven does the fielding, and fielding on one of the 2 mats there, as we've been saying, is quite tricky. So 2 lots of edges for the ball to potentially bobble up off. Travaskis in, bowls to Callaway, who's forward, pushing to mid-wicket. No run, end of the successful over for Liam Travaskis. He's got 1 for 38 off 14. Glamorgan are 238 for 4 here on BBC Sport Online. Reminder of that new email address for the coverage here. Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk. So if you could use that for your email missives from now on, I'd be very grateful.
Yeah. Leicestershire haven't managed to go sort of bang bang, as the cricketers say, in this innings so far. They'd love to do so here, but there have been solid partnerships for every wicket from the 98 for the opening partnership all the way down to that 60. In goes Wood and bowls. Ingram, thick inside edge, sort of onto the pad, drops at his feet and dribbles off to the offside.
Yeah, we've seen precious little aggression for Ingram, apart from that that one breakout where he clobbered a straight 6 off Travaskis.
Wood is in, bowls, full outside off stump. He waits for it, Ingram, and tries to guide it with a horizontal bat almost down towards third man. Gets a bit sort of too much of it, and it bounces out towards backward point where Buttinger is the fielder. Wood, 9th over coming down now, is in and bowls. Ingram defends out into the on side, sees that mid-on has a bit of ground to make up to the ball, plus it's Chris Wright, so it was a very safe single.
Yeah, been plenty of dot balls for Leicestershire, averaging about 4 dots and over on a quick calculation, and even Tribe is 173 balls faced, 119 of those were dot balls, and Glamorgan was scoring fairly freely in the first hour and a half, certainly.
Wood over the wicket to Kellaway, who leans forward on off stump, blocks it out towards extra cover, where Hill eventually picks it up.
The batting to come for Glamorgan. Chris Cook at 7, the wicket keeper's averaging just a whisker under 40 this season, 3 half centuries, despite his struggles in the T20 with the bat. He's been going reasonably well in the Championship.
Wood bowls, driven pleasantly by Kellaway, but more or less straight to Hill.
Tim van der Hoogten presumably at 8. Mason Crane on his maiden first class appearance of the season. James Harris, Ned Leonard. Bottom 3 could come out in any order, really.
Wood finishes over, down the slope he comes and bowls Yorker that is dug out by Kellaway. And it was dug out as well. It was well bowled by Wood. And he did slightly fall over himself. He's got turquoise blue heels on his cricket boots, Ben Kellaway. None off his first 6. 239 for 4. 4 overs now until the new ball becomes available. And you would think it would be taken.
You would, and you'd also think that it might increase the threat of the Leicestershire bowlers and possibly the scoring rate of the Glamorgan batters as well. As everyone has got a bit of a start so far. No one apart from Tribe has reached a half century. Ingram's been there quite a time now, as he faces Travaskis, who bowls a full toss that Ingram will drive towards long on and just picks up the single as Hill does the fielding. 240 for 4. First batting bonus point, 10 runs away. Glamorgan would have to accelerate considerably if they are to get, as Kellaway cuts to point, and again there's a slight misfield. Been lots of them today on this hard dry surface. Even if Glamorgan do have the wickets in hand, you wouldn't have thought that they'd get beyond 3 batting bonus points as things are going at the moment. The 350 mark. On the back foot, Kellaway's defending back to the bowler. Everyone has taken trouble to play themselves in. Travaskis round the wicket to the right-handers. Kellaway drives it right up in the block hole, and again he was digging it out from the crease. Kellaway, tall young man, well capable of freeing his arms and striking over the top, but yet to get off the mark here. As he will now get off the mark, getting one down leg side from Travaskis that he turns away down towards fine leg and will scamper back for the second run fairly easily. 242 for 4. Few bits of bluish sky through some very high hazy cloud now, but remains largely overcast as it has been for most of the day, as Travaskis bowls to Kellaway, who drives to Hill, who is set back at mid-off but not far enough to permit a single there. On the edge of the circle, as it would be for limited overs cricket, since we're in white kit and with a red ball, there is no circle and no such limitation. 242 for 4. We've got 3 overs to come to the new ball. Kellaway has 2, Ingram has 25.
Wonder wondering whether I can get the umpire's baseball caps into my opening 4 pars. It's becoming an obsession. It's just odd looking up and seeing the 2 middle-aged men looking rather. Looks though they're trying too hard to look.
Oh, come on! Don't you possess baseball caps?
No. Well, I mean, I've got this old
Yes.
but that's just to keep the sun off in here by and large. Wood round the wicket, bowls driven but not timed by Ingram. It sort of bursts past Rishi Patel, who's fielding for some reason in a scuffed up crease on a pitch that's actually doesn't look like it's been used. Just doesn't look like it's much has grown there, does it? On sort of the bowler's footmarks there, it looks like an unused pitch. A lot of green on it, a lot of grass on it, I should say. In goes Wood and bowls. Ingram goes back and wristily turns it out to the vacant mid-wicket area. Right moves across to his left field from mid-on and one is taken.
So you've got a baseball cap to keep the sun out of your eyes. Well, that's one of the principal uses of wearing a baseball cap, isn't it?
Yeah. People know what if they're watching on the screen. If they're watching on the stream or at the ground, of course. Maybe, I mean, it's just me.
Of all the fashion eccentricities that the one-day game has brought us, I'm not quite sure.
Well, I don't watch the 100 anyway. In goes Wood and bowls, turned off his legs by Kellaway, but only as far as square leg. Van Beek hurries down the mat.
We've had the umpires in luminous pink for the last 3 weeks.
Yes, but everybody's in silly club for the blast, so I don't mind that so much. It's just, I don't know. I'll get used. No, I probably won't, actually. 243 for 4. Changes to the field. Buttinger gone a little bit wider at backward point as Wood. Runs in and bowls, driven a little bit in the air. Didn't quite go where he intended that one, Ben Kellaway, but he picks up one because it's wide of mid-on out towards straightish mid-wicket, and that single is taken. He moves on to 3. 244 for 4. They're keeping the deep backward square out despite the fact Carlson, well, no, they're not, because it's the left-handed Ingram on strike now, although Ahmed, who's been very solitary all afternoon and throughout this session as well. In goes Wood bowls and Ingram a pleasant stride forward and everything neatly close together. Defends on the front foot. He'd be getting to know the denizens of the Uptonsteel stand, aka the Stench and Benno stand, although it looks like not much conversation is going on between the player and the spectators. In goes Wood and bowls outside off stump. Ingram lets the ball go through outside off stump. We heard Stench played for the Leicestershire over 60s at lunch, didn't we? So
well done to him.
Indeed. 244 for 4 after 78.
Yes, forget junior age group cricket. Senior age group cricket is also flourishing.
Apparently. How many did you say Wales have got?
Wales have got 4 teams at over 60s level. I'm not quite sure how many at over 50s.
Are you getting close to the...
There's an over 40s Wales team now. There's 2 over 70s teams. You may say that in jest, but I actually played as a ringer in a friendly game for Wales over 70s. And I hasten to add that I'm a few years away from 70 yet, but they were short of a wicket-keeper, and it was at our club ground, so I filled in.
Did you have to grey up? Or
as Travaskis bowls and Kellaway works it away on the leg side, they'll go through for a quick single. Ingram is home.
Well, were you hoping for more comments than you actually got? Oh, this guy must be a ringer. But nobody questioned the fact that you looked over 70.
It was the second 11 friendly match against Worcestershire Fossils.
Oh, that's a good name.
As On back foot goes Ingram, defending to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
But you can legitimately claim to be an international then.
Yes, the Wales international. Yeah, 10 years too young at the time. Travaskis bowls, Ingram defends back to him. Last over probably of Travaskis' spell, since it's 79th of the innings. And turning it away on the leg side is Colin Ingram to a few oohs and ahs from the infield. 246 for 4. I wonder whether Callaway might be tempted to have a little swap down the ground. He got a couple of deliveries of spin to do it, and that's short of a length and not at all suitable. And therefore it's defended to short cover, and there's no run. Just getting a little bit brighter. A little bit of blue appearing here and there. Travaskis bowls, Callaway drives, and fielded rather dramatically by Lewis Hill, who came forward and tumbled over to make the stop, where there was no clear and obvious reason for his doing so, since they weren't attempting a single. Anyway, whatever keeps you occupied through the day. 246 for 4, last over before we all presumed the new ball.
Well, Travaskis appears to have done his work, because he is actually jogging off the field now. Josh Hull has come back on in place of Leicestershire's left arm spinner.
Super sub there to pluck a catch out of the air on the boundary. All 6'7" of him. Actually, he's down at third man, so he's very unlikely to get a catch.
An uppercut from Ingram is maybe unlikely in the last over with this older ball, which will be bowled by Sam Wood from the Bennett end. Charges in and bowls short, and it is pulled around the corner by Ingram down towards Green, who's down there at fine leg in front of the members' seats over there. And one is taken. Ingram on to 28, 247 for 4. 3 more for that first bonus batting point. And then they sort of come fairly thick and fast thereafter if you've got wickets in hand. So Glamorgan will sort of have ambitions for 4, I would think. Something around that. As Wood is in and is driven by Callaway out to Ahmed at extra cover.
They'd have to step on it to get 4 points. 30 overs, 150-ish.
Yeah.
They'd have to score at 5 and out. I don't know.
3.1.
I'd be amazed if they're going to score at 5 and over now.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe 3 then. 350 in 110. That does look the likeliest at the moment. As Wood is in and bowls, Ingram turns him out towards wideish mid-on. Requires right to move to his left, and the single again is comfortably taken. It's been steady rather than spectacular progress post-lunch. But as we've been pointing out, sometimes the soft ball is as problematical in its own way for the batters as it is for the bowlers. Wood is in and bowls. Decent bouncer, but well played by Ben Callaway. Just moved his head calmly out of the way.
Now I have to leave you to take the new bowl, old boy.
Updates time for the listeners to BBC Wales. The good news that only 1 wicket has fallen post-tea. That of Kieran Carlson. Bowled by Liam Travaskis for 43. Just stepped down the wicket and rather ended up yorking himself. In goes Wood and bowls. Callaway on the back foot just dabs the delivery through the vacant slip area down towards third man. Takes 1. Singles coming easily in this over. Wood into his 11th over now. Wood is in and bowls to Ingram, who defends on the off stump, out to Rishi Patel at short straight extra, and that I suspect will be that with the old ball. It's currently in the hands of Tom Scriven. I can't imagine Leicestershire will want to keep using it. I'd like to throw it to Josh Hull, but I don't think they can. Scriven throws it to Green. Are they going to keep going with it? Is it up because it's hard to get away? Travaskis is back with us. Well, Travaskis is going to bowl, so it looks as though Leicestershire are going to continue with the old ball. Interesting. I'll make a note of the score. It's exactly 250, so first batting bonus point. As in goes Travaskis and bowls to Kellaway, who defends out towards mid-on, and there's no run. Well, I don't imagine there'll be many instances of the old Kookaburra being retained after 80. Forward goes Kellaway, defends back down the pitch to Travaskis, who lets the ball roll gently all the way back down to it. Maybe they just feel they've got a little bit of control. I'm not sure they do. In he goes, fires one in that time. Travaskis is a touch short. Kellaway goes back and cuts a horrible bounce, but Van Beek watched it very carefully. It ran across one of the practice wickets that tend to be used by the opposition when they're warming up on the outfield here at Grace Road. But he sort of anticipated it, Logan Van Beek. Travaskis is in to the left-handed Ingram, who is forward, defending out into the offside. No run. Hull has gone down below us, too long gone. A fairly straight long on as well. As Travaskis steps in and bowls. Forward goes Ingram. Excuse me. Ball is fielded at mid-on this occasion. Lewis Hill, the fielder. Travaskis is in, loop, and again Ingram sort of jams down on it rather as he steps forward, keeps it out, end of the over, and I don't know whether Nick, who's back alongside, will be as surprised as I am that they haven't taken the new ball.
Yeah, especially when Travaskis jogged off. You'd have thought he'd finished his bowling spell. And actually written down new ball at 250 for 4. I'll have to just amend that to 80 overs, 250 for 4.
Rishi Patel's going to get a bowl. Well, he isn't off spinner by I was about to say by profession, but that he's a batsman by profession who has been known to bowl off spin. He hasn't bowled this season, certain of that.
What's going off out there?
Let's see how many overs he's bowled. I have seen him bowl.
Anyway, he'll be bowling to Ben Kellaway from the Bennett end. Travaskis, his fellow spinner, is in at slip. As Patel bowls, and
that's his first ball in first-class cricket, apparently. I've seen him bowl in one-day cricket.
It's a dot ball.
But he has yet to bowl a ball in first-class cricket.
Kellaway defended it on the offside. Obviously not expecting these developments. Kellaway drives back the bowler and there's no run. Long on is back towards the boundary, virtually in front of the press box, far end of the ground. Will it be a master stroke by Peter Hanscom, or will there be some easy pickings? Kellaway is forward, defending, so respectable so far. And a man out at long on, a man out at deep mid wicket, and a man on the ropes at cover point to defend any transgressions. That's a bit of a drag down from Patel, worked on the leg side by Callaway, but fielded by Green in that corridor of uncertainty between the two wickets with matting over. That's proved rather tricky fielding. Patel bowls, full toss, driven through the covers, not through the covers, just the single. Oh, there's well, it looked as though the ball had been cleanly stopped, and all of a sudden it had cannoned away from the man making his way around from mid-off to cover.
It's Chris Wright, and
yes.
It's a long way down for Chris.
Looked as though he'd got firmly behind it, and then the ball was 5 metres away from him, and they went through for a second run. Patel bowls. Callaway pushes it all along the ground up to long on. Yes, there we are. 3 off the over. Which don't appear to have gone onto the scoreboard. And now it has. No, 254 for 4. The board was baffled and bewildered as 253 on the other board. There's a discrepancy between the two boards.
Usually, if there is a discrepancy, the electronic is okay. Obviously, it's operated from the scorers.
Yeah, there were 3 off that over anyway.
Travaskis is in, bowls, and it's defended on the back foot by Ben Callaway down the pitch on the on side. They are both showing 254 now, so there we go. Leicestershire looking to set records for a plus over rate, perhaps, as that's defended by Callaway on the back foot. Dot ball. Head scratching a little bit. Don't know what the thinking is, really. I just feel they're more likely to take wickets with this, or keep more control with this soft ball. Travaskis bowls, very full. Looking to drive is Callaway, and it was a little bit too pitched up, and he jammed it out rather to mid-off.
It's not sounding nice off the bat at all at the moment, is it?
No, maybe that's the point as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Travaskis is in. Again, Callaway drives more or less straight to Hull at mid-off, but again, Hull has a long way to reach down to get to the ball from his 6'7".
Callaway is as clean a striker as you'd want on his day, but last 2 shots sounded like trying to hit a bunch of rags.
Travaskis is going to go over to Ingram. Maybe they're sort of looking to try and bowls. Ingram is forward to make the Glamorgan batters try and force the pace a bit and in some way hit the ball into the air, but I don't. It's the only logical explanation, I think. Travaskis is in and bowls. Ingram is forward and driving firmly, but only as far as extra cover. Wood fields, end of the over. Patel will continue. Buttinger's running back on, which means that Josh Holt, who's sporting a splendid tan at the moment, is wandering off.
Wandering off, wondering. Patel is to get a second over. And Ben Callaway will face the first ball of it, and everyone has got into double figures so far for Glamorgan. But only one player has gone on to pass 50, and Asa Tribe went on to pass 100. Well, we get the first sunlight. Proper sunlight for several hours as Callaway's back on his stumps, working diligently up to long on, all on the ground for a single. 2-5-5 for 4 as we wonder when Peter Hanscom is going to take the new ball for Leicestershire. And Rishi Patel bowling some very occasional off spin as Hanscom directs and back to fine leg as well as square leg on the boundary on that shorter side of the ground, in case Ingram has tempted to hit against the spin. Not on that occasion, he's not, as he just prods it to cover and there's no run. There's 4 on the boundary at the moment. For a part-time spinner when the new ball's available. Hey-ho. Patel bowls, gives that one some air, but Ingram is not tempted. Actually, mid-on has retreated now towards long on. So there's 3 on the boundary on the leg side, plus long off and deep cover. Looks more like a T20 field, apart from the slip. Patel into bowl. Ingram plays it carefully away on the leg side, scrambling stop from mid-wicket, and there's no run. Glamorgan only need to find the gaps, and there are singles all over the place at the moment. There's only 3 saving the single apart from the slip. Patel jogs in, bowls. Ingram turns it round the corner. Hanscom will field it himself at backward square. Ingram moves to a very careful 30, and the total to 257 for 4. 1 bonus point apiece so far. Run rate 3.1 at the moment. And the game rather meandering along when we were hoping for an intervention from the new ball to make wickets look more likely and make runs look more likely and make the ball come harder off the bat. Patel in, bowls, floats it up. Callaway drives all along the ground. Out to Ahmed, who has got a pretty good underarm throw. Gets it back on the full to Peter Hanscom. And Hanscom, what's the signal to his bowlers? Josh Hull is coming on. Is he bearing a new ball? Hanscom is dispensing with his helmet, so that means it's the end of spin. One would presume. You won't be standing up. Hull takes Hanscom's helmet. Hanscom gets his cap back. And proper service will be resumed after 4 extra overs with the old ball, during which Glamorgan have scored 8 runs. And yeah.
Okay.
Whatever it was, it didn't work for anyone that period of the game, I don't think.
It's raining.
Oh, heck.
Spitting.
Looks as though
The
it will
sun's
be a
out as
very
well.
passing shower. It's a very confusing day.
Maybe it's just raining up here because nobody has reacted at all, except
Rain is taking its time to... oops, it's coming in now. Rain is taking its time to reach the ground level.
we'd better put the
But there's definitely on the screen in front of us, the window in front of us.
window across to protect the electronics. We have bright sunshine and we have rain, with a rainbow. Zero reaction from anybody out there. In all seriousness, I just wonder whether we're just on the edge of it, up at the top here.
Localised showers. Localised over the commentary
Well, there
box.
must be a line somewhere where it is and it isn't. It goes right, and bowls outside off stump wide, and it's swinging away, but not sufficiently to persuade Naeem Ashraf to extend his arms. That may indeed have been that. Yeah. Briefest of showers. Right is in and bowls, and Rishi Patel would have you believe that's shaved off stump. It didn't. Callaway let it go through, outside off stump, obviously. Right. One of the 4 Leicestershire Leicestershire bowlers to have picked up a single wicket today. The others being Travaskis, Van Beek and Wood. Right, is in and bowls in the air as it's the drive. Well, it may have stopped on him a little bit, Ben Callaway, and it was in the air 3/4 of the way to mid-off where Scriven was waiting, but that final few feet didn't quite have enough. As far as Leicestershire were concerned, I hasten to add. Right, is in and bowls. A nice outswinger, but again started too wide, and Callaway rather stylishly lifted his bat over the line of the ball.
Brian Churchill in Swansea asks for an update on Billy Root. Billy Root scored a half century and a century for the second 11 against Middlesex this week.
Has he been injured, or is just not?
No, he's just not in
the first team at the moment.
In the first team at the moment. But those runs in the red ball format for the second 11 should put him somewhere in contention.
Right, is in. Callaway, puff of dust as he plays that one down into the ground to his right, to the offside. It runs on down towards third man Woodfields, and one is taken.
He didn't turn out in the South Wales Premier for us yesterday. His local club. So whether that was because he'd played 4 days of cricket in the week, I'm not sure. But Root remains one of those fans' favourites who's just a little bit down the pecking order at the moment. And Tom Bevan is here as the spare batter, so I presume that Root is next after that, as things stand. Tribe played his way into the first team courtesy of second team runs.
Right, around the wicket to Ingram, who drives and misses. It seems away, perhaps. A stylish looking shot from Ingram, he just didn't connect. Remains on 30 off 84 balls. He's kind of looked like a batsman who hasn't played for a while. That's all. He just, the occasional one has sped off the middle, but
yeah, as I say, he's had a couple of high 30s in the T20, but Glamorgan and he himself would hope for better than that.
Right, is in, bowls to him. He's beaten on the outside edge again. That wasn't an attempted drive, it was an attempted defensive shot, so 2 in a row that have beaten the outside edge of Ingram's bat. He remains on 30. 261 for 4, 11 overs to play today.
Or 40 minutes. 41 minutes. Peculiar, yeah. So it's been a strange old afternoon and evening session, really. And that players have got in. Leicestershire have not been able to put 2 wickets together in quick succession, but no one has really been able to up the scoring rate. Well, Hassan made 36, North East 21, Carlson 43. So Tribes 107. Even though he slowed down in the latter stages, really has been the standout effort of the day in terms of economy rate. Well, Wright 2.4, Green 2.7, Travaskis 2.5. They have all kept things tight. Hasn't, one must say, been a Sunday of glorious entertainment for all but the most die-hard aficionado of the county game, particularly after the thrills and spills of the last few weeks. Van Beek is in to bowl to Callaway, who's up on his toes, playing the ball down into the ground towards Budinger at point. Van Beek sees his bootlaces have come undone after bowling one delivery. He's down on one knee, retying everything. 261 for 4. So still the potential for Leicestershire if they pick up a couple of wickets now to end the day on reasonably level terms.
Well, our Derbyshire colleague be a lot happier now.
Okay.
Gloucestershire were all out for 187. Derbyshire 25 without loss in reply.
As Callaway drives into the offside, single out to Ahmed, sweeping on the cover boundary. 262 for 4. Is that a dramatic turnaround of the position then? I
Yes,
must have missed it
remember
when you gave it
Gloucestershire
earlier.
sort of made a solid start.
Well, Dave
Bancroft getting
Fletcher,
58.
Dave Fletcher, our BBC colleague, is Derby is having to find all sorts of new vocabulary this season.
6 wickets for Morley.
All right.
2 for Zach Chappell, 2 for Alex Thompson.
As Ingram is defending that one back towards the bowler, who doesn't pick up in his follow through and just trickles towards the stumps. Is that at Bristol? Oh,
That's at Bristol, yes.
must be turning a bit. Morley, the Derbyshire spinner. 262 for 4 here. Van Beek. 2 slips to Ingram. Works it down towards backwards square. And a sliding attempt by Green. Oh, he's done really well there. To stop it cleanly in front of the cake eaters of the meat. And cut them down to a couple of runs.
Rain delay at Blackpool. Kent 213 for 3.
Sunshine out at Leicester. Hanscom waving a couple of troops into different positions. And now Van Beek is in to bowl. And Ingram is driving stylishly through the offside to one of the longest parts of the ground for 4 runs. And there is a vintage Ingram shot. And one of the few that he's played in this innings, really. As he lashed into that one and hit it a good long way through the covers. Ingram moves to 36, 268 for 4.
Middlesex have gone nicely at Northampton. They're 344 for 8. Well, gone quickly anyway.
In the Test, India 64 for 1, leading England by 70 runs. 2 days left there. As Ingram drives again into the offside. I think this one may be stopped. It is stopped by a sliding hill, but since he's in a different postcode, they're able to touch down for the second run well before the throw arrives back at Hanscom. 270 for 4. Just a little sign there briefly that the hard new ball may go a bit more effectively off the bat, so it's giving better chances to both sides, really.
Slips alongside Peter Hanscom as he awaits the arrival at the crease of Chris Wright, who bowls to Callaway, and that's over the second slip. Down to the third man boundary. 4-4. Callaway short and wide outside the off stump. Didn't exactly throw the bat at it. It was a semi lift really on his part. Little bit streaky, little bit top edgy, but it was well clear of Travaskis, and he picks up 4, moves on to 19. 274 for 4. Using that extra bounce, that extra pace that Nick was talking about. Right is in, bowls to him, dabs that one down. This time it rolls quite slowly out towards gully, and Travaskis can move to his right to field before there's any chance of a single. Sun back out at the Uptonsteel County ground. Very much Glamorgan's day really so far. If Leicestershire can pick up a wicket or 2 before the close, then it would be a little bit more balanced, but I think at the moment the visitors will be pretty pleased with where they're at. Right, bowls on the walk. Kellaway dabs it down into the offside. No, he says, as he sees Sol Budinger, who's back in his cap rather than sun hat. That point closing on the ball. Right, 15th over coming down. He bowled a fair few overs at Horsham towards the end of last week, where the second team were playing. Runs in and bowls, looking for the Yorker, clipped away towards mid-wicket, but Rehan Ahmed dives away to his left, makes a good stop. Saves 4. That would have run away down to the meat. Kellaway may feel he missed out a little bit there. Twiddles the bat in his hand. Another partnership being built. 36 now for the 5th wicket as Wright is in and bowls. Kellaway drives, not really aggressively into the big gap. There is the sweeper out there, who's Hill at the moment on the offside, so it will be just 1. Made sure he got it into the gap. Ben Kellaway there moves on to 20. Right, goes back round the wicket, past umpire Ashraf, and bowls and forward, leaning forward, not a big stride this time from Ingram as he blocks that one out towards point. End of the 87th over of the day, the 3rd with the new wall. 275 for 4. It's not just the difference in individuals that changed the Leicestershire attack, and obviously the Kookaburra ball, but Holland are such different bowlers. They offer something so different. Left arm tall, quick, right arm seam movement, back of the hand, all sorts of bits and pieces with Ian Holland. Whereas with respect to Wood and Wright, they're much more conventional right arm seamers, and the attack can start to look a little bit samey.
Yeah.
And probably that's a factor as well. However well Wood or Wright may or may not have bowled, and again I come back to the Kookaburra and the pitch, of course, etc., and how well Glamorgan's batters have played in absorbing balls. But it is a difference.
Here comes Van Beek to bowl to Kellaway, outside off, no shot played.
And Ahmed, of course. No Ahmed either. So sort of half the attack, really.
There we are. Well, Leicestershire in pole position. High scoring draws.
Yeah,
it was said maybe only half in jest. High scoring draws may well do them from now on.
Absolutely.
As Van Beek bowls, driven by Kellaway through the offside, couple of runs towards Ahmed, who's got a nice bit of shade to field in. on that boundary.
And once again doesn't throw the ball, just underarms it to teammate.
I suppose he's been batting so high up the order that these days his bowling skills, while obviously potentially very potent, not all he has to offer. As there's a grunt of effort from Van Beek, but Callaway responds by working it down towards backward square. He'll have to come back hurriedly for the second, and does so. Richard, of course, has all the stats at hand. What are his bowling stats this season?
Rahan's,
Yes.
7 wickets at 22. He's only bowled 62 overs. Hanscom tended to use him probably correctly with the red ball towards the end of an innings against, and he picks up the 10-11s, or has picked up the 10-11s fairly regularly.
279 for 4. Callaway chopping down on that one into the gully, no run. It's strange though for a player who was, you know, the next big thing of England's spin hopes at one point, and while he's made a very solid career here,
some of his T20 bowling has been outstanding. He's sort of used his googly lots and lots, but he's the only Leicestershire batter to have scored 2 centuries this season, both against Lancashire, curiously, home and away.
As Callaway defends on the offside, and there's no run. He maybe could have done with a bit of a love and attention that maybe like Shoaib Bashir has got from England, where he has been given an awful lot of time to develop. Absolutely. Including a rather contentious 3 weeks at Glamorgan, in which he,
I remember,
despite his best efforts, contributed just 2 wickets. Van Beek bowls. Callaway plays this one to backward point. No run. Callaway has 24. Ingram has 38. Glamorgan are quite happy to potter along, it seems, for the remainder of the day's play, around about half an hour, 8 overs, and accumulate gently and survive with, from their point of view, hopefully plenty of wickets to carry things on tomorrow.
Yeah, strong position if these two get through. Certainly if these two get through to the close, 3-10 for 4, something like that. Quite an old-fashioned day of county cricket in a way. Well, I know who you'll be interviewing.
Yes. Who will you be interviewing is the question.
That is a harder
Who will
question
get a
to
second
answer.
wicket in the space of the next 8 overs?
That is a harder question to answer. Might be interesting to talk to Chris Wright or one of the guys who are back in the side. What is it like bowling with the Kookaburra? Wright is in and bowls. Ingram forces it away off the back foot to Ahmed sweeping. He forms the long barrier and well, he winds up as though to throw, and then he throws underarm. He sort of winds up and does a big underarm, as probably the old-fashioned cricketers used to do before overarm bowling came in.
Yes, Graham Wagg, the former Glamorgan all-rounder, his throw got so low late in his career that it was virtually an underarm whip with the left hand, of course.
Wright is in. Callaway gets a ball that lifts on him a little bit outside off stump, but he's a tall young man, the right-hander. Gets on top of the bounce, forces it away in front of point. Sweepers on both sides of the wicket though, and this time it's Hill on the eastern side of Grace Road who makes the stop. And again it's just the one. Just get the feeling that there isn't too much belief among the Leicestershire players. They're going to run through this Glamorgan side as Wright bowls on off stump just outside, and Ingram leans forward, angled bat, steers it behind point down to wide third man, singles off each of the first 3 balls of the over from Chris Wright. A Lovely sunshine now, more blue sky than we've seen for a good few hours up there. Right is in, bowls, Kellaway slightly squared up on the walk, and he indicates with his right hand there was a little bit of movement, the mat's billow rather. In the wind, gets just underneath them. They're obviously tacked down with a lot of them, but it just shows how strong the wind is across the ground. .44 now, the partnership for the 5th wicket. As right turns. The trees in the car park all lean across behind the marquee as right is in, bowls, back foot defensive 4, or attempted force by Kellaway. That one isn't timed quite as well. And Buttinger can get across from point to make the stop before there's any chance of a single. Looks down at the ball, not exactly sneeringly, but doesn't look massively impressed, but turns, runs away from us and bowls outside off stump. And it's allowed to go through by Ben Kellaway. End of the 89th over, 7 to go, 282 for 4.
I wait 2.5 months for another first team chance, and this is what you give me to bowl with. You're having a laugh.
There's something of that in his demeanour. 16 overs now for Chris Wright, 1 for 42 his figures. He did pick up, as I mentioned earlier, that 1 wicket at Cardiff in his only other appearance of the season so far. 1 for 63, so not massively improved on that so far.
Van Beek, can he bring a bit of excitement to this evening session? He has found the inside edge of Ingram's bat. I was looking for it running down towards us at third man, but it was trickling towards fine leg instead. Van Beek into his 17th over of the day. 1 all on bonus points. Two slips, 4 saving the single, point, third man and fine leg on the boundary. Kellaway drives to mid-on, no run. So, have Leicestershire got someone who can make things happen in these final 25 minutes of the day's play? Otherwise, Glamorgan, if they finish on 300 for 4, will be firmly in charge. 40 balls left of the day's play. Kellaway is squared up and given out. LBW, and it is Van Beek who has made things happen then with the new ball. 283 for 5. And a very welcome strike for the Foxes. And Kellaway continuing the pattern of everyone getting in, but very few going on to decent scores.
Yeah, Kellaway didn't look up after that one.
It's a fair cop, Gov.
Yeah, I suspect he knew his fate.
So Van Beek is the first player to progress to a second wicket of the day. Could he potentially be Richard Ray's victim with the microphone?
I suspect so. He's always good to talk to, Logan. He's such a polite and decent young chap.
45 added for the the 5th wicket. And a bit of bang bang now would give the Foxes some heart going into day 2 of this game. Cook in at 7, averaging 39.8. Struggled really in the T20, batting up at 5. Hit half centuries in the first 3 games of the season, 55 against Leicestershire, 56 against Gloucestershire, 69 in the second innings in a vain effort to stave off defeat against Middlesex. And since then a couple of high 40s as well, so strange really season with the bat for Chris Cook, keeping as well as ever, but has looked quite scratchy in the T20 with the bat. In the evening sunshine, Chris Cook and Colin Ingram, Glamorgan's 2 most senior players in terms of years. And Van Beek hoping to cause a bit more trouble in these final moments, the final minutes of the day. As Cook is forward, playing into the leg side, and there's no run.
Thanks to Professor Braintree on Blue Sky, who sent us a very nice message. A Somerset fan who enjoys listening to us. Oh, he's also enlightened us on the use of hove.
Okay.
Which is even better.
Use of hove as a verb, as in hove interview, and very few other uses. Cook pushes forward up to mid-on, no run.
It's the past, or he believes it to be the past tense of heave. So like when you heave, boats heave too, don't they, sometimes. He says, I believe it is a past tense of heave, and correctly used when you might otherwise say heaved, e.g. Josh Hull heaved/hove interview from behind the umpire. It's an archaic form.
As Van Beek is in to bowl to Chris Cook, who's hurried into a defensive shot but plays it competently back down past the bowler. 283 for 5 at the end of the over.
And rarely correctly used nowadays. Sadly, nothing to do with Sussex. Well, I think we were a bit tongue-in-cheek on the hove connection, on the hove connection. But as a past tense of heave that makes sense.
But if a player were to be caught, say, on the leg side boundary, would you say that he hove to deep mid-wicket instead of heaved? So get that one past the sub-editors if you can. Yes. He hove a mighty 6.
I'm not sure. These days, sub-editors are a thing, judging by some of the grammatical egregious nonsense that appears in newspapers, and indeed online. Right. Comes in from the pavilion end and bowls to Ingram, who defends on the back foot, steers it wide of point. Budinger is... Well, Van Beek wasn't watching there, and Budinger, whose initial pursuit was half-hearted, suddenly realised that Van Beek was still sorting himself out down at wide third man, or perhaps thought it wasn't going to travel that far, and had to put on a spurt. It didn't cost Leicester anything. It was the single that always remained was taken, but it very nearly cost them a couple. Curious little episode. Brings Cook back down on strikers. Scored a lot of runs against Leicestershire over the years. Well, Chris Wright, I think the wind had just gotten up.
Blown off course.
Yeah, he was rather. And he continued with a very half-hearted run towards the crease, but he was never going to bowl there. And that'll make sure we don't bowl more overs than we should, I would imagine. Right, is in, and bowls turned off his legs this time by Cook to get off the mark. Down it goes to Van Beek. Well, very wide, long leg, almost deep backward square down there in the shadow of the trees that run along that little access road that goes between the Uptonsteel stand and the excellent net facility here at the ground, the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road, as it's currently known. It's changed a few times during my time. Behind the mic here, in goes right and bowls. Ingram just drops it out into the offside. No, he calls.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Sapphire Gardens has remained plain Sapphire Gardens for so long since the ending of the electricity company's sponsorship deal.
Yes, Waylack, wasn't it? For
yes, which is still up on one or two of the older road signs around Cardiff. A good few years after the sponsorship deal ran out. But I guess they haven't had a worthwhile offer for the naming rights since then.
You have to put in a bid, Nick. Round the wicket goes right and bowls and is on, driven most pleasantly by Ingram for 4. Lovely shot. Over pitched. Right, hasn't got it right. Excuse the use of the word right twice in this spell, really. He's struggling a little bit with the wind, I suspect, but although, as I say, he did bowl a lot of overs at Horsham on a very flat track against Sussex 2s. These would be tough overs for Wright, who's 40 now. Coming back in for 17, 18 overs in the day. It's hard work. Runs in and bowls. Ingram goes back and defends. Turn of the wrist, pushes the ball out to mid-on. There's no run. 289 for 5. Ingram closing in on that half century. Plenty of overs to get them those runs tonight if he's remotely bothered about that. Probably isn't. The wind gets up again. As Wright is in and bowls, Ingram is forward. Yes, he says, as it bounces out towards Ben Green, who's at a wideish mid-off. Always a comfortable run there. Both batsmen went straight away, and they did. 290 for 5. Ingram keeps the strike. Moves on to 47. Cook has a single.
Yes, these are two players who should know each other's game well, having been playing together at Glamorgan for the best part of the last decade. And of similar vintage as well. 290 for 5. 5 overs left. Glamorgan should be able to get to a second batting bonus point. Just 1 wicket needed for Leicestershire to get to a second bowling point. As Van Beek bowls, Ingram drives into the offside, and that's a good diving stop by Budinger, and he's given himself a blow in the course of that, and he's also ruffled up the mat.
He's going to have to put that back, I think.
Please replace your divots.
It's a little bit dangerous, isn't it, if running and tripping, and indeed umpire White has suggested he
pop that back.
He rucked up the corner. There we go. He probably whipped it out of the...
I think he was more concerned about possible damage to his own wrist initially.
Because they use sort of tent pegs of some kind, some sort of peg all round the...
Examines his fingers rather gingerly.
Yeah, he's going to have to go off and have a little bit of attention.
Tape, or maybe
taking a nail off or something, or...
Well, hopefully it's not a dislocated finger. The part of the mat halfway down looks to have a bit of a ridginess now as well.
He's ripped off a plaster that was around a cut or something.
Yes, have the rest of the day off, Sol.
Yeah. Where's the 12th man? Here comes Roman Walker.
Providing another Welsh presence on the field. In a very short-sleeved shirt. Guns out.
Yes, I was going to say, demonstrating his impressive physique.
He drops into Budinger's position at backward point. And the next ball is allowed to go through by Colin Ingram outside off stump. Ingram a patient 47 off 99 deliveries, with barely 2 or 3 shots in anger really. It was a straight 6, it was a beautiful cover drive and fairly firm one the next ball as well. And apart from that, he's just nurdled his way onto 47. As Van Beek bowls, and he's run that one down to third man. Just a little choppy cut wide of the slips, and that will be Colin Ingram's half century of 101 deliveries. So he becomes the second player to reach that 50 mark, 4 fours and a 6, which is not one of Ingram's more spectacular efforts with the bat, but certainly valuable. As Van Beek bowls, Ingram pushes into the offside and calls Walker into action as they hustle through for a quickish single. Ingram on to 52, 295 for 5 here on BBC Sport Online. Richard Ray and Nick Webb have been your commentary team for today. We'll be joined by Nikesh Regani tomorrow and day 3. Hesitate to name days of the week because having got into the Friday to Monday groove for the first part of the season, we're now in a different ball game as Cook works one into the leg side. In fact, he's got that one past square leg, and the charge round the boundary ropes of Sam Wood is in vain as Chris Cook picks up his first boundary and takes Glamorgan on to 299 for 5. Cook to 5. A strange old day. Wickets have not been close together, but they've been reasonably regular every 40 to 60 runs since the fall of the first wicket on 98. Glamorgan with the narrow advantage at the moment as Cook is defending towards mid-off. No run, 299 for 5, and there are 4 overs left of the day's play.
First of which will be bowled by Ben Green. Right, 17 overs, 1 for 49. Green unlucky actually, really not to have 1 wicket. He saw 1 catch go down. Tribe on 72, dropped by Hanscom off an authentic edge.
Won the few of the day.
Indeed.
The other keeper's catches have been down the leg side.
Having to cope with the breeze, goes in round the wicket, bowls to Ingram, who is forward, inside part of the bat, pushes the ball towards mid-wicket. There is no mid-wicket, and that is the second batting bonus point for Glamorgan. 304-5, the visitors. And I suspect if you'd offered them that at the start of the day, they'd have taken it. I'm certain Leicestershire would, had they been lucky enough to win the toss and then chosen to bat, which the suggestion is they might have had a bowl. So in goes Green. Ooh, that is a good leave from Cook. It was taken on the walk by Hanscom away to his left, and Cook looks askance back down the wicket. But that is only hearsay. I have not had that from the camp, I hasten to add. Green is in. Cook is forward and is beaten by the outswinger. Plunged forward at that one rather. Genuine outswinger. Beat him all ends up. laying down the wrong line. There is Chris Cook. Didn't move as much as I thought it did, having seen the replay. In goes Green, bowls on off stump. Cook defends, gets the middle of the bat too. That one drops it out towards extra cover. Sam Wood is the fielder. Sadly, it isn't going to be a 6 o'clock finish after all that. 4 minutes to go, still 3.2 overs left to bowl.
In around.
Green bowls, back foot defensive shot this time. Bounces back down the wicket to the all-rounder. Fields in his left hand, then tosses the ball to Scriven to field. To polish it. Scriven's doing a fair bit of running around, so I think he's going to replace Van Beek for the last couple of overs from the Bennett end. Green turns. This is his 16th over. Bowls, and Cook defends on the back foot. End of the over. 300 for 5 off 93. Run rate 3.2. 3 overs left to be bowled today.
Details the Ingram half century confirmed over the public address system. To little reaction from the crowd. And as Ingram 50s go, it's been quite workmanlike with very few frills. And so apart from that breakout for 6 and 1 handsome cover drive. 300 for 5 with 3 overs left of the day's play. First of which will be delivered by Tom Scriven from Bennett End, and Ingram does unveil a nice cover drive. Unfortunately for him, he unveils it straight at Travaskis at cover. There's no run. We're getting to the stage, I suspect, where Glamorgan will be quite happy to get to Stumps where as things stand, really. As Ingram drives, does get this one into a gap in the offside, and fielded by the cover sweeper. Through for a single. 301 for 5. Field changing rounds between right and left-handers. Ingram and Al Hassan, the left-handers in this particular iteration of the Glamorgan team. Batting to come Van der Hoogten, Crane, Harris and Leonard. On his way in is Scriven to bowl to Cook, who's leaving that one again. A good leave, a tight leave, but a successful leave in that his stumps remained undisturbed. Two slips. There's Scriven in his 12th over of the day, bowls to Cook, who drives into the offside, and as for virtually all day, really, Leicestershire got a sweeper on that short boundary way to our right, and the damage is limited to a single, and everyone wanders round gently, with the urgency disappearing from the game in these closing moments. Scriven is in round the wicket to the left-hander, and Ingram plays and misses at that one. Through it goes to Hanscom, who has taken 3 catches today, albeit putting down one off Tribe that could have saved Leicestershire 30 runs from the young opener. Scriven in. Bowls. Ingram drives nicely through the offside, and a good scrambling stop on the deep cover boundary keeps him down to 2 runs. Is that a hill working out there?
It is, yes.
He's tested the strength of his knees, or the trousers above his knees. He's done a lot of scrambling, hasn't he, today? 304 for 5.
He's just holding his left side a bit because, as you've pointed out, sliding around on this, you need a certain amount. I think I'd be wearing something underneath. On elbows and knees and hips and things like that, because you might lose a bit of skin otherwise. So 2 overs to go, which will be bowled presumably by Green and Scriven. Green will certainly bowl the first. It is just after 6. Nick suddenly realises it's just after 6 and legs it next door as Green is in. There's an appeal for a catch behind, but no. It bounced and Cook, I think, was trying to play it, trying to defend it. And the appeal from behind the stumps was a little bit more vociferous than Green's, who turned to umpire Ashraf, and his was more in the nature of an inquiry, but Patel and Travaskis both went up, so perhaps it was bat on pad or ball brushed pad on the way through. Green is in and bowls. Green is, and then he's going to pick up a run, in fact, Cook there, as it was wristily turned towards Rahan Ahmed, who holds up a hand in apology because running to his left he didn't stop the ball cleanly. It ran on a few feet, and as a consequence Cook, I suspect probably slightly to his relief, he's been a little bit tentative, still playing himself in of course. Takes his single, moves on to 7 and can watch Ingram try and deal with Green now. Green is in and bowls. Ingram is forward defending. Out to mid-on. No run. Did Nick make it in time? He's back alongside. Did you miss your update? Did you get there?
No, never in doubt.
Never in doubt. The quickest of singles from commentary box to commentary box paid off as Green is in and bowls. Ooh! And Ingram, who's looking to turn that into the leg side, sees it come off a sort of leading edge and roll out towards mid-off. Green raises his eyes to the heavens. Ingram rehearses the shot, 56 not out of 109 balls. 305 for 5. 8 legitimate deliveries left today. Green is in and bowls. Ingram defends on the back foot on off stump out towards extra cover. Only the one slip now, although this new ball is only 10 overs old, 10.5 overs old now. Green, to finish his day's work in bowling terms anyway, is in and bowls. Ingram is forward, thick inside part of the bat, runs it out to mid-on. Cook was interested in the possibility of a single. Ingram wasn't. Slightly weary looking Green takes his cap from umpire Ashraf. He has gone wicketless, although from my money he and Van Beek has probably been the pick of the bowlers. 17 overs, 4 maidens, none for 43 for Green.
Rain stopped play at Headingley. India 90 for 2 in their second innings, leading by 96 against England. Oh, that's Stumps as well.
Quite nicely balanced, that, isn't it? It's all sorts good yet happen.
Scriven will try to make things happen for Leicestershire. Morgan's night watchman can take his pads off as Scriven bowls and Cook leaves, shoulders, arms outside, off stump. If indeed they're employing a night watchman. Van der Hoogten and Crane and Harris have all done a job at various points, but Van der Hoogten would probably have been in next anyway, so it would have mattered little. 305 for 5. narrow advantage Glamorgan, unless Scriven can find a 6th wicket for the Foxes. As Cook plays to point and there is no run. 2 wickets for Van Beek then, 1 apiece to Wright, Wood and the spinner Travaskis. 7 bowlers used. Glamorgan won the toss and chose to bat, and it's been a containing job for Leicestershire. Really, since Glamorgan reached 98 for the first wicket, the breaks have been on, and no one really has batted with freedom for Glamorgan. Scriven is in to bowl. Cook plays it to point, where subfielder Walker does the business. So the men out today: Ul Hassan for 36, Northeast for 21, Tribe for 107, Carlson for 43 and Kellaway for 25. So all the top 6 have got at least to 20.
Good partnerships as well. That's what they talk about that a lot, the coaches, don't they? And
they do. Yeah. Leicestershire haven't had 2 quick successes at any point, as Cook dabs it out on the offside, makes as if to run, but Walker comes bounding in to do the fielding. Walker on, by the way, after Budinger just took a bit of a knock on the hand, making a stop, and went off to have something taped up. Didn't look too serious, we don't think. 2 balls left of the day's play here on BBC Sport Online. Richard and myself will be back, joined by Nikesh Rakhani from 11 tomorrow. As Scriven is in, bowls, and Cook again dabs it out on the offside. And again, it is a dot ball. So some pretty attritional cricket here at Grace Road over much of the day's play. Ingram remains on 56 not out. Cook on 7 will face the final ball of the day's play. Bowled by Scriven and left by Cook, even though it came back a little bit. Cook shoulders arms, turns and marches back towards the dressing room. His job done for the day, and Glamorgan finish on 305 for 5. It is a strong position, but Leicestershire fought hard to stop Glamorgan getting away, and will still have hopes of limiting Glamorgan's first innings total tomorrow. Ingram 56 not out, Cook 7 not out, Tribe's 107 has been the main act of the day. Van Beek 2 for 66, the most successful bowler.
thank you for your company and your various ways of getting in touch with us. Always good to hear from you. Nick and I and Nikesh will be back with you tomorrow around about 5 to 11. We can see whether Glamorgan continue to build on the substantial and very solid foundation that's been laid, or the Leicestershire bowlers can strike back. But for now, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, it's a very good night to you all.